Wow, it's good to be back for the second visit.
It's good to be here, man. It's good to see you.
We've got Trump meeting with Kim Jong-un. We've got the Cohen hearings in Congress. A lot of energy going on.
A lot of things are happening.
Planets are aligned.
We should tell everybody that you and I had, well, first of all, we had a long conversation on the phone, which led to just a lot of talking.
You were driving to Vegas a few weeks ago. We talked like an hour and a half.
And then we decided to do another podcast. And we cleared the air on the phone. We decided to clear the air more on a podcast. There's a lot of things going on. I told you a long time ago that I would have you back on. And in the interest of being completely honest, I was hesitant to do it, not because I didn't want to talk to you, but because of just the amount of bullshit that I get from people that get angry that you and I are friends. You know, that why give that guy a platform? That's the big one. Why give that guy a platform? That's the big one. You know, but you and I have always had a good time together. We've always had fun together. Our only problems have always been when we're not, like if you're talking about me or if I'm talking about you, not if we're talking to each other. It's the distance has been the problem.
It's the telephone.
The lack of communication. The lack of communication has been the problem. The thing that people are upset about you, the thing that we wanted to talk about, like quick to get it over with, or not quick, but just to get it
up front.
Up front. That's the best way to
or
put it.
Or misrepresented.
Yes. Is the Sandy Hook stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. So your take on it, just give me your take on it.
Well, first off, because it's always misrepresented, I believe mass shootings happen and they're real tragedies. And I believe Parkland happened.
And you believe Sandy Hook happened?
Absolutely. And now, just last year, the media came out and said Alex Jones says Parkland didn't happen, and he's sending people to Parkland parents' houses. And there was no video, no audio, wasn't true. In fact, I said I believe Parkland happened. So I'm not going to be the mass shooting denial guy. I have been branded as the Sandy Hook guy. I mean, imagine a Final Cut Pro video editing timeline. And you go back almost, it was 7 years ago, I guess it's more than 7 years now, and the internet didn't believe some of the things about Sandy Hook. I started covering it weeks after. My first articles and things are, this will be used for gun control, and I bet the guy's on Prozac and a mental patient, which he was.
Of course.
But then about a couple of weeks into it, my listeners and others start sending me all these anomalies and things, and later it turned out some of those anomalies weren't accurate. And then I just moved on from it, okay? I mean, I'm not Adam Lanza. I didn't kill those kids. But when I'm on the streets now, people don't know who Adam Lanza is, the guy that killed those kids. They think it's me. They say, I can't believe you're not in prison for what you did to Sandy Hook. All they know is Alex Jones, Sandy Hook, dead kids. So,
well, I don't think that's, I think the majority of them are angry because the narrative has been that you're sending people to these Sandy Hook families' homes.
Exactly. And I'm not, and I never have.
That you're responsible for these people getting harassed because you said on your radio show that it wasn't real.
Yes, there is video and audio of me saying I can see how people don't think it happened, and I can see how people think it's synthetic because there's been staged events before. That then gets edited, put together, cobbled together. But I never said go to people's houses. I never said go investigate these families.
Did you ever say that you think it's not real?
Yes, I did.
But now you do think it's real.
Because I learned some of the anomalies were not accurate.
That's a problem with all this conspiracy shit, right? Because the conspiracy theory stuff, the people that want to believe, they believe in conspiracies with everything. And I think there's a certain percent, and we talked about this just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, when I started getting accused 4 years ago, a couple years into it, when I said, no, I think it happened, then people that I had interviewed and things started saying, he's involved, he's one of them.
Because you are now saying that it happened, they thought that you'd been compromised.
Yes, and then I was realizing,
this is how it works.
A certain percentage of people are schizophrenic.
Exactly.
And then they just think everything's a conspiracy.
Well, this is the thing about conspiracies. It's very attractive to people that are schizophrenic. Schizophrenic people think everything's a fucking conspiracy from top to bottom. Every single interaction that people have is some sort of a stage event that's trying to take them down or control this or mind control that. That's a big factor in a lot of this conspiracy theory shit is mental illness.
When I started having people come to the office saying that I'm Bo Bridges or that I'm Jeff Bridges or that I am
you're Bill Hicks,
and people in restaurants screaming, F you, Bill, we know it's you. It's kind of like Dan Rather, the guy threatening me. What's the signal, Dan? What's the signal? What I've experienced now, the quote fame of being super famous, being the conspiracy guy. I was legitimately questioning things because of Gulf of Tonkin, Northwoods, things that really happened, babies that weren't thrown out of incubators to get us in the Iraq War. But I kind of realized a few years ago that I kind of had my own mild psychosis, in that when you've been lied to by the media and the culture so much over and over again, everything then starts becoming automatically, you're sure it's fake. And then everything you see fits into that. This is probably, again, 4 or 5 years ago, I began to realize, because I was on the receiving end of people pulling up in white vans with guns at my office saying, I know you put a microchip in my head and I'm going to kill you. And so it was kind of like, once I got super famous, it was like, whoa, there's a certain percentage of people that are way off on the spectrum where they believe everything's fake. And then there's people that believe everything they hear is true. I mean, you should be questioning, you should have the right to do it, but it's somewhere in the middle. And so this is what I'll say about Sandy Hook. I legitimately questioned it when people brought up anomalies. I then had debates about it on both sides. The internet pushed me to keep covering it. I probably covered it 20 times in the first few years it happened. And then as soon as I questioned it, not being staged, I got attacked so much that I said, screw it, mass shootings happen. I believe it happened. But then media would call me or interview me and say, okay, but tell us the anomalies of why you questioned. They were getting me to say it again. Not that I didn't have the right to question it, but they thought, well, Alex Jones versus dead kids, Alex Jones denying it, Alex Jones harassing families. This is a perfect way to get this guy who's so popular, getting people to question and getting people to think. And so it took me years, I think I'm smart, I guess I'm not, to figure out what was going on. So when Hillary, a few months before the election, gives this huge speech that says Alex Jones has a dark heart. He knows Sandy Hook kids died, but he says they didn't, and he sends people to their houses. He's the worst guy in the world. So I came out and I said, listen, I never sent anybody to the houses, but I apologize if it was taken out of context. People have a right to question, but I'm sorry for the families, and I'm sorry for your hurt, and I get it, and I've experienced crazy people now, big time, just like you have. Please stop saying that I'm saying it didn't happen. Please stop saying I'm sending people to people's houses, because here's what happens. When they put it on every major TV channel, local TV channels, radio, I mean, thousands of articles that then get syndicated. If I said 100,000 articles, that's a low number. The amount of Sandy Hook coverage against me has been so insane and so huge, because it's supposed to be the first domino that once I'm taken down, then all the dominoes fall.
Well, it's also clickbait. There's also a thing, if you say Alex Jones, Sandy Hook, and you put in a title, a certain amount of people are just going to click on it. Alex Jones is still pushing a Sandy Hook conspiracy theories, one that I saw just 2 days ago.
Exactly. So this is the point I've gotten to is, here's the key. They say more people are showing up in Connecticut. More people are coming to their houses, which they are, because the media is all over the news saying there's a big conspiracy here. Alex Jones says it doesn't happen. And so people then hear it and they think, oh, it's like looking for the Mothman or something. They're all running up there and the media is saying it in my name. And I'm saying, no, I believe it happened years ago. And so then I'm getting the blame and the attacks and the demonization and the threats for what the corporate media is saying over and over again, that I'm saying that it didn't happen.
And the families are getting the threats, and the families are getting the attacks, and the families are getting called crisis actors.
Yes.
Do you wish you did something different?
Oh, my God. In hindsight, absolutely. But again, I legitimately didn't think my show was as powerful as it was, so that I wasn't retrospectively, looking at everything I was doing as much as I should. Nobody's perfect. I mean, as you get older, you grow and you learn things. But I just began to realize about 3 years ago that they're making my identity, not being a nationalist, not being a populist, not being a free market guy. They're making my whole identity Sandy Hook. And I didn't know they were going to sue me then.
Well, it's just because that's what gets clicks.
Yes, but then before I ever got sued, I said, I believe Sandy Hook happened. This is not my identity. I barely ever covered it. Stop.
Right, but you understand that's not what they're doing. They're not trying to make
that as weakness and made it even worse.
But they're not trying to make your identity. They're not trying to define you or do some sort of a documentary or a biography on your life. They're just finding something that people want to pay attention to. This is one of the problems with news coverage today, is that they find things that people want to pay attention to and they focus on them out of proportionate.
I agree. And then they say that I'm making money off Sandy Hook when the newspapers and the publishing houses are using me as a way to put out that incendiary, hurtful thing.
Well,
like,
it's
I didn't
also
mean it to be hurtful. I didn't mean it to be incendiary. I was legitimately questioning, as the internet was, and I've seen a bunch of other stage stuff. And then I say, hey, take it back, don't do it. And they go, no, we're going to commit this hurtful thing that's still free speech, but it's hurtful in your freaking name. And that's what I'm not saying I'm the victim here. I'm saying stop it, because everything they do about deplatforming me, the biggest frustration is I still have my huge audience and radio stations and Infowars.com and Newswars.com. But reaching new people's very hard. And then now that I've been silenced, the mainstream media can say whatever they want, Joe. About me, and I can't respond. I mean, you can go to YouTube and type in Alex Jones.
Well, this is where
all of it's the negative stuff, and there's one that says white supremacy and Alex Jones. And you click on it, it's a famous British actor and author saying, Alex Jones says kill the families of Parkland parents. And I actually have lawyers getting ready to file suit over this. I warned the guy. I sent letters. He didn't take it down. I have to. You could pull up this famous British actor. I forget his name. You can pull up, just type in Alex Jones to YouTube. All the mean stuff's put up on top. It's like the 7th, 8th link, and it says Alex Jones and white supremacy. What to do about it? And he says, Alex Jones and the white supremacists are saying go to the people's houses at Parkland and kill the parents. And we have to take him off the air because he says kill the parents. There's no free speech for killing parents. And I'm like, dude, do not say that. I'm going to get killed. I mean, I have never said nobody died at Parkland, and I sure as hell didn't say kill their parents.
Let's take
what I'm saying
by
is,
step.
you talk about fake news. They have green-lighted making anything you can imagine up about me. And it's like insane. And that's all I'm saying is that at a certain point, it's like Jesus.
I get it. Let's take this step by step.
I'm sorry, I'm ranting.
It's okay. Listen, this is what we want to give you an opportunity to communicate and clear the air and talk, and some of the shit that you and I talked about earlier. There's a bunch of things going on. One, it's a story that attracts people's attention, right? A story of a guy who's saying that people didn't get killed when they did get killed. And it's horrific for people to look at. It's horrific to people to think about, that their own children would not only get murdered, but then someone would accuse them of being a crisis actor. So then they start pushing that story, and that story becomes something that they make money off of, which is really, in some ways, kind of ironic. They keep this story in the news, and they keep getting clicks off of you and misrepresenting some of the things that you've said.
Yes,
but
Joe,
some of the things that you said, you wish you hadn't said.
Absolutely,
too. That's also real.
But I mean, let's be clear. I'm not even defending myself. People learn stuff as you get older. In hindsight, you're like, well, why did I do that? Like, I used to, whatever was the big hot thing on the internet, I would just debate it because it was interesting.
Right, but this is what I wanted to get to. You were doing this show, and in this show, you're on the air hours and hours a day, and you're ranting about all these various things. Is it fair to say that you weren't really 100% aware of what kind of influence you were having?
Absolutely.
If you did know, you would have phrased things differently and done things differently.
You know, it's even beyond that. I was just younger, and I was covering what other people were saying. I was not the first, the 10th, the 100th, the 10,000th.
You were reading about it on the internet.
It was a firestorm all over the news that people are denying it. And I've got producers going, hey, look at this video.
But isn't that the problem with every single national tragedy? Anytime something happens, there's a certain amount of people that think that there's a conspiracy. Even when it's just a plane crash, even when it's just... fill in the blanks. Any sort of national tragedy.
Exactly. And all I'm saying is, Sandy Hook's not the hill I'm dying on. I support people's right to question, and I understand because there's been so much lying in corporate media and by governments and staged events that are admitted and declassified, that once people see that one thing was staged, then everything else must be staged. And then I have been on the receiving end of literally thousands of made-up conspiracies, which you laugh at until people in a truck with guns show up.
Yeah.
And so I understand part of this is the complex world we live in, all the information we have more than ever, and a lot of it is all the drugs people are on. And it's just
a lot of it is schizophrenics. This is a big problem. I mean, we were talking about the certain the percentage of human
worms.
beings.
Half of Brazil has the brainworm that makes you basically psychotic.
Well, it doesn't make you psychotic.
It makes you risk-taking, crazy.
It affects your judgment. This is toxoplasmosis.
It programs you to want to have more cats, smell piss.
Yes. Well, it definitely does that to rats. It actually reprograms rats' brains, makes them sexually attracted.
And there's
to
a bunch of
cat
parasites.
Piss. Yes, there's a bunch of them, and there's some that probably haven't even been identified.
And that's where the whole crazy cat lady thing comes from.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's one of the reasons why they tell women when they're pregnant to stay the fuck away from cat litter. Don't touch cat litter. Don't go anywhere near cats. Yes, I mean, it can be actually fatal for babies. But what I'm
Goes
trying
back
to
the Middle Ages when they said kill the damn cats.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of factors there, right?
See, old wives' tales were like, you get demon-possessed by that cat, and really it's a damn brainworm.
Well, that's probably also why they told you not to eat pork. And that's science fiction. That's
a real brainworm programming you. Like you were saying earlier, I looked, it's true. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
That the top soccer teams have the highest level of brainworm infestation.
Well, there's a disproportionate amount of people that live in countries where the high toxoplasmosis infection with successful soccer teams. There was some study that was done on that, where we had Dr. Robert Sapolsky
like women that have it are more sexually promiscuous.
Yes.
It's recklessness.
Yes, and they think the men are more reckless, and that's why there's a disproportionate amount of motorcycle victims that test positive for toxoplasmosis. This is what Robert Sapolsky out of Stanford University was telling us.
Is there a way to remove
I don't think there is.
Brainworm, yeah.
I don't think there is.
There's like snails that get a brainworm that programs to go to the top of a tree so birds eat it.
Yeah.
And then it's crapped out, and then the snails eat that and then go, and it's a food cycle.
Yes.
So don't tell me in classic evolution, and I don't also believe the interpretation by right-wingers of the Bible, that's not what it says. I mean, obviously evolution happens in big, quick jumps. But we know what's going on. But the idea that just there's worms and there's all these different, like you were talking about the one that gets into a grasshopper.
The aquatic worm. The aquatic worm gets inside of a grasshopper's body and gets the grasshopper to commit suicide. Gets the grasshopper to jump into water and drown, and then it comes out of its body, and that's where it lives. It lives in the water. So it literally gets its host to commit suicide.
So how did that chain of events, how does that evolve where suddenly a worm gets in a grasshopper and does something a supercomputer couldn't do? It programs to drown itself.
Well, this is a matter of complex biology. I mean, I think it's insanely complex. And it's something that scientists are studying on a daily basis.
We're going to get to that coming up because I don't want to just talk about me all day. And I appreciate you having me on here to do it. And I know I don't have a talking point. I don't have a PR firm. We even talked before we went on air about what am I going to, Alex, what do you want to say today so you can help me get it out? I don't know. I
want to say a bunch of things.
I'm only learning how this works, being in the process of it. And it's given me a much bigger view than I knew 23 years ago when I first got on air. Because I've experienced what other people have said, the bad things I did experience. I did it from a good heart. I believed questioning was okay. I was covering other people questioning. But then there's a weird, sick irony in the media that says that I'm the one that progenerated Sandy Hook didn't happen when I wasn't, to then in my name popularize it to a level of like, they've put out more Sandy Hook propaganda against me. This is key. Than before you invade a major country. I mean, this has been going on for years. Every day, the news, the print. No one died at Sandy Hook, Alex Jones says. Alex Jones says go to their houses and hurt them. What the hell's it for? It goes on and on and on and on.
Well, you're thinking this because it's about you. So because it's about you, it becomes a primary point of focus because it's affecting your life and it's something that you're concentrating on.
But the volume is massive.
Volume is massive because it's something that generates interest. This is part of the problem with the way we do news today. Anything that generates interest. I mean, honestly, if the media really cared, they probably would have never talked about it. They probably would have never brought it up.
Exactly. We had real terror attacks in the 60s and 70s that weren't staged. If you go back and look at them, like the Weathermen and all that stuff,
yes.
and the government and the media didn't cover it.
Well, this is a long time ago.
Well, but they didn't cover it because it gives, if you cover terrorists, they do it more.
Right. That's true.
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah. Okay. That's true. That's like in other countries, they don't print the name of mass shooters in the newspaper because they don't want people to get attention for that. I mean, some different countries have different philosophies on this.
I've known you 20 years, or since like 1998, 99. I genuinely really am trying to find the truth. And I realized that once I saw a bunch of declassified staged events, like Northwoods or like Gladio or like
Gulf of
Tonkin, or Jussie Smollett. I mean, I couldn't help it. I knew he'd probably sue me. The day after it happened, I said, the guy's got a noose around his neck at 2 a.m. in Chicago.
Who the fuck has a noose in Chicago? Who's walking around with a noose? Who even knows how to write? Who knows how to make a noose? Like who?
And the cops show up 40-something minutes later, and he's at the door with a noose around his neck.
Yeah,
I mean, so I said it's fake.
Yeah, but
and I said on air, I said, sue me, destroy me. It's fake. I can't help it. But see, the problem is that's where the psychosis comes in, because if you're a little kid, because I've been reading more about psychology, trying to understand this stuff. If you're a little kid and somebody with red hair beat you and tortured you, say a man with red hair, I'm just hypothetical. Well, you're going to not like guys with red hair. So it's kind of like, or if you've been lied to as a kid, later that's what creates mental illness later.
Right.
So if we've been lied to by the media and the corporate system and seen all these fake hoaxes and the fake stuff about Kavanaugh and the fake stuff about the Covington kids and the fake stuff about Smollett, that's now the public. Actually, here's what's happened. I'm getting huge backlash in Smollett. It's not.
Wait a minute. Who's giving you backlash?
Listeners and the public are like, hey, Smollett's fake. The Covington kids are fake. Blasey Ford and most of these women said it was all fake. So why are you saying Sandy Hook's real? Everything's fake. And it's like, no, dude, everything's not fake. That's what I'm saying is the differential's gone. And so, yeah, there's a bunch of fake stuff, and we have a right to question it. But now the general public, my fans, believe everything's fake.
Okay, but let me stop you there.
I'm ranting. I just can't.
It's okay. I want you to rant. This is the nature of the beast. This is what you're selling to a lot of these people. This is why they're tuning into you. They want to hear you uncover conspiracies, and some of them aren't as bright as others, and some of them can't see logic. They don't see it. They don't understand.
That's what I'm saying. I'm legitimately questioning. I don't just think everything's fake.
I know you don't. Listen, I think if you never talked about Sandy Hook, you'd have no problems. I really do believe that. I believe there would be problems. I think people would look down on you and call you a right-wing lunatic and all sorts of other things, which they don't even know. When I first knew you, you were getting arrested for going after George Bush. I remember when you were not a right-wing guy.
I just asked him a question. He had me arrested.
Well, you were asking him a pertinent question.
About the CFR and his dad's drug deal.
Yes, exactly. And this was a guy that was running for president as a Republican, and you were getting arrested for questioning him.
I brought up Iran-Contra, the CFR.
But my point is, you weren't tied to a party. You were trying to find the truth. And I always praise.
When I aligned with Trump, that's when all hell broke loose.
Yeah, that was part of it. I think that was definitely part of it. And
Hillary admits she looked at my whole bio and said, "Sandy Hook, hit him on that."
Right. Now, do you still communicate with Trump?
Not in a while, and it becomes a big issue. I mean, I obviously communicate with surrogates and people that talk to Trump. I mean, Don Jr. was on Tucker Carlson last night. They were talking about me and saying what happened to me is wrong, and the fact that they've used me as the way to start the cashless society, and then. I mean, imagine they're never supposed to block somebody from banking if they have a good record. It's not fraud. Here's a whole other story. I had an A++ rating with my shopping cart and bank accounts that I had for 22 years. And banks looked at it and said, we've quite frankly never seen anybody with a credit rating this high because you never even do chargebacks with our shopping cart. People do that.
What does that mean, chargebacks?
The point is we have the best credit there is.
Okay.
A group out of Boston, which I'm not going to mention here for your show and things, but we're preparing litigation against, who does the ratings. It's a secret rating system for like Taliban, Al-Qaeda, the mafia that's given to bank executives. 2 days before PayPal banned us, they put a hate designation from the Southern Poverty Law Center saying I'm basically a terrorist. So when they call you a hate person now, it means a terrorist in Interpol. So all over the Western world, I am listed. And we've been sent documents out of England and out of the U.S. that we were sent this by high-level banking people that are freaked out. We made contacts. Lawyers checked it. They can't believe it. They have designated me as an international terrorist. And that's how they took 5 of my 6 bank accounts and got me down to 1 bank account with perfect credit, saying you cannot take money on your shopping cart, InfoWarsStore.com, for your products, T-shirts, books, whatever. You aren't allowed to be in commerce because you are a terrorist.
And what do they use to define terrorist?
H. It's classified symbols, and we got some of the documents.
H is hate.
H is hate, and just
so they just decide arbitrarily that you're a hateful person, that you promote hate.
No judge, no jury. It's the global Chinese social score. That's what they're all testing for here.
Well, this is what we were talking about. That's very important. This is actually dangerous. This is actually dangerous to give people the ability to define people without any strict, rigid qualifications, without anything that you can point to on paper.
If I was a convicted murderer and got out of prison, I could start an online store and sell T-shirts.
Right.
If I was Charlie Manson, he had like 4 TV specials on CBS on 60 Minutes. When I was a kid, I'd watch Charlie Manson.
I don't think he was allowed to get paid for those, though. I think that was part of the thing because of he's involved in murder.
Well, sure, they have laws on that. But the point is, he would do Geraldo Rivera shows. The point is, Hitler basically was the #1 thing on the History Channel when they first launched it. So you can hear what Hitler has to say, even though we know he's a bad guy. Well, why can't you hear what Alex Jones has to say? Because they have found what I talk about is effective. It gets people thinking, and they want it shut down because we've relaunched populism. InfoWars has done this. My audience has. 1776 worldwide. Populism, anti-globalism, anti-communism, anti-China. And the big tech companies, Google and Apple and all of them, have publicly moved to China, and they publicly agreed to censor and control the population. This is in the news. And that's why Tim Cook got so mad at me. And I made a huge issue to Trump, and I sent reports to the president I know he got. And that's what happened on that Sunday night when they said, that's it, we're done with Jones. We have to take him down, because I got investigations going at the national security level, sending big reports to the president through law firms of Reuters and AP, and then the articles, which he wasn't getting, where China is given the code keys by Apple, this is last year, and is moving their database there, and all the code keys have been given to the Chinese government, and Apple says that's just part of being there. And Google's building Dragonfly project to help censor the entire population with a social credit score. They're already testing in Venezuela with China, and they're going to bring it here, and everything you do in live time will be controlled. And, all the big airlines now are putting cameras in that watch you while you're on the airplane.
So you think, let me stop you, because you're ranting again.
I am ranting.
It's okay. You think they're using Sandy Hook as an excuse to get you off the air and to censor you and to take away your ability to make income, not because of that, but using that as an excuse because of the other things that you do. Like targeting things like Google and talking about things that you're talking about where they're in China and they're allowing China to censor the population.
I'm just telling, I'm not against Google or Apple. They've done a lot of cool things. I'm saying stop it. Congress told you 10 years ago you were built here in the U.S. with DARPA money. Don't go help China do this stuff. Don't be evil.
Well, let me tell you something, because I knew someone who worked at Google. I know someone who used to work at Google, I should say. Their thought process was that Google is going, if they don't bring Google to China in a censored form, they're going to copy Google. This was the real worry, because China copies everything. I mean, their intellectual copyright law.
Yeah, but then they're just going to steal it better now.
True. But this is what they're saying.
Think about that, Joe.
But let me explain something from the point of view of Google as a business. And I'm not saying I agree with this, because I don't.
Drink some more apple juice.
Get some apple juice in your system, fella. They were thinking, and this is what I was talking to a woman who was a very high level executive, and she was saying that they're going to steal it. If we don't work with them, they're just going to steal Google and take the code and make their own version of it. So them as a business, they're like, this is inevitable. They're going to do it anyway. We're just going to give in to their censorship demands. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's a good idea, but I don't know what I would do if I was Google.
I'll tell them.
You'll tell what?
I'll tell Google what they should do.
What should they do for China?
You're dead on with what that person told you. When I had the globalists 15 years ago, 20 years ago, try to buy me off $10 million a year, whatever.
By the way, cheers.
Here, cheers, brother. Anyway, when they did all that,
what were they trying to do? Who's trying to buy you off?
Well, I can't get into it. Okay. They're private meetings, and it's journalistic stuff off record. But everybody gets business offers. It's like, Alex, you're going to influence things by being on the inside. If you don't join this and help save the planet and do all these big things. My dad got the same speech when he was in high school. Already at UT had planned too. I can tell you about that. We'll get to that later. But if you don't join us, then the bad guys that are in the system are going to win. That's how they co-opt you, because that's how those people you're talking to are probably a pretty good person, that person at Google. They've had hundreds of their top engineers quit over this, because here's the thing. China in 1949 was nationalist and capitalist, and our own CIA, it's been declassified, leftist, the Ford Foundation, that's who's above the CIA, helped put the Chi-Coms in power. It took them decades to get running water in toilets. They have no environmental standards, no rules. They've had all of our investment. They've been built up because the Chinese communists will do whatever the globalists want. When you go and you are in China, they make you become state-run to get 0% tax corporate. Okay, that's why Trump was trying to lower ours just to be competitive. China has 0% corporate tax. Look it up now. If you become state-sponsored, state-run. So they're claiming, so that China doesn't rape us of our technology, we're going to go over there and spread our legs to them even more. So it's not a rape. We're willing, and we're going to take you along with us. So the idea that, well, if we don't give it to them, they're just going to rip it off. So let us go really give them all the big secrets and have Google last year tell the Pentagon, we're not going to help you with AI autonomous drones. But Google gave them all the latest AI. And I'll get into more sophisticated stuff in a moment. Gave them all the sophisticated AI, and now China announces they've got all these AI drones that are autonomous and all these AI weapon systems to direct their aircraft. So what I'm telling you is China has no rules. 20 years ago, they had cows that produced human milk. 20 years ago, they had spiders that produced body armor, spider guts. Okay, they have human-animal hybrids. 30 years ago, they've got giant human tissue farms. You know, you hear, oh, your Achilles is torn. We've got a grown in a lab, a tendon. It's not a frickin' tendon grown in a lab. It's a frickin' deal, humanoid. These aren't humans. The way they get around it is they make them.
Wait a minute. We're saying so many things. Listen, I love you to death, but you say
I bet you
so
$10 million
many different
humanoids
things.
are real.
I believe they are, but you say so many different things without stopping. It's hard
because
for
I'm
people
reporting
to
to the government agency, so they'll listen and investigate. I'm decompartmentalizing.
Okay, but
this will be studied for years.
So what?
No, what I'm telling you is, Joe.
Yes.
Joe, it was in MIT Quarterly 25 years ago that they had human-animal embryos, but they killed them at the embryonic level. You can pull it up.
I believe
They've got humanoids.
I believe this. They've already used CRISPR to enhance children.
With higher intelligence and everything.
Yes.
In China.
Well, it was a side effect, they believe, of making
booster
them
intelligence.
HIV. It was something about HIV, immune to HIV.
Joe.
Yes.
Everything they roll out has already been tested.
Oh, I believe you.
But it has an aim. So let me tell you what's really going on. The globalists want to play God. They have what they call a breakaway civilization. So instead of talking about the breakaway civilization, I want to talk about Sandy Hook, which I get, and I appreciate you letting me cover, and I'm sorry it ever happened. I believed it happened. I'm sorry for people's pain. And then I ask the families, and I asked the lawyers, and I asked them all, stop in my name, saying I'm the wolf at the door, saying go after these families, and stop running around through the news everywhere saying Alex Jones says Sandy Hook didn't happen. Because the media, is the most unpopular thing in the world with 7% approval rating in Gallup. So when they say that I say it's fake, that sends people to Connecticut because people think the media lies. Right. So if they're saying Alex Jones said it didn't happen, it must have not happened, and now they're trying to create a violent event. Not the families, but I think some of the people involved know that if they make a big enough hype about it, they're going to have a big event up there in Connecticut. You understand? And they're going to blame it on me. So I'm saying, no. I believe it happened. Stop saying I said it didn't happen, and stop saying that I'm saying no kids died. Because I want to talk about human-animal hybrids and humanoids. Because, Joe, why is it got to be a humanoid?
Why?
Because if you make it a few percentage points another animal or another creature, it's a gray area. There's no human rights. You have an animal rights movement. You have a human rights movement. There's no alien movement. Right. Aliens are real. They're creating human-animal hybrids that are a new creature never here on Earth. It's alien. So the aliens are already here. AI is alien. The chimeras are alien. Aliens are already here.
So you're saying they're making these human-animal hybrids so they can, harvest tissue from them?
That's just level 1.
What's level 2? What's level 8?
Because I'll tell you, for the best of my knowledge, a lot of people think, it's human harvesting of Falun Gong, or these Buddhists are really healthy. That's big. That's going on because they still have a better non-rejection rate. But with the chimeras, I remember 22 years ago reading a BBC article that was kind of testing the waters. They occasionally test it. And they go, about 15 years ago, the first animal-human chimeras were made in test tubes. They were not brought to term. But some scientists want to implant them in utero in cows because obviously that's a bigger uterus. You can grow up a bigger humanoid and get more tissue. And so then I went, I better go research that. So I went to UT library at that time. You could get some on the internet like 1996. And I went and actually pulled up all these MIT reports. And I took them to my dad and other people who's a doctor. And they go, yeah, that's really crazy. And it was all about how we've got to prepare the public for this because we're going to be able to download their memories and then put it in a new body. This is before Blade Runner. So see, it's not like this is the world's not imitating Blade Runner. Blade Runner is a preparation for what's coming. And they're telling you, more human than human. This is going to be more advanced. This is going to be better. But like everything, like a cell phone or like a vaccine, it's got a Trojan horse. It's got a back door. It's already been tested. It's already been perfected. It's being rolled out. You're not given the real technology. You're not given the real life extension. You're given the crap, Joe. And the Earth is seen as like an egg yolk to give the propulsion power for this new thing that's going to be born. And whether you believe that or not, just like when
the new thing meaning artificial intelligence?
Beyond that. It's a fusion of artificial intelligence and a whole synthesis of new life forms. And so that's the big giant race when Elon Musk came in and told you, because he goes to these billionaire functions and he has a conscience, so he's freaked out. And they go to these billionaire functions. I don't just know this. I've talked to people, and I was in Wired magazine 20-something years ago, Why the Future Doesn't Need Us, Bill Joy, a billionaire, co-owner of Sun Microsystems. He goes to a billionaire meeting with 200 guys, and the consensus was, we're not going to let people play video games and party all day. We're going to set up a world government. We're going to slowly titrate the dose and poison the public, dumb them down, put electromagnetic radiation out with 5G that scrambles their DNA, lowers their IQ. We're going to cause mass mental illness and a controlled societal collapse that'll then be organized and controlled in the mop-up crew by robots, controlled by the globalist programmers who believe with the off-world entities they're in communication with that they're going to be given the operation to upload and be in that larger kind of Borg cube system.
Okay,
if they sell the country out.
You got to hit the brakes because we take this back to it. I'm so baffled. What's the matter?
I Googled one of these things.
MIT Technology Review estimates that about 20 pregnancies of pig-human or sheep-human chimeras have been established during the last 12 months in the U.S.
Total whitewash.
Listen,
2016.
I 100% believe it. Look, I think that
this was going on in 1985.
I'm sure.
They tried to recruit my dad to a DARPA program.
I believe that.
In college, and then when he was a dentist.
I believe that. I believe that they will take all sorts of liberties in gray areas when it comes to scientific research. I definitely believe that.
Did you ever see Trinity and Beyond with William Shatner? I know you know.
But let's start slow because you go over so many different things.
Hydrogen bombs trying to ignite the atmosphere in the 1960s.
Oh, no, I know
the U.S. Air Force tried to destroy the atmosphere in 1968.
Yes. Operation Starfish Prime. They actually detonated a nuclear bomb.
Psychotic.
They detonated a nuclear bomb in the upper ionosphere.
Trying to blow up the radiation bomb.
Yes, they've done a lot of goofy shit.
But see, that's the thing. That's why I got mad at you, and I love you, and you're a smart guy and everything. Is I know you know.
Listen, you got mad at me because we didn't communicate.
You know all this stuff I know. You're even better at saying it. And then you sit there because you can't handle it, and you sit there and you dole it out.
It's not that I can't handle it. There's two factors. One, I don't have any time. I don't have enough time to go into it as much as you do.
You asked why I flipped out and got mad at you? That's it right there. Every time I bring up a fucking subject, you know all about it.
I don't know all about this.
You fucking know all about this shit.
I don't know all about
Bullshit. You're a smart guy.
Listen, I don't know about this human hybrid chimera shit.
Joe just is a pot. Bullshit. You know exactly what you're. I don't think you're a bad guy. You're trying to survive for you and your family and do good.
Okay, but
my family, your family, none of us are going to make it. There's a post-human era coming. The breakaway civilization. The deal's been made. It's not. Okay. It's not in the third dimension. They've made frickin' deals with interdimensional aliens.
Okay.
And notice the media never attacks you for that because that's the truth.
Maybe this is true. I do not know this. And
we'll get into it.
Okay, I do not know this. And even these human-pig hybrids, Jamie just pulled this up. I believe it's true.
I mean, I'm worried about human-pig hybrids. I'm sorry the Sandy Hook kids died. My identity is not that.
I get it.
They admit 5G in all the studies, LA Times, causes massive mutation and cancer.
Wait a minute.
And literally rattles your DNA apart. All of our kids are under attack.
You mean 5G?
And I'm mad at Trump for allowing 5G to come in.
This is the new internet
You know why they won't let China put in WAPO? You know
What's
5G
WAPO?
in major... That's the big Chinese 5G.
You are on fire today.
No, the big 5G.
You're on fire.
No, Joe, the 5G.
You're on fire.
Okay.
5G
remember how I told you there was a BBC article in 96 about human-animal hybrids with pigs and cows?
Yes.
So you got to make you part cow so the cow keeps you and doesn't reject it. Or part pig.
Okay,
but let me expand. And you know about pigs and rats were most closely related to us, not even chimpanzees. That's why a lot of the organs don't get rejected.
Okay.
You know about that.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Pigs are very close to humans. They even use pig organs and people.
Exactly. As usual, you know everything. So, no, it's true. I mean, you in a general knowledge, you know everything I know.
No, I don't. Listen,
Let me tell you,
Alex.
Joe, this is literally, we know what they're doing. So just like they say, oh yeah, we had human-animal hybrids. This is like freaking 39 years ago now. 23 years ago, I'm reading in the BBC about it and go confirm it's happening. Okay? And they're just floating it. There was an article in 1999 in the Baltimore Sun. And I interviewed Nick Begich. You read Nick Begich? Dr. Nick Begich?
No.
Oh my God, he'd blow you away.
Who is he?
His dad was a U.S. congressman that got killed. His brother, U.S. senator. Should have him on the show. They're the guys that got all the money given to the Native Americans.
Can you spell his last name?
Begich. He's a good friend of mine.
Can I get him on?
Absolutely, we'll fly right now. Anyways, the point is,
so what does he do?
he was telling me all these years ago. He goes, Alex, it isn't chemicals in the food and water. That's child's
Spell his
play.
last name again?
Begich. I can only write it.
Jamie?
It's electrochemical.
Okay.
It's electrochemical. But I'm reading in the Baltimore Sun, after I just had him on and thought he was crazy, he's giving me all these patents for mind control using wavelengths and microwaves. And I'm sitting there looking at it, and I'm reading it, and I'm seeing it. And the Baltimore Sun says, the CIA is testing on cell towers wavelengths to calm the public during crises. I just had Begich on with patents talking about that. What Begich explains is it's not that the microwaves have somehow interfaced with the brain. We already interface with the space winds and all these other magnetic fields and everything else. So they're all just testing this stuff. And so everything they deploy, they've got all these other technologies. My dad was at UT in '65 when he was in high school. They already had CD-ROMs, computers, everything. But they had a nuclear reactor underneath the building. And he wasn't supposed to tell them. And oh, absolutely. And that's what I'm telling you. It's a breakaway civilization, dude. We don't know what they've got. We don't know. We don't know who they're. We don't know the whole thing. That's what I'm telling you is this is hiding in plain view. And that's why it's so crazy. Imagine if you knew all this, you're trying to tell people, and they go, oh, God, he's doing that. Find one thing he did that sounds mean and make that his whole world. So that's what I'm telling you is it's been in the newspaper that the cell towers are being used for mind control. That sounds like a schizophrenic. So see, here's what a schizophrenic is.
I want to see that. How do they use the cell towers?
Pull it up probably. Look, here's the thing. Listen, here's the deal. Right here. You've got a total schizophrenic that thinks the sun is following him around town and thinks their dog is watching him and works for the aliens. That's not happening. You've got someone over here that believes everything they see on Fox News.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, questioning's good. Science is good trying to figure out what's real.
Yes.
And all of us get freaked out in the nature of the world. No one knows what the universe is. We don't have all the answers. So people can't handle that bigness. They can't handle that question, especially low IQ. So they have to differentiate and create a model that allows them to put it in boxes so they can make it make sense because they can't handle it. It's like they say even top astronauts spacewalk for the first time and they're out in the universe and the whole planet's under them. And what are they going to do? It's mind-blowing. Well, imagine once you realize we don't know everything. We don't understand and it's endless and there's all this crazy crap. People go nuts. And as humans learn more and more, as we become more advanced and go through this metamorphosis, it's going to create a giant societal crisis where most of the people are already going to get killed. The globalists understand that in the birth of this planet, this new species. And so they've decided to take control, make it scientific, stun everyone and dumb them down so they can scientifically try to orderly carry this operation out. But then I go, wait a minute, you're detonating over 100 hydrogen bombs in the upper atmosphere to see if you could ignite the atmosphere and destroy the Earth.
Yeah, but that was in the 60s.
I know, but what I'm telling you is the same professors train people.
Right, but those people are dead. The people that detonated those hydrogen bombs in the 60s, they're dead now. We're not dealing with the same human beings. I'm with you on most...
I think people in a lot of ways are more immoral now.
I think I agree with you in some ways that everything evolves and things get better. This is one of my arguments about Operation Northwoods, that if they were able to push Operation Northwoods and get it signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff in 1962, was it 62?
Yes.
If they were able to do that, and no one went to jail, and no one got arrested for proposing that they were going to arm Cuban friendlies and have them bomb Guantanamo Bay and blow up a Cuban jetliner.
And shoot people in movie theaters.
Right, yes.
And schools.
Yes, that things evolve. Things evolve. And if unchecked, and obviously that was unchecked, no one went to jail for that. No one got in trouble for that.
Did you know even PBS covered it? Like, I never even knew this.
Here, let's read this one here. The significance of the research, he explained, is that although the cell phone power is low, electromagnetic radiation can nevertheless have an effect on mental behavior when transmitting at the proper frequency. What is this article, Jamie?
Scientific American.
In Scientific American, it's titled "Mind Control by Cell Phone."
So it really does have an effect.
They did a whole study
but
on
let's
it.
go further. It doesn't.
Yeah.
So there is. So would you think that they're making this?
No,
5G
they declassified last year a 37-page CIA manual from the 1970s where they were putting up cell towers that look like trees, already testing it in neighborhoods.
Okay, they do that now, right?
So you're saying the cell phone tracks you and watches you and controls you and surveils you, and you think that it's one way. But beyond that, it's a microwave relay system that can manipulate. And then the towers are even more powerful. So this is a device given to us by the gods, okay, given to us by the technology that the breakaway government, NASA, has developed that you don't just think they made up themselves, right?
What do you mean? Who do you think made it up?
Well, when you're ready to get to it, I want listeners to understand something. And notice the media is not going to cover this.
The media's not?
Well, no, they'll cover that was on the show. They're not going to cover this.
The media, okay.
Because this is not my opinion. This is the real research that I have heard, that I have talked to Army generals, commanding generals, major generals, generals, CIA, everybody. And they're all 100%. And I thought it was a psyop before, and then I've researched it. I've talked to hundreds of people now, not on air, but I'm going to make a film on this, who've taken ayahuasca and DMT. I've not taken it, and for obvious reasons. And it's unbelievable because, I mean, they 100% in San Francisco is the main project site, literally have an alien base, and they are literally communicating, and they've got like astronaut level people taking super hardcore levels of drugs and going into meetings with these things and making intergalactic deals. And again, that's what the government believes and says they're doing.
When you say the government, that's a broad stroke. You're painting you're using a broad brush. Like, what do you mean by the government?
Breakaway rogue intelligence agencies.
Okay, so what you're saying is essentially that they're using psychedelic drugs to communicate with interdimensional beings. All right.
Yeah, spirit guides.
Okay, everyone who's done a high dose of psychedelic drugs has had this experience. So everyone who's listening to you right now who's done DMT or done 5 grams of psilocybin, they know that this is you have some kind of communication with something else. The question is that something else inside your psyche, or is that something else a chemical doorway? Question. Is there a chemical doorway inside the mind that opens up? And the belief is that when you die, and this is what the afterlife is, that when you die, your brain produces these chemicals. These chemicals open up this doorway, and this is the portal to the next dimension. So you're saying that the government is aware of this, and they must be aware of this. They've heard enough people talk about it. They must have done experiments on it.
What do scientists do? They want to know the secrets of the universe.
For sure. And people that have the courage to experiment with these things and try them themselves realize that this is such a profound experience that it's so alien that if an alien landed right now in our parking lot and a little gray man with big black eyes got out, it would be nothing compared to what I've seen on psychedelic trips.
Well, let me just tell you, me getting into this, Joe, is just because so people need to understand that I've known about this for a long time. And I just don't think people are ready for it. But a lot of folks who have low oxygen and who have
9-volt brains.
Well, who have sleep apnea, big necks, big heads, tongues go big.
Like you and me.
You go down to 62% oxygen. That's another time that the brain releases DMT. So my whole life, since I was about, my first memories were every night was a DMT trip. So I basically, I don't want this to sound arrogant, it's not. I've seen everything.
Well, I believe that when you're dreaming, it's most likely the same chemicals that are being released.
Well, a key point, when you go into the REM sleep, it opens the gate, which scientists have proven your brain is working in the 4th, 5th, 6th dimension. And if you can work into those dimensions, you can see beyond it. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. I know you already know all this, Joe. for your audience, here's what's happening. I'm not saying you're bad. I never said you were in the CIA. I say the CIA is on record with Timothy Leary and everybody promoting hallucinogens in the 60s. They admitted that it was a plan to try to see what it would do in the public to make them more suggestible. But there's a larger program, and then they kind of backed off because it kind of got out of control and actually created some people that were actually fighting them. So it didn't have the effect they wanted. So then they moved on to the ayahuasca and the DMT that they promoted, which good, strong people that have a compass don't have problems with, but weak-minded, stupid people and others. Here's an example. This guy's smart. Eric Mancal Muller, syndicated radio host. I've known him like 15 years.
You just lost me.
Well, I'm going to tell you the story.
You said he's smart.
He's a nice guy.
No, I'm just kidding.
He's a smart guy. Don't be mean.
I've been on his show before.
He likes you.
I like him too. I'm just fucking around.
Everybody's on this quest. Mm-hmm. And I told you I've talked to like 100 people. I've talked to more. There's a lot of people are going and doing these DMT and ayahuasca trips outside Austin. They're doing them all over the place.
Yes.
And I'm on his show, and he's telling me the same story everybody tells me about being in Peru or being, in Costa Rica. He went and did 2 trips down there. And he said, we're sitting there and we take the ayahuasca, and then all these basically aliens come out of the woods, and we're all seeing the same aliens. We're all hearing the same thing. And it's like 43 of us or whatever seeing it. And he goes, but it was the drug's effect on our brains. No. A drug, everyone sees something different. When you open a gate, and now, interdimensionally, your brain's already filtering out most stuff because you can't handle it. Your eyes are already seeing it, kind of like a cat when it's like seeing something, or a dog.
Well, when they first identified, there's certain components to ayahuasca, and one of them is harmine. And when they first identified it, they tried to call it telepathine.
Yes.
The reason why they called it telepathine is because when they were taking ayahuasca, they were having these group experiences that were undeniable. They were experiencing like very vividly the same things. And
so the government's obviously obsessed with this and isn't worried about.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. That term, the government. Are you talking about the post office?
No. I'm not talking about police officers down the street.
You're talking about the firemen?
Or the fire department.
Right.
I'm talking about the real ruling technotronic.
Right, but who are these people? But I think the government is a shitty term.
I know who they are.
Okay, but that term, the problem with that term is it lumps you into like, that Mel Gibson movie, Conspiracy Theory, where a wacky dude was driving a cab and believed in fucking tinfoil hat type shit?
Because he'd been tortured.
Yes, exactly.
He'd been compartmentalized.
Yes, but that kind of stuff, when you say the government is doing it, like who is doing this? Who's working on these experiments? Well, you don't have to say names.
No, Joe, here's the thing.
Is it the
obviously
okay, maybe you want to say the government because it paints a broad brush.
I'll tell you. No, you're right. It's dumb to say the government, and the big question is who runs things. That's a smart question.
That's the thing is they. When everybody says they don't want you to know. Do you remember that fucking guy who was ripping people off like weight loss secrets that they don't want you to know?
Kevin
Trudeau, and they put him in jail for that. He's in jail right now because he won't give up the money because he's got a pile of cash somewhere, and he said he would do that. I think they said they would give him
Kevin Trudeau,
time
I think,
off.
is a con man. I've met him a few times. Very manipulative, but I think he has a right to say healthcare cures or natural cures they don't want you to know about.
There are some. But the point is they don't. Look, I have some love in my heart for Kevin Trudeau because he started the international pool tour. He was putting a lot of money into professional pool.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the deal. The OxyContin company, the documents came out, said we're going to totally addict people, and then we're going to sell them drugs to get off of it.
Yes,
that's pure freaking evil. Yes. So lock pure their evil. Ass up, and then we'll get to Kevin Trudeau later.
I agree with you.
And I'm not even defending Kevin Trudeau because I met with Kevin Trudeau a few times. I know all about him, and it was like he was 100% about him and a one-way freaking street.
Well, I didn't get that experience with him. With me and him just talked about pool. I was doing some stuff with him when he was first starting the pool tour. I came to a couple of his events. But this thing, is like...
You always have a good way of asking questions. Instead of saying who runs it all,
right.
You wait till I do the cliche, the government, and then you correct me. And you're 100%
right. What I'm doing is playing devil's advocate, and I'm also looking at it from the perspective of people.
Well, actually, 5 hours. I still Eddie's coming. Let's do another hour and get Eddie in here.
Okay.
Listen, Joe.
You want Eddie to come at 2?
No, not yet.
Do you want him to come at 2 instead of 1:30?
Yeah, whenever you want.
I'm going to text him right now.
Anyways, let me try to be clear, Joe.
I'm having a good time with you. I just want you to know
Let me
this.
try to be clear. I can't say all of this on air.
Okay, and I'm going to leave it at that. But I'm on record 20 years ago, before anybody else was talking about the clockwork elves and how the globalists think they're in touch with these entities and things, only because, and I don't want to get, I'm not in the CIA.
The CIA is bigger than Coca-Cola. It's like bigger than Walmart. I've never been in an intelligence agency. I've never been a part of any of this stuff. But I had family that was in advanced DARPA research projects that I don't know all the details about. And when I was a kid, my dad told me about some of it, not knowing I'd be a talk show host later. But like when the deputy director of the CIA needed to have a tooth pulled, he came to my dad. Okay. So my dad was like the doctor to, these guys. And I remember sitting around the kitchen table when I'm like 7. He's like, Carol, I can't tell you all about it, but it's a classified program in Maryland in an underground base. And they won't give me all the details, but it's double the money I'm making now. This is for national security. But I think it's basically, we're building cyborgs, and we've got special forces that have volunteered so we can infiltrate the Russians and get codes and systems in. I believe it's implanting messages in their teeth, and I also think, as I do implants, I think it's a brain surgery program for microchips. And so I'm hearing, and my Carol's like, David, I'm sick of these people, and you've already done so much for this government, and look what they've already done to you, and my brother, you're not going to be, I want you out of this. So this is like, 7, 8 years old, you're not hearing about the cyborgs, okay?
Okay.
So that's the kind of stuff that I grew up seeing. And, let's go get your uncle. He's coming off a C-130, Army thing, an Army uniform from Guatemala. There's like armed guys with machine guns. I mean, I don't know, okay? And I don't need to know, okay? The point is that's what I grew up, the type of stuff I saw. And my dad never told me about all this stuff when I was older till it was like 12 years ago, and I was finishing Endgame Blueprint for Global Enslavement. That's free, still online. And it's all about the world government and how the cell phone's watching you, and everything's proven in it. It didn't come true. It was already true. And the plan for one world government and don't have kids and all that, and attack on the family. And we were going to go to a ballet recital for like my, 3-year-old daughter. She's like 14 now or whatever. And they sit down for like an hour and watch the end of the film. It's a 3-hour film. And my mom goes, David, that's not true. He goes, yes, it's all true. When I was in, junior in high school, they recruited me into the program there, and they brought us in. They said the Nazis were wrong because they were only targeting certain groups. We're going to target everybody, and it's a planetary breakaway and world government and blah, blah, blah. There's a nuclear reactor under UT and all this other stuff, which later I went and researched is actually true. It's not even hidden. But the point is, it's not that my dad was even that special. My dad was like, scored like the 6th smartest in Texas. And they had a group of less than 10 kids, and they brought them in as juniors in high school and said, we're going to do all this. Like they recruited them because they all wanted to be in NASA. That's why I'm wearing the NASA shirt. So when Eddie gets in here, because Eddie's right, NASA's a big secret group. It's the other side of the breakaway government. There's the CIA breakaway government in 1947, and there's Kennedy setting up NASA in 1961. So they're two different competing breakaway governments, and those are the real governments in the U.S.
When you say by breakaway governments, what do you mean?
Breakaway governments, breakaway civilizations. It's the real groups that are like the cult. You say, who are they? They're scientist cults who are based on your psychic ability and on your IQ, and then on your commitment to the program. And so the program starts with, will you go inject black people with syphilis for a greater cause? Or will you do research programs on babies where we tell poor women that, your baby died right when they were born, but really go keep the baby alive and sometimes kill them, sometimes harvest them, sometimes do experiments on them. So that's why a lot of nurses have noticed now that the babies disappear at birth. And they tell them, your baby died. That's why the governor said, who's actually an organ harvesting doctor, he goes, we keep the babies alive after they're born and have a discussion. They are getting caught now because we've decompartmentalized.
Wait a minute. I'm confused what you're saying.
See how it just never ends.
Yeah. What are you saying about babies? Like, what are they doing with babies?
You saw the governor of Virginia say, we keep babies alive after they're born and kill them, right?
Well, I didn't see that.
We keep them comfortable.
But I am very, very concerned with late-term abortions.
Well, this is post-birth, Joe. So understand,
post-birth.
How much money do you think they get for a 7.5-pound baby they can keep alive for 2 weeks? And mama doesn't know.
So
if they can register the organs and get bidders,
but wait a minute,
then they can make $500,000.
Wait a minute, you're saying that the
baby they kill on the spot only gets $50,000.
What are you saying? That they take the baby from the mother and the mother doesn't know that the baby's alive?
Yeah, you know how they engineer tomatoes to last on the shelf?
Yes.
You can pull all this up. California's passed it. Virginia's about to pass it. New York's trying to pass it. California's trying to pass it. 3 other states are trying to pass it to keep babies alive and allow. Notice the governor goes, we don't want, it's a 3-minute clip, pull it up. We don't want the government involved. The doctors and the mother who's drugged up, you didn't say that, are going to decide about the future. And maybe she keep baby alive a week. Maybe she decided to get rid of baby.
Wait a minute. Is this a viable baby? There's nothing wrong with this baby?
Viable? The Senate voted 3 days ago on Monday to not pass a bill for post-birth abortion, to not kill.
Wait. Post-birth?
It says viable babies already born can be killed if the bioethics board. I bet you 10 million.
Please pull that up, Jamie. We got to figure.
Because I know the listeners won't believe me. That's what I'm telling you. Wait, you go crazy.
Finding posts about this, but it says that it's been taken out of context. So
what is that? Media Matters?
No,
What did he say?
Or Snopes?
Huffington Post says that. Snopes says it's mostly false.
Huffington Post.
Snopes said.
Snopes
Hey, why don't you do this, Jamie?
What source
Jamie, go to the source of the governor. Go to YouTube and type in Governor of Virginia talks about post-birth abortion and watch the unedited 3-minute video.
How do you call it abortion if it's already been born?
Well, that's what Trump said. He said a month ago when this first broke, he said, and see, the left is so compartmentalized. I'm not saying you're the left, but mainstream media, whatever. We're so censored now. They're making their move right now.
Who's they?
The globalist technocracy, the mad scientists, the guys that want to learn the secrets of the universe, probably already have them.
So what you're saying is a lot of this censorship. A lot of this is about.
Give 1 million. I don't have 10 million. I will give before God and country to Jamie's. I'm not kidding.
What do I get?
I will give $1 million to your charity of choice. No, listen to me. This is serious, Jamie. You need to come out for the children. I will give you $1 million if you can prove that I'm making up that the governor said we keep babies alive after they're born, we keep them comfortable. And then it turns out he's an organ harvesting thing, and that's what they're doing. So they keep babies alive. Don't go to Snopes. Go to the governor. Go to the governor of Virginia. And that's why they went ahead and burned him for the blackface, what they were using to blackmail him. They already had that on him.
That's the same guy?
Yeah, same guy. As soon as he said,
Really?
as soon as Trump, and we all covered it, as soon as he tweeted, he said, yes, we're getting rid of babies after they're already born.
You don't want none of that.
No.
You already figured out what George Soros is putting in it, right?
No, I mean, I oversimplified that in the media. Took that out of context.
I know.
I said they've weaponized marijuana into an hallucinogen category, so it causes more schizophrenia.
I think it does.
I said that 2 years ago in court. I agree with you.
I think it does. I think it does with certain people.
I've had a lot of friends who are already susceptible.
Yes.
And the weed's so strong that they start thinking that I'm wearing swastika shoes.
No, listen, I agree with you on that. I mean, I think I've simplified
strong alpha types needed to not have a heart attack.
Well, I don't know if I needed to not have a heart attack.
Remember when you wanted me to smoke pot with you in that bathroom shooting a video like as a joke like 20 years ago?
Yeah.
And I said it makes me paranoid.
Yeah, that was funny.
Joe, the only time I feel fear.
Remember we were wearing fucking George Bush and George Bush Senior mask dancing around the Capitol? It was fun times,
Belly
man.
the Beast.
You're Belly the Beast. And with the song that you wrote, you wrote that fucking song about it?
Jamie, this isn't a joke. I will give $1 million.
Okay, you don't have to give any money, but I believe you. I just want listen.
No, but I have skin in the game. I can pull it up on my phone.
I believe you. I mean, he's going to find it. We'll listen to it. You don't have to. We're listening to you. And
then he uses these arguments. He goes, well, sometimes the baby is deformed. No, they want the organs. And so you saw the Planned Parenthood videos out of Texas and California 2 years ago that Project Veritas and others got, where they're saying, I'm getting a yellow Ferrari. Man, I'm making hundreds of thousands off each baby week with partial birth. They keep the baby alive. They take it in the back. And then they have a van pull up that takes it to a Chinese government-run facility in the U.S., and they got the sucker.
Let's listen to this.
Is this the video where he says it?
After birth abort. Is this it, Jamie?
I hope.
Is this it, Alex?
Yeah.
Okay.
Committee hearing yesterday when Fairfax County Delegate Kathy Tran made her case for lifting restrictions on third trimester abortions as well as other restrictions now in place. And she was pressed by a Republican delegate about whether her bill would permit an abortion even as a woman is essentially dilating, ready to give birth. And she answered that it would permit an abortion at that stage of labor. Do you support her measure and explain her answer?
Yeah, and I wasn't there, Julie, and I certainly can't speak for Delegate Tran, but I would tell you first thing I would say, this is why decisions such as this should be made by providers, physicians, and the mothers and fathers that are involved.
Jamie, I didn't mean to interrupt. Start over. Back it up 10 seconds. Notice he's usurping law. And their whole plan is bioethics. I'll explain in a minute.
But let's let him talk. It's only 2 minutes.
Mothers and fathers that are involved. There are, when we talk about third trimester abortions, these are done with the consent of obviously the mother, with the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way. And it's done in cases where there may be severe deformities, there may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother. So I think this was really blown out of proportion. But again, we want the government not to be involved in these types of decisions. We want the decision to be made by the mothers and their providers. And this is why, Julie, that legislators, most of whom are men, by the way, shouldn't be telling a woman what she should and shouldn't be doing with her body.
And do you think multiple physicians should have to weigh in, as is currently required? She's trying to lift that requirement.
Well, I think it's always good to get a second opinion, and for at least two providers to be involved in that decision, because these decisions shouldn't be taken lightly. And so, I would certainly support more than one provider.
All right, let's go back to the phone.
Wow, that's a weird thing that she just kind of let him say.
Would you like to the rest of the story?
But hold on a second. What's weird is that they were talking about resuscitating the baby, that they would keep the baby alive, then a decision would be made. Isn't that's like euthanasia? Like you can't even do that to your Grammy.
That's why you're so smart, John. I'm not kissing your ass.
But you can't do that to your Grammy, right? Your Grammy's like 80 years old. You can't just kill her.
Well, remember Newsweek? Remember the Newsweek cover, the case for killing Granny? They say that, so let me explain. Now you've got it. Did you hear that, legalese? Turns out, when I saw that clip a month ago, because they had them doing debate about the bill.
Right.
And they said, yeah, we'll kill babies after they're born. And they're debating, well, how far along? Well, whatever the doctors say. But it's jurisprudence. There's law. You can't do that. So this is saying, the government not involved. This is the medical system usurping. If they can kill a baby after it's born, because sometimes they deformed. Sometimes they deformed. Here's the key. Notice he said, we resuscitate. They don't consider you alive till the bioethics board says that you're a viable human. And under the bioethics in Europe and under the UN now, which is all Nazi. By the way, the EU was set up by the Nazis. Volkswagen, I'm not against Volkswagen itself, but that was literally drawn, the first Volkswagen by Hitler. Audi, the Olympic symbol. I mean, Hitler was a really bad dude, but he literally, so much of our world's governed by him. NASA, everything. They had a system where they first killed babies they thought were deformed. That was 1934. And the final solution happened like 6-7 years later. And so he's saying, because they've got a big problem. They've got undercover videos. They're keeping babies alive. You want to pull those up? I'm not BSing. There's dozens. So they've got to start getting it going now with governor, physicians, and people to go, because the nurses are freaking out. Mm-hmm. And they're saying, we're keeping babies alive, and they get put in a van and drive away. What's going on? They're like, well, we didn't keep them comfortable. So the baby's worth $500,000.
Who's paying that?
In the chain of delivery, just on time delivery. Each organ's worth a lot of money. And so, but if you kill them right on the spot, they're like, why are we wasting this 7 pounds of meat? So see, if they can keep them alive, and now they've built these new wings. They've built new wings. I can pull it. They have wings where they go, we consider the baby dead. The mother decided it didn't live. If she decides we resuscitate and it lives, but it didn't resuscitate, its flesh, it's a legalese. It's passed into a special ward with doctors that make a few million a year. And the little flesh ball is kept alive and comfortable until all the orders come in, the planes land, and they take the organs, then they take the blood, and they take the skin, Joe. You see how it works? Now you're
freaking me out with his voice.
No, but see, it's a Southern loving voice.
Oh.
You see, my dad knew organ harvesters in Dallas, and he said, don't sign your organ donor card. They've got corrupt hospitals where if you're totally viable, they take your organs.
Oh, Jesus
And
Christ.
then I said, Dad, you're crazy, but I didn't sign the organ donor card. And then my dad owned a hospital, too, in Dallas. Then when I was a decade later at my grandparents' house before my grandpa died, watching 60 Minutes, and it was Dallas, Texas, and Chicago caught killing people that were viable to take their organs. Tonight, the 60 Minutes expose. And it was the freaking hospital my dad told me about.
Jesus Christ.
So, Joe, that's what I'm telling you is, were you at the kitchen table when you were 8 hearing about cyborgs? See,
No.
That's why I know about this. My dad never got fully into it. He decided to get out of it. And he decided to get out of it. He decided.
You're legitimately freaking me the fuck out.
Joe, I will let you.
You know, the problem is some of it makes sense because people figure out a way to rationalize a lot of things. And if you see a guy who's mangled in a car accident, but he's still alive, and you know you could
his
sell the
back's
organs.
broken. He can save 5 lives.
Yeah.
Make him comfortable.
Yeah. I mean,
Joe,
but the thing is, how many people would have to be involved for that to be real?
Joe, I can show you. Let's not exaggerate. 15 videos of Planned Parenthood workers laughing, saying, I made $1 million last year. It's incredible. If we can just keep them alive longer, we'll get 10 times the money. We're only getting $50,000 per baby because we got to kill them before they leave the building. The mother doesn't know. They talk her into it. Oh, ma'am, you're 3 months pregnant. Oh, the baby might have a problem, might have a heart murmur. Oh, the ultrasound. Oh, yeah. And then they get you understand, you're going to get this is truth.
Yeah.
They then keep it alive, but only a few hours. And they got to get planes coming in and vans, and they don't get the full price because they can't put it on the auctions. They've got digital corporate auctions. Look this up for organs.
Let me bring something up to you. I had this guy on yesterday. This guy who wrote this book, El Narco. His name was Joan Grillo, and he's an investigative journalist who lives in Mexico, and he studies the cartels.
They sell organs.
And but this is one of the things he was saying was that they get these people used to killing, and they were getting these kids and having these kids kill at a young age and dismember people, and they were doing it to get the fear out of their body. So this one guy who they had a nickname for him, Tyson. He was a cop, but he was also in charge of hiring these little kids and training these little kids to be assassins, and he would teach them how to dismember people. Mm-hmm. And he was going into it and all the things they did and all the beheadings that they did. And he was saying that they try to that in certain groups of people, when they have this organization, they try to get them used to horrific acts.
Well, it's called the cement of blood. And that's a Heinrich Himmler term, head of the SS, is that the SS, Hitler had about 7-8 years before he launched the war. So he got like 12-year-olds ready for war, and they would get them like having fun and swimming and working out and boxing. And then they would, like when they're like 15, give them a super hot hooker and then give them drugs. It's LSD didn't get discovered in Switzerland. Hitler was putting them all on it, DMT, everything. And they would then have these religious experiences and say, you're invincible, you're Superman. This has all been declassified, but it's in more esoteric writings. And so they would get them all wound up, and then to graduate as an SS officer after you'd had a dog like 5 years, you had to strangle your German Shepherd.
Yeah, that was my friend Ari. His dad was in the Israeli Special Forces, one branch. Would you remember what branch it was? One branch of the Israeli military, and they had to kill a kitten. They had to raise a kitten and
like look, Jews are just like anybody else. There's good people, there's bad people. But yeah, Israel, because they got so screwed over by the Nazis, in a lot of sickening ways, has kind of copied a lot of it. And by the way, the Palestinians are trying to kill them, blow them up. My point is that the Nazis got evil down so much that, like, we brought 34,000 in to run NASA, to run the universities.
Operation Paperclip.
Everybody wanted Nazis. They were like winning the lottery.
Yeah.
Because they were all robots and would do whatever they were told.
Well, Werner von Braun was absolutely, yeah.
He's head of Space Center. So, yeah.
And he was a Nazi.
So what would happen was, first they gave him sex, they gave him power, they would really pressure him, to go through things. And then they would basically, just condition them to do whatever they were told. And they called it the cement of blood because then it's just like satanic cults say, kill your dog. I mean, I remember when I was growing up in Rockwell, Texas, I ran into like a satanic cult. I was like, God, this girl's a senior in high school. She's super hot. I'm in ninth grade, and like she's picking me up in her Mercedes, and I'm taking me some mansion. And the sex with her is incredible. And then I'm walking out of the house. because I looked like I was about 16 when I was 13. And the dad goes, "You like screwing my daughter?" "Yeah, I screw her too."
Whoa.
And just as soon as you join us, you love Lucifer, you get all the hell you want, boy, because we want you. But
What? Really?
oh yeah, but yeah, man, I've had an incredible life. Look also what I do now. But the point is that hell, you're in LA, you know about all this. But the point is
I don't know about all that.
The point is that then the Satanists, because I never really got into Satanists, and I said, well, what do you want? Because I don't want to be. They go, "Well, we want you to kill your dog."
Whoa.
And so the point is that now, all these years later, kill a loving thing that serves you, cares about you, is interface. Dogs are very psychic. They're psychic buffers. Dogs are able to interface with you. And they want you to take something that's ready to die for you, and they want you to kill that. That's like killing a child. A dog is very similar to a child. Yeah. Very spiritual, very holy, very good. A dog will take on its master's aura, and it can be evil, but Joe, I'm just totally spilling my guts here because people need to know about all this, and this is what's going on, and this is what's happening. And so they want the cement of blood is they get people in a group, and they get them to do horrible, evil things during peer pressure, and then they create this synthesis. And you have to know the darker elements of the criminal networks that are inside our government are actually running Mexico as a laboratory test. Because they know Native Americans are gung ho, and they're tough, and they're ready to fight. And I'm part Native American, only like 6% Comanche, and Texas, and just that little bit makes me wild. Yeah. And so they can get them because they're powerful, they're smart, they're neat, they're cool, but genetically they go into groupthink really, really fast. And so Native Americans you can mind control really fast.
Why is that?
Well, it's like Vietnam. I mean, the Bering Land Strait, and basically they test the genetics of Mesoamericans. It's basically Chinese or Han, because there was always some whites and Vikings even 10,000 years ago going in the area. Nobody in fights like in Korea fighting the Chinese. That's who we're really fighting there, or Vietnam. Do you think freaking? I mean, they're conscious and real people, but when they get into a fight, they all sync up and are robots and have no fear. I mean, you're talking about psychotic killers you're fighting. And so Asians are about the most fearless killers there are.
Like the Mongols, like the history
any of
them.
If you get, once Asians go to war, it's like they do not. In fact, they're not even crazed going wild in a battle. They're like robots coming to kill you. And so,
what do you think that's from? Do you think that's from their heritage of war, that they have a long, like if you think about Japan has a long history of being a noble warrior culture with the samurais and all the martial arts.
But you say, is it from the nobility? It's the genetics.
Right, but
the genetics is what creates the, it's like 500 of you loading planes and go kill yourselves.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I agree with you. What I'm saying is, think about a place like Japan where so much martial arts came from. Kendo, sword fighting. Karate, a bunch of different branches of karate, judo, jiu-jitsu. Japan. All that stuff came from Japan. I mean, that is a group of people that were obsessed with combat. I mean, they figured out
the
combat.
ruling class was.
Well, not just that, the soldiers and even the civilians.
No, I agree. But the ruling class was the samurai, the shoguns.
The ruling class was the shoguns, right? And when you think about what a small place Japan is, and how stunning it is that so much innovation, especially in terms of my line of work, martial arts.
I don't get into bell curves because you've got black people that are as smart as any white person, and then you've got black people that are way better at sports or whatever. I mean, there are genetic differences. And then you've got the head of former, Cold Springs Harbor, Watson, comes out and says blacks aren't human, all that BS. That's just the racist crap that's in the government. But it's true that some groups of Northern Europeans, and then the Japanese, on average, per capita, have the highest IQ. And so they're Japanese, and then there are some Northern Europeans that have the highest IQs. But then you can get into, say, Jews have very high IQs on average.
European Jews have an extraordinary high number
also have
of
a social
Nobel Prize
skill.
Winners. And,
it's a bunch of – so there's not just one type of intelligence.
Yeah. For sure, yeah. Well, there's tests that you can run in terms of mathematics, but there's no real tests you can run in terms of social intelligence.
Real test is psychic connectivity, and they've proven the DNA is a transceiver. And so my skill is, that's why I'm usually kind of like almost autistic, is I'm just being constantly, like everything's going on. But then if I actually focus in, I can figure out the exact enemy operation. That's why they're really pissed. People that are Jewish, that are German, that are Chinese, that are Japanese, that are Italian, that are Mexican, people that either through fear or whatever get into dark side, light side, get into don't give people the knowledge, control the people, dumb them down, dominate them because they're only rocket fuel for you to go to the next level.
You know what's interesting about this? Not that you're right or wrong. What's interesting is how many people resist the idea that it's possible for someone to try to control everybody. And if you just go back in history, just, go back to World War II and how Hitler controlled Germany. And
that's it. They tell you no one's trying to control you. But that's all that's going on.
But that one is a particularly fantastic one because it was a culture that came out of a bad time, right? They had out of World War I. And
Versailles Treaty.
And this guy offered them pride in being German. He offered them this idea of a master race. Like the master race is a crazy idea. But
if you look at the black Israelites, or you look at La Raza or Mecha, or you look at some of the right-wing Jewish groups, the Chinese, every group says we're the master race.
Yeah, well, sure. But I mean, how many have tried to engineer it the way Hitler did? That's what's really crazy.
Well, no, exactly. The reason the globalists, if you want to get the secret of Hitler?
No, but I'm saying,
you want Hitler's secret?
But hold on a second. What I'm saying is that it is amazing that there is a guy who has this idea of a master race, and if you were, but people rejected it worldwide. It was one of the most evil aspects of who he was. That's really interesting to me, that people rejected it because they knew it was like an improper calculation.
The general public rejected it.
The idea.
Other elites tried to duplicate it.
It was an improper calculation. The calculation was the only way to get people to get. You want to get a master race, you have to have master genetics. But what it didn't take into account was compassion. It didn't take into account what's necessary to have a real healthy community. That was a slow, like a quick flash community because everybody was like hyper focused on the nation. To have a real long-term community, you have to have compassion. You have to have camaraderie. And there's going to be people that aren't in the master race.
You can't use the leftist compassion when they support China and death camps and genetic engineering.
Right.
The left's all, compassion.
You're right.
We can't hurt anyone's feelings. We're helping arrest Falun Gong and sell their organs, but we're Google.
Alex, talk to me. You're right. You're right. The left has giant flaws. It has giant flaws in its ridiculous ideas.
As you know, I'm against war.
I am too.
And so now you see national studies show this Gallup poll. Democrats now support war more than Republicans.
Well, this is about what? This is about pulling out of Syria?
Trump's trying to get denuclearized, and everybody's loving it in South Korea and Japan and North Korea, and he's actually got them to not fire missiles and destroy nuclear sites. There's a real problem in people not being able to say that anything that Trump does is good. If a Democrat was doing what Trump was doing on some issues, I disagree with some, I would support them. I don't give a damn what they're D or R.
Well,
and so then Trump got rid of he's getting rid of the minimum sentences. I mean, Hillary Clinton, oh God, I saw this the other day. I know I'm ranting, but I was watching, I forget who the top Democrat was. They were on CNN. And I meant to play the clip on my show and I didn't do it. And they go, President Trump thinks blacks. Yeah, the clip was CNN. CNN says Trump thinks blacks are stupid. And it was a CNN panel going, Trump says blacks are super predators who have to be brought to heel. And Joe, that's Hillary Clinton, 1994, after she passed the Crime Act. That's her quote. So they're inverting reality, knowing our talking point is she did that. And we have the video. Type in Hillary says blacks are super predators. They said Trump did it. It's not about Trump. It's that he didn't do that.
Okay, but let's get back to what we were trying to say was that if he does anything good, no one can accept it because he's on the wrong team. That's part of the problem with what's going on. It's part of the problem with people willing to accept ridiculous shit on the left and people willing to accept ridiculous shit on the right, is that we get on a team. And that the people that are on the left, they can't admit if the economy's going well. They can't admit if things.
Bill Maher said, "Let's crash the economy."
Well, Bill, I don't know. I know
you like Bill.
I listen. I've been on his show before, and I talked to him once. We did a show together once with Craig.
No,
Titus.
Nobody can lie and say that he's not very talented, and that he's more truthful than most leftists. He says, "I want abortion. I want death. I want more room on the highway."
He's a comic. I'm telling you, man. The shit that he's saying, he's only saying because he thinks it'll work. And I don't
need to go on his show.
With his
but
bits.
Why would he tell you the highest ratings he ever got, not invite me on?
I don't know, man. You'd have to talk to him. But what I'm saying is when he starts talking, like people are saying, "Oh, Bill Maher's mocking the red states." He's doing a bit. He's doing a bit. Like, he thought there's funny in that. That's all it is. Like, if you talk to him about his legitimate opinions, he's capable of having a conversation about legitimate opinions.
No, but I agree.
And
but
you can disagree or
he's
agree.
wrong on that point.
Which
to
point?
say that the red states want to be the blue states, the demographics show the opposite.
I think it's just a joke. I really do. I don't think he even means it. I mean, if he does mean it, I disagree with him, but I think it's a joke.
Let me have a beef with you. Let me have a beef
material.
with you on this, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
Okay.
Because everything I've learned is great. There's mixtures of everything.
Yes.
And by the time I go to the next thought, I forget the last thought. But the point is that
what we're saying was that he was doing a joke about the red states wishing that they were the blue states, and you were saying that that's wrong. And I was saying he's just fucking around. He's like prodding.
That's it. Mainstream news is dead. It has very low ratings. I mean, it went down to almost nothing, and they go, "Oh, ratings are up in the Trump era," like a dead cat bounce. It's like 10% of what it used to be. Larry King used to have 15 million viewers. Now the top CNN show has 1 million. So we're looking at that. This is the future. This is where the people are. Real things, not scripted, no teleprompters. There's no teleprompters here. This is real. And so they get up on television. I'm literally having Alzheimer's. What was the point again?
We were talking about Jesus Christ.
One problem. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with no teleprompter. I literally tell you what's in my brain. This is like my truth. Doesn't mean I'm accurate. It doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means I'm telling you what I really thought. Oh, I know what it is.
Fucking around.
I know what it is. No one's watching mainstream news anymore.
No one's watching mainstream news. Right.
But let me tell you what they are watching. The Big Five. The nightly comic shows and Comedy Central shows, The Daily Show. Trevor Noah, Stephen Colbert, all those guys.
Because they want some relief.
But it's not. They want relief.
Right.
I used to watch. The ratings are down. It's still not as bad as as other stuff because now that no one's watching news.
Doesn't Sean Hannity do really well? Isn't his show very popular?
No. Only Fox because it's seen as alternative, just like you.
Oh, okay.
But what I'm saying is,
well,
the problem is I'm not articulating this well because it's the truth. It's not like some packaged thing. They have turned all of the so-called comic shows into fake comics posing as fake news people, putting out political commentary, which people take as real and believe on the street. And so that's where all the propaganda is. And so you say Bill Maher's just joking around. Bill Maher's just over here. Bill Maher doesn't know what he's doing. It's all a unified message. They have Stephen Colbert get up on air and say that I'm a KKK member and make jokes. And you know what? People shouted at me on the street.
Well, that's unfortunate. But what I will say about what they're trying to do, they're not trying to deliver information. They're trying to crack jokes. I guarantee you, there's a whole writing staff behind
all
Bill
those
Maher
hosts
shows.
admit that the Democrats call them and tell them what to write now.
I don't know if that's true, but if it is as true and they do listen, that's not good, and that's unfortunate.
Who's the guy you host the Man Show with?
Doug Stanhope.
No, the other guy.
That's the one I worked with. There's Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla.
Says he gets calls every day from Chucky Schumer, and they work on what he says.
For his television show?
Type it. This is what's so frustrating.
He might have been fucking around, though.
No, dude. It's talking points, man.
Okay, I believe you.
When Hillary lost, Jimmy Fallon went from being funny to being totally weaponized.
So you think it was NBC's idea? Do you think it was someone in the government that contacts NBC and says, tell
Here's
Jimmy
an example.
Fallon?
There's a very well-known UFC fighter that you know.
Okay.
Who has shows on Discovery and History Channel. I'm not going to say his name.
Okay.
And I got a call about a month ago, and they're like, wow, this is incredible. Don't say my name, but you can talk about it. They were going to offer me this new big lucrative show, but they said, you're going to come out and denounce Alex Jones on the show, or we're not going to give you the show. And he said no. So hell yeah, man.
Huh. You're going to denounce him on the show. Why would they need that from you?
From him.
Yeah, but why would they need that from him?
Why would they need
him to denounce you on the show?
I'm not that important.
But that gives you even more attention.
Well, let me explain. That's their Okay, well then why did everybody else censor? Why did Hitler censor? Why did the Russians censor? Like you think, most of the time censorship actually works.
Yeah, but that's a weird one, man. Someone's saying they're not going to give you a gig unless you specifically denounce Alex Jones.
It happens.
What kind of show is it? Is it a cooking show?
No. Joe, let me break this down for you.
Okay.
I swear on my kids I told you the truth about that.
I believe you. But I'm saying it just seems so crazy that they would ask him to denounce you on a television show. I'm not saying it's impossible.
That's what everybody who's not independent is told because they're beholden to other people. You're a rarity. I'm one of the only people that's not beholden to any other network or people. You're one of the, you realize, I'm not just saying this as some kinship. Who else has a big mega popular show that's multimedia that isn't controlled by a parent company?
Adam Carolla.
Yep.
Who else? Most podcasters.
No, but see,
when you look at the numbers that most podcasters
and
are
that's
putting
what they're
out
threatened
now,
by, though. But I mean, almost all of them are backed by something. I know for a fact that you run your own show.
Yep, that's a fact.
Look, I've got some notes here, and all I want to say is this.
I want to point one point that you had about that was really good. You were saying that if you censor yourself, you're just like, I'll just censor myself a little bit. Just a little bit.
You wanted to make this point when we started the show, but please make it. This is the big enchilada.
You made it in the back.
We'll start over.
And it's right. We were talking, and we were, first of all, we gave each other a big hug. We talked it out. We're both happy that we're not angry at each other. And then when we started talking, you made a really good point. You said, the thing is, if you censor yourself just 1%, you say, I'll just censor myself 1%. That's what they want. I'm going to make them happy. And then they're just going to keep moving it. They're just going to keep moving it forward, moving the goalposts, and providing you with more money and giving you more things, but keep moving it in a certain direction. And if you keep giving into it, they're going to have a hold of you and they can control you. And that's how network television got started. If you really think about what network television is, the reason why they don't swear and they don't have explicit content isn't because people wouldn't want to see it. The reason is because the advertisers won't let them. There's a whole commerce aspect to it. It's not just, hey, you're the CSI guys, or hey, you're
exactly. And so now they've organized with Sleeping Giants and Media Matters a couple million people that call and threaten and attack anybody. And then notice, Joe, once they're done with me, now it's Joe. You better not have this person on, or you better have that person on. And so, what is your soul? What is your destiny worth? And I always thought I was smart because I could analyze politics and history. I was kind of socially retarded. And so
I don't think you're allowed to say that anymore.
Exactly. But I mean, I was. And so that's what I'm getting at is the biggest lie is, I want people to know the truth. I don't come up with some cold-blooded calculation about what I think is going to advance my personal life. I really care about people. And in the process, I've seen things wrong. I've grown. I've hurt people. I apologize.
Listen, that's true. That's true what you're just saying about you. And this is one of the things that I've always tried to explain to people. If people get mad at me for knowing you, I'm like, I have a great time with that guy every time I see him. You and I have had a great time in Austin. We had a great time at the UFC. We've hung out at numerous comedy shows that I've done in Austin. I've done your show.
Films,
you've done
20 years ago.
We've had a lot of fun together. And so when people get mad at you about Sandy Hook or about anything, I just go, even when you were mad at me, I wasn't mad at you. I was like, I just got to talk to him. Like, it's one of the reasons Eddie Bravo got the two of us to talk again. I'm like, once we talk and just be honest with each other, we'll be fine.
And I want to clear this up. Because when I was going big guns on you, just so you know what it's like to be judged, I thought that you probably never had me on the show. It was not an attempt to get back on your show.
Listen, I knew that if I'd gotten you to the point where you were that upset, that I must have made mistakes too. I'm not that person that sees things and always points in the other direction. I point at myself. I'm a fucking ruthless self-critic. Ruthless. I'm terrible. I beat myself up about everything. I'll flub one word on stage and I'll sleep 3 hours at night because I'll be tossing and turning.
Let me raise this to you. And again, self-doubt's a good thing. It's not going to be a narcissist and crazy. I got offered at the time like $5 million worth of Bitcoin. I think it was like $38 million by the time it got there. I refused it. And I got told like 8 years ago, I got told by two different people, very well-known rich people. They said, George Soros likes you. He wants to work with you, and Alexander Soros and this other Soros. You just need to stop attacking him. And by the way, we want you to pump Bitcoin, which I believe in cryptocurrencies. I believe it's the future. We got a private Federal Reserve. It's all fiat. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, Be careful. And I was so dumb back then. I don't even say so dumb. I was not in the corrupt mindset the way the world worked. Like, I knew how politics worked, and I knew how science worked, and I knew how crypto type, government and CIA stuff worked. But I was like never trying to get a deal for myself. I had my own thing.
Right.
So then I look back in retrospect where that was going on. So when I saw you as my breaking point, go, hey, Alex Jones is full of crap. George Soros was a victim of the Nazis and the Holocaust.
That's not what I said. I didn't say you were full of crap. I said he wasn't a Nazi. I go, the story that I watched the interview, and I don't know what he did. I don't know the guy. I don't know him. I know very little about him. But what I remember from the story was that he was saying that when the Nazis occupied, he was with his, I believe it was his uncle.
Godfather.
His godfather, and took him around as a Christian and pretended he was a Christian when they were stealing from these Jews, when they would take their, and he just thought it was normal because he was 13 years old, but he was talking about it, that he was shielded by this person.
No, I would be willing to take his explanation, is what I'm saying. But here's the difference. Even before that happened with you, I got approached by a major Hollywood actor that my name's never been associated with, and they said, listen, George Soros told me to tell you that he'd have been killed if he didn't do that, and that he did what he had to do.
Right.
And I said, you tell George, if somebody put a gun to my head and said, we're going to kill you if you don't help round up Joe Rogan's kids and put them in a concentration camp, I'd say, oh yeah, I agree with you, and I'd grab the gun away and kill him.
Didn't he say, he just said that it was just taking property?
No, they were. What do you think? What do you think the Nazis show them, take your property, and then you don't go away?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
We know what happened in Romania and Hungary, but Joe, here's the difference.
I mean, what he was saying.
They have headlines saying, okay, Joe Rogan.
So you're saying you think that it was more?
No. He did an NPR interview. I'm not trying to go indict George Soros.
Okay, well, here's where I fucked up, because I shouldn't have even said anything about it, because I don't know much about it. The real absolute
it's open to interpretation.
I've seen a couple of
It's
interviews.
open to interpretation. When I was
it's not
14,
open to interpretation for me. I'm telling you, I don't know anything.
Well,
so
let me
talking about it was incorrect.
Sure. So when I'm 14, in retrospect, if somebody said you're gonna help round up your community or we're gonna kill you, I would have tried to kill people that were trying to kill my people. I get it. Not everybody's like me. And I'm not trying to the toughest guy around. I think I've proven I'll go up against people. I get you're 14, you're scared, and you help the Nazis. He was so arrogant about it. He said it on NPR. He said it on 60 Minutes. And then I learned you're being sued because you did this. This is why he's financing it. Well, I'm not going to stop saying it because of that. I get he was in a bad situation. The problem was, if you play the clip, he says, it was the best time of my life. It was happy making. It was invigorating to be there with all this evil going on, but I was with my father and I had faith in him, and so we were able to do this. And then I went and looked at the logs and the records of him. He was like going around looking for Anne Frank's, man, and getting their money, and yeah, he got the money and something else. I'm not even running up a white flag to George Soros. George Soros overthrew all these different governments. George Soros tried to crash the pound. George Soros is the archetype of James Bond villains. And the fact that his money, so I remember being a kid when I was like 8 years old. My mom always had a color TV in the kitchen. She cooked 3 meals a day.
Can I stop you? What are you saying that he's like crashing economies and what?
When I was a kid watching PBS, and maybe they were lying, maybe he's great. George Soros was an international currency speculator who overthrew governments.
But that's what I'm saying. What are you saying? Overthrew governments? Like, what did he do? I literally know nothing.
Well, I'm going to tell you. This is actually declassified.
Do you know anything about George Soros, Jamie? No.
Type in George Soros crashing the pound. Let me tell you more. In George Soros's view, after World War II, he got hired, brought to the U.S. He worked for the CIA, OSS before that.
In his view, from his perspective.
Well, this is admitted. He doesn't brag about this.
Okay.
George Soros is the guy willing to take the money and divvy it out, and he's a very bold guy. I mean, he's really smart. I mean, I'm not kissing his ass here, giving him my back. He's not going to stop. He wants to hang my head on the wall. George Soros does have 150.
Why does he want to hang your head on the wall?
Because I went after him. But the point is, it doesn't matter. George Soros ran the breakup of the Soviet Union. I've had the former head of
what do you got, Jamie? Got anything?
Type in George Soros tried to crash the pound.
The pound.
Anyways, guys, let me tell you. I told you they got human pig type. You pulled up MIT.
Yeah.
Okay, I told you they're keeping babies alive. You saw the governor say
okay.
It. George Soros is highest level deep state. He is the manager or was the manager.
Are you sure of all these things you're saying?
I actually know.
But how do you know if you've never...
deep research. He ran because I'm not the Alex Jones 10 years ago. He ran the Marshall
Let's see what we got here. Did George Soros break the Bank of England? Make that a little bigger, please. In Britain, Black Wednesday, September 16, 1992, the day the speculators broke the pound. They didn't actually break it. but they forced the British government to pull it from the European exchange rate mechanism, joining the ERM.
Which was part of breaking the euro, breaking the pound to launch the euro.
Scroll up, please. Although it stood apart from the European currencies, the British pound, blah, 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 compounding the underlying problems inherent in the pound's inclusion in the ERM. I'm not seeing this. Where's the part where George Soros does this?
Well, that's just what you pulled up. I mean,
but I'm just trying to find it. That's all I'm saying. Spotting the writing on the wall, Britain upped its interest rates to teens and attract people to the pound, but speculators, George Soros among them, began heavily shorting the currency. The British government gave in and withdrew the ERM as it became clear that it was losing billions trying to buoy its currency artificially. Although it was a bitter pill to swallow, the pound came back stronger because the excess interest and high inflation.
But Joe,
forced out of the British.
You notice you go to Investorpedia, like it's the boss.
Hold on.
There's films about this.
Soros pocketed $1 billion on the deal and cemented his reputation as the premier currency speculator in the world. Now, if you're a currency speculator, isn't that what you do, though? I don't know what a currency speculator does.
Listen, I don't want to get into. Here's the deal. George Soros works for the people that run our government, and he's a guy willing to do it all, and he's been very successful. Okay, my point is 2 + 2 = 4. In my equation, you don't fight the Nazis because you're 13, 14, you think you can't, you join them. And he says, it taught me about investment. If I wouldn't have done it, someone else would have done it. That's a quote. It was happy making. Dude, if you help round up Jews and take their property, don't say it was happy making. Don't talk about it. So my point is him saying.
So you think the way he describes it even is a problem? It's problematic. It disturbs you the way he's describing that it was happy making, that it was not a big deal. If I didn't do it, other people would have done it. That's a problem.
What I'm telling you is, and I mean to get off into Soros, is that if I had 5 minutes over there on Jamie's computer, he did a good job. Jamie does a great job. I'm just saying it, pulling stuff up.
He's a goddamn Google wizard. Look at him. He's been beating me at Quake, too. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I would have gone over there. I can pull up Soros. I can pull up BBC reports. Soros crashes the British pound or tries. Right. Here's an example, and I'm not indicting you for this. Someone in my family about 10 years ago was digging through stuff for basically a garage sale. It wasn't a garage sale. We were going to give it away to charities. And, all these clothes I couldn't wear because I didn't weigh 180 pounds anymore. And a family member got into a group of things, and there was a Japanese bayonet. There was a German officer's dagger that I bought for like $200 that's worth like $2,000 now. I still have it.
Wow.
And all the rest of it. And there was a British medal and a Nazi medal. And this person in my family, because it's like a power thing, goes, "Oh my God, you're a Nazi." So I walk in to the garage and open the box, and I go, I bought this at a gun show like a decade ago. I think a freaking swastika medal.
You know what the thing, though, is? If you own, this is the thing, if you, like, see that helmet that you were
No, that's where I was going.
Yeah.
Can we show the helmet? That's what I'm going to say, Joe. You get to it. So you've got a German helmet that a French artist dug up with all these mass graves.
No, what is
and it's got a German bayonet. You're not a freaking Nazi. That's a piece of history.
I think that's a U.S. soldier. I don't know.
No, that's a German helmet. That's a Kurzel.
Is it a German helmet?
That's a Kurzel. Sure? But it doesn't matter. France has banned owning German war memorabilia. If I go to the Smithsonian, the coolest thing I ever saw at the Smithsonian when I was a kid, so proud of us beating the Nazis, was they had a German helmet with a bullet hole in it. The Smithsonian's not Nazi.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm not Nazi for having a Nazi medal and a bunch of other war paraphernalia I thought was cool. You're not a Nazi for a Nazi bayonet.
Well, it's a helmet and a bayonet. What is the gentleman's name that makes that shit?
Shane Martin.
Can we show it, please?
What is his... yeah, we showed it. He also made me a fucking super dope skull. He's got a really cool...
But I'm saying is that's a cool artist.
Yeah.
The German helmet's interesting.
But that's what I was going to say, is that you could have a Nazi helmet 20 years... Look about Hogan's Heroes. Hogan's Heroes was a goddamn sitcom about Nazis. It was a sitcom about Nazis and prisoners of war. I mean, that's
the political correctness that I literally had a family member. This was like 18 years ago. I'm really upset about what I found.
Shane Against the Machine, right?
Yeah.
Is that his name?
And they're in the garage, and it's like, British medals, U.S. medals, a couple of of course, I wanted the Japanese thing. I even had a Marine carbine from Vietnam. That's not as cool as World War II.
Yeah, go to Shane Against the Machine on Instagram.
Yeah, there it
That's
is.
his
So
page.
he's not a Nazi. That's freaking cool, man.
He does a bunch of those. He sells those, folks. If you want one, apparently,
I'm not trying to do a product plug. I should be plugging
no, but he's a
InfoWarsStore.com.
good dude. He made me another sculpture too that I bought from him. Which is
But
this
you know what I'm
cool
saying,
metal
Joe,
skull.
is I'm not saying you're a Nazi. But
Okay,
I had
thanks.
family think because I had one Nazi party member medal.
Yeah.
It'll be in the news today. Jones admits he has Nazi stuff. No, it's freaking interesting,
Right.
man.
It is.
This is from a battlefield dug up of dead people.
Yep.
It couldn't be more interesting. And you take darkness and light comes out of it and you make evil become good. I bet if you talk to the artist, God, I'm doing a huge plug for him.
This guy does dope shit. Look at this guy's stuff. Look at that eagle. Go back to that bird with the fucking cylinders with the car. Is that what it is? For his
knives or the bayonets.
Bayonets.
What's
Yeah.
the top of his shoulders? The top of his shoulders. Isn't that a
Cylinders.
car cylinder? That's a car cylinder. Yeah. That's a polished down car cylinder and then bayonets for the wings.
I didn't mean to be product
That's
placement
fucking
because they're
dope.
trying to shut me down. InfoWarsStore.com.
Listen,
Incredible products. InfoWarsStore.com.
He's
No,
just a
$1
fucking
million.
artist, man. He's a great
No, but
artist.
I brought this up because I walked in here and I said, God,
It's dope.
that is amazing. And you told me the story, like they dig up, I know these battlefields in France and stuff, and then people get this stuff. That is a rotting German helmet that then you put light in and it makes it beautiful, and it takes the evil of Hitler and makes it beautiful.
Yeah.
Not Hitler, takes humanity and makes it beautiful.
Yeah, it's but it is interesting that you can't own, like you could never own a Nazi flag or any, like you could
But
own,
why couldn't the
you could own
Smithsonian
something
have
from
it?
Genghis Khan.
Why could, here's the thing.
Right.
Both my grandfathers, and I'm not bragging about family, but you remember Tom Landry. My grandfather was UT football, won state championships in track, all my mom's dad. And he went in the Army Air Corps with Tom Landry. I remember being over there on Sundays, even before he played for the Dallas Cowboys. He'd like, Tom Landry would call and they'd pray for 5 minutes. Both my grandfathers, both Jerry Jones and my mother's father, Mr. Hammond, were almost died in a crash landing and another deal. I almost died. I don't almost exist because my family, America, fought Hitler. And then now I'm a Nazi because I believe in the Second Amendment and I believe in America. That's not fair.
Well, that's not what they're saying. They're saying it because you had a Nazi piece of memorabilia, but it still doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Look, if I saw some cool Nazi thing at some place where I could buy it, I might buy it and frame it because it's just a piece of history. Just like I would buy a Genghis Khan dagger or a helmet. Oh my God, Eddie Bravo's here.
Oh, shit.
Jesus Christ.
You guys haven't choked each other out yet?
No, we're having
he
a
already
great
beat me
time.
up earlier.
We're having a great time talking about interdimensional
What kind of fucking
beings.
shirt is this?
Natsa, bro.
How the fuck I'll choke you out with this shirt.
Natsa.
Eddie,
I'm gonna make you regret wearing this fucking shirt.
Listen, in high school, we used to choke each other out. That's like a DM teacher. Go ahead and choke me out on air.
No. Please
50
don't.
That would be
millimeters.
hilarious.
Please
No, do it.
don't.
I'm not scared. Let's do it.
No. Eddie, don't.
Do it. Let's
Please
do
don't
it.
choke him unconscious.
Do it now. I'm not afraid. Let's go.
He can't do it.
You know, you think I'm afraid of this? Let's do
No,
it.
I definitely don't think you're afraid of this, which is why I don't want him to do it.
You know
He was
what? Let's
telling
not be pussies. Choke me out.
You know what?
Hey.
Let me tell you a story first. Back when I used to work at the strip
Hey,
club.
you're the one.
Hold on.
I'm not afraid.
Alex, sit down, please.
Come on.
Please. Alex,
I know this can kick my ass.
we have to work together here. We have to work together. Come sit down.
Have you guys been
I'm not
drinking?
gay, but Eddie's good looking.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Have a seat.
Hey,
and
hey,
have a
you
seat.
better choke me out.
Alex, please. Please have a
No, we
seat.
should do it in high school.
I know you did. You told me. You grab each other and you fall down and hit your heads.
It only takes like 20 seconds.
What were you going to say about strip club?
Back when I was a blue belt, 1995, I worked at the strip club, and there was this girl I was dating.
You never had any of those items.
She was a bartender. She was seriously 4'10", and
Why
she
are
weighed.
the bartenders and waitresses always the best looking at strip clubs?
I don't know. But
Because
you got to let him.
I will.
She was 92 pounds. Bartender, the smallest girl.
A spinner.
And I showed her how to do a rear naked choke. She was tiny. Her name was Kimmy, and the strip club manager was your size, big, like used to be buff, but.
Fat ass.
Yeah, but used to be buff. You could tell you used to be buff.
Football player type.
Big manager. You know, you want those guys that manage strip clubs, you know, intimidating looking big dudes. And he had a Corvette, and he didn't believe in jiu-jitsu at all. And she said, he said, if she could choke me out with one of them jujitsu moves, I'll give her the keys to my Corvette. So she had to literally get on a bar stool, and she was standing on a bar stool and had to go around him, and she went like this, and he was just like this, and then he went out, lights out. He dropped like a sack of potatoes. He hit his head on the fucking floor, and the impact of his head hitting the floor woke his ass up instantly. So he hits the ground, and then he pops back up. And he didn't know what the fuck happened. He was just sitting there going,
No, you didn't ask that to go to the
he didn't know what happened. I thought he faked it.
But Eddie, that's what I'm getting at.
I'm like,
is-
people usually don't hit the ground and pop back up. Usually they hit the ground and they're done and they need an ambulance.
Right.
But he popped right back up. And he's like, what happened? I'm like, bitch, you need to give her your Corvette.
I'll pop right back up.
It was a gold Corvette.
No, this was a thing. I didn't know about this. About in 7th grade during lunch, some of the kids would choke each other out. You put your hands up on their neck. Kids don't do this. I'm not teaching like Tide Pods.
Don't do this,
You can
kids.
die doing this. But then it'd be like the cheerleaders wanted to be choked out. And then they would choke us out. I probably did it about 300
Where
times.
did you go to school? Cheerleaders
Where did
asking to
Bill
be
Hicks
choked
go to
out.
school? Where did Bill Hicks go to school?
He's not Bill Hicks, bro.
I know,
we already went over this.
Did you guys talk about that?
Yes.
You know, the
People
crazy
yell
thing,
at him.
you know
They
what's
yell at
crazy
him.
is you can put together a case where you fucking, you
No,
believe
you
it.
can't.
Hey,
No, you
I
can't.
wave
No,
all
but-
things.
but-
If
no,
I
no.
just-
saw Bill Hicks live.
Yeah.
I've known Alex since just
Yeah.
a few years after Bill
All you
Hicks
gotta
died.
see, all you gotta see is
They
those
look
old.
way different.
There's a
Well,
bunch
that's
of
that
old
schizophrenic
pictures.
separation because you and I work with somebody that worked with him. When you work with thousands of people, suddenly
Yes.
it's like, oh, we do the
Yes.
same person. It's overall.
All you got to do is just show those pictures of you like at 20
know, I don't
buff,
like this,
where
though.
you're buff. I'm like, Bill Hicks was never 20 and yoked. You were
you were
yoked.
jacked.
I was
You were like a
natural, too.
bodybuilder.
And I used to run like, the thing is, I wish I could get in that zone again.
You can.
I got in this zone where I ran 6 miles every other day, and I lifted weights. And people go, dude, you'd be bigger if you didn't work out 3 hours. I was addicted. And then I got on radio and TV and like started drinking and just stopped. Then didn't work out for like 10 years, gained like 100 pounds.
Alex, let's get you on something where we actually like put it online and talk about what you're doing. If you commit to something online like that, you'll do it. All you have to do is like set a realistic goal
I used to do 40 pull-ups, and I could do like 2.
40.
in a row.
Like CrossFit type
Yeah,
pull-ups
full-
where you use your whole body and everything. Where you're
That's
like
amazing.
You're like doing the worm
40
and
is
shit.
amazing.
But the problem was I used to go to all-you-could-eat buffets.
That's amazing too.
Chinese and
I don't believe you.
and regular. And the problem was I would literally like order. I go, no, I don't want the 2.
What do you think about this? What do you think about a self-improvement thing that you do online? Well, you do it online.
I need to do it. The problem is every time I try to work out, the phone's ringing. And
No,
it's
no,
like,
horseshit. Listen, you just get up earlier. Get up an hour and a half earlier.
I'm gonna have
Maybe-
surgery too for my torn bicep.
Well, once you have surgery for your bicep and everything gets fixed, I think once you get your bicep torn, you're probably going to be a little bit out of action. But
That's
you know
at
what?
least 6 months.
No, you know what? Nowitzki had it done. It's fucking amazing.
I had
now.
my bicep done.
But to the shoulder or to the bicep?
You know,
to the
I don't
elbow?
like this.
To the elbow.
Bicep
I'm
to the
not-
shoulder.
Listen, I
Oh,
waive
yeah.
all
That's what I'm
liability.
different. No. You
I
have
want
to
to
do
be
it.
choked out. We're talking freaking 100 million views, number one podcast.
No.
No, it would be ugly.
No. There's no need to choke you
You
out.
would try to sue me and shit.
This is one of the
I
first
just
things.
said, I swear, dude, I've been choked
Eddie,
out.
Listen, you would sue me.
Once we made up on the phone, one of the first things you wanted me to do is choke him out of the air.
No,
You might
it's-
need to go to them SMM, those S&M
them
clubs.
I'm not
Dungeon-
into pain.
dungeon
when
type
you get
clubs.
choked out, you like go somewhere, you have a little dream, and then you come right back.
It's like DMT.
It is.
You hate that shit.
James on point as always.
All right, let's get serious.
Let's get serious.
Let me just say a few things before he goes down this road.
Okay.
These are the notes.
What are the road?
I'm not going down no
What were
road.
we just talking about?
We know what the road is.
You're talking about George Soros.
No. We passed that.
Okay.
What were we just talking about? You were talking about the strip club, the guy choking the girl out, the girl choking the guy out, the guy falling and hitting his head. And then what happened after that? Any ideas? Jamie? No one. Everyone's stupefied.
Or that.
More of that?
I remember
Eating
one time
babies?
I got choked out. I remember
They're
one
eating
time.
babies.
I remember one. It was cool.
I don't think I've ever been choked completely out.
The
Maybe
first
for
time
a
I got
second.
the first time I got choked out was like this 17-year-old super hot chick, and I was like 13,
Tied up.
and she lived down the street. No, and she goes, I got promiscuous when I was pretty young, like 12, and she goes, I'll have sex with you. This is a true story. I'll have sex with you if you let me put makeup on you. So I'm not into gay stuff or anything. So the girl puts the makeup on me and I have sex with her, and she's super hot. And then like a week later, she goes, now I'm going to choke you out. And that relationship went really well until her like 30-year-old boyfriend clocked me at her place once because her mom was always working.
Oh, my
and tried
God.
to kill me in the parking lot.
Oh my God. I'll have sex with you if I can put makeup on you.
I let her. It's a full deal.
Dude, listen, you're a wise man. That bitch could dress me up like a clown. You know? Why not?
Anyways, that's
Who
another
gives a
story.
shit? You still
So
get to have sex?
here's some of the things I have, and then we can go forever. Here goes. Not conspiracies, but real-world programs developing a breakaway civilization. What is a breakaway civilization? You understand that? It's the key to everything. Standardized total surveillance control grid. The power to spy is the power to control. Human-animal hybrids, we already covered that.
Yep.
Mass farming of humanoid tissue, transhuman endgame.
We covered that.
Multi-layered binary weapon delivery systems. That's one we haven't had.
Oh, what's that?
Well, we'll get into some of that. The thing is 5G behavioral modifications. We hit that. Trojan horse delivery systems, cell phones, vaccines. GMOs have been tested and designed to hurt you. Again, vaccines are real. You can give somebody something that gives them the cure to another disease that they would get, but they're jacking it like a cell phone. They're adding stuff. Your ticket to immortality.
Wait a minute, what do you think is, let's cover that. What do you think is happening with vaccines?
I know.
Okay, tell me what's going on.
I always use this because everyone's heard of it. Everyone heard about 1947 to 1983. And it only came public because the program was exposed in Peru and exposed in West Virginia. But the media picked up because it was white on black. Not all the white people it happened to. I don't care if you're black or white. Injecting over 1 million people with live syphilis in the name of vaccines. You know about Tuskegee?
I do know about that.
But you only know about Alabama and over 40-something years only injecting blacks. But it happened all over the world. Search engine... Hillary Clinton apologizes for syphilis experiments in
Tuskegee.
It wasn't Tuskegee. It was in Peru.
Can I ask you this? Was the Tuskegee the conventional story that they had syphilis but they weren't really curing them?
That's a cover. No.
But is that what they say?
No. If you actually read it, no, they were giving them syphilis.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. But was the conventional explanation of what happened? Was that they knew that they had it and they allowed them to
that was the first
pretend
cover
they're
story that
treating
came
it?
out. Okay, have you heard about...
Here it is right here. U.S. apologizes for Guatemala STD experiments.
That's another one.
Can you make that bigger?
They did all over the world.
A different one?
Just type Peru in.
Hold on.
Captain Peru, and this is what
Can you make that a little... Go scroll up so I can read it? U.S. government medical researchers intentionally infected hundreds of people in Guatemala, including institutionalized mental patients with gonorrhea and syphilis without their knowledge or permission more than 60 years ago. Jesus Christ.
So, Joe, again, when you've read, because what I do is...
Oh, Jesus Christ, look at this. Many of those infected were encouraged to pass the infection on to others as part of the study. Where is this in? What is the website here?
Can you imagine,
this is NBC News?
Can you imagine finding out you have syphilis but you've never had sex before?
Let me stop.
Jesus Christ.
Can you imagine how confused you'd
Are you
be?
ready for another ultra secret?
So this is 46 to what? 1946 to...
Sorry. What? I don't know.
It says it at the bottom.
Notice it's
46 to
exact years I told you.
1948. God damn,
That's just a
1946 to
whitewash. That's a whitewash. That's not true.
Okay.
It's not 2 years. Okay. So let me expand. Then imagine, Joe. Here's what's happened.
Okay.
We had a real liberal media in this country. They weren't leftists. That's occultic. That's different. We had a real liberal media in this country that had problems, but they really cared.
They were open-minded. And
Like
they were
when I said Delta,
focused on information.
A few years after I proved Delta Force was in Seattle in 99 and proved it, they all said, Alex Jones is right. It's incredible.
That's the WTO tape that I always cite. That where you show the agent provocateurs went into a peaceful protest and started smashing windows.
And I'm not against the Army, but Delta Force ran it. Because they always go, oh, now the Army's terrorist. Like you said, don't call it the whole government, a select group of the Army did that. They staged it. So imagine, used to the press would get a lot of stuff right, but they would get demoted or whatever would happen. Once Trump got in, which I don't think Trump's bad and at gut level I think he's good, but I almost think like it's more sophisticated. They put him in knowing it'd piss everybody off to get the liberals who traditionally have been the real watchdogs for free speech and against human experimentation. And suddenly they're like in Gallup polls, we love war, we love experimentation, we love everything. I'm getting chills right now. And so imagine, Joe, I've been on air for 23 years and I'm a news hound. I spend 4 or 5 hours a day reading news. So I don't just believe NBC News that our government gave people Notice I said Peru because that was a big documented case. You just found Guatemala.
Different
I
case,
can't keep track of this. Well, it's the
They
same
probably
program.
did it everywhere,
And it went on
right?
to the 80s. It's still going on. So imagine, I have literally, by the time Sandy Hook happens, I've literally seen 10,000 articles and documents or more where they're admitting in 1962, the Joint Chiefs of Staff under L.L. Emenser came to President Kennedy, this is on PBS, and said, we're going to blow up buildings, shoot up schools and movie theaters, and bomb Army bases and Marine bases. We're going to have people with their kids with names changed that are CIA get on a jumbo jet that takes off. It gets blown up over the Caribbean. We blame Cuba, but that plane really lands. And there's another plane that's a drone we blow up. And then Kennedy says no, but his brother says, no, I'll do it. It's why they killed Kennedy, because Bobby said he would, but then he got pissed when they killed his brother. This is all declassified. He wanted to bomb the Honduran embassy and blow up stuff and go to war with Moscow. Bobby was bad. You could actually, you can pull this up. Pull up Bobby Kennedy wanted to bomb the U.S. Embassy in Honduras. This is declassified. And so imagine you see hundreds of these, and then a Sandy Hook happens and your listeners don't buy it. And then it's a psychosis where then, well, because every man I knew, this is hypothetical, my dad was great. Every man I knew when I was a kid backhanded me and beat the crap out of me, so men are bad. Or a woman that's been raped, she thinks all men are bad. So I get like the psychosis, and I'm not trying to put myself down like I'm a victim. I'm being honest retrospectively that it got to where when I learned that so much stuff was false, then later I experienced where I had the guest, I did the thing, I knew it was true, and then people made up a whole story because they don't believe anything anymore. So that's all I'm trying to say.
Do you think part of it is that even though this stuff does exist, it's almost like there's too many things happening for one person to pay attention to all of them? And if you're only focusing
informational overload.
Yes,
exactly.
If you're only focusing on that aspect of life, it can be incredibly overwhelming because you start thinking that's the whole world. That the whole world is these conspiracies. Because these are the things you're concentrating on primarily.
But this is what I'm saying.
That's it.
He just talked about Operation Northwoods. That whole thing.
Yeah.
That was Operation Northwoods.
Yeah.
That is that's about as
that's
hot.
ABC
That's
News.
about as hot. That's true.
as clear
You
as
agree
day.
it? Yeah,
It's
it's clear as day.
No, I broke that.
But if you break it down
Did
and
you?
you look at it,
I'll tell you.
You look at Operation Northwoods. You look at that shit. That is about as gangster and sinister and evil as you could.
Yeah, we
get.
went over just a little while
Totally.
ago. We were going into
Totally.
it before
So
you got
my
here.
point is, if you believe that, no other conspiracy theory, whether they're right or wrong, like government conspiracy, should be ridiculed. You shouldn't. There should be no ridicule.
You're right. You should, instead of looking at them with ridicule, you should look at them objectively. all of them.
And exactly. And the only people that have a right to ridicule conspiracy theories are people that don't believe in any conspiracy theories. If you don't believe in any of them, yes, I understand why you're ridiculing it. I
Well, it's
deal
like
with
you
those
say,
people all the time.
what's the
but if
saying
you
that's on your
believe in
t-shirt?
some of them, the other ones you don't believe in, I think you should be more. I don't believe in that shit, but I understand why people do.
Well, that's going to be my defense. Almost, we can probably get this thrown out of court. I'm almost looking forward to trial in Texas and Connecticut because I want to, and the lawyers already agreed, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to show them history and all these things and say, I watched it's already been out for like a year or two, but I watched the Minions 3 or 4, and it's like in the 60s, and they break onto the set of Hollywood and the moon landing's being staged. Now, astronauts died doing that. So how traumatic is that for their family? But I believe they
What
have the right.
astronauts died?
We're going to get to it in a minute.
Wait, astronauts died? Which ones? Oh, a space shuttle.
Well, we're going to talk about it.
No,
Space shuttle.
the guys from Apollo
the launch
1.
pad,
yeah, they were on the launch
7
Oh,
Was
you're
it
talking about
1?
or 9 or 7 or...
Was
No, you're
one of the
talking-
early
which one did they
Apollos
burn up
died
the
The one
on
where they were
launch pad.
practicing.
Yes.
They were practicing. Okay.
Yes.
Listen, we're going to get to this next, and I respect you.
Hey, I want
questioning.
you guys to yell at each other for 3 minutes while I go pee.
I got to pee too.
Okay. As you don't talk to yourself. Just hold. We'll do it in shifts.
We'll do it in shifts.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Anyways, Eddie,
No,
I'm
what I'm
not
saying is-
you're bad questioning. I get it.
No, you do get it. You know why? Because,
I wore this as a joke for you.
No, of course, Alex. You are someone that I could talk to about the flat Earth conspiracy, and you believe in so many crazy things about the government. You don't believe in flat Earth, but you can kind of understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah,
right?
my issue is GPS
right?
is real. I know airline pilots that fly from California to places like Australia, and they've got another wing over to Hong Kong, and then they go to Moscow.
You can fly anywhere in the world if it was flat. If it's flat, you could go from east to west just like you could on a ball. You just don't understand what like a pizza is. You could just go anywhere. Like if you're on a flat Earth, if you're on a flat Earth, you could travel anywhere. Give me two cities.
Eddie,
you point at two cities and you just
because we've
go
been
there.
lied to so much, I get what you question.
It has nothing to do with the ball.
I'm not that rich.
No, listen.
But I do have the money.
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not trying to convince you, Alex. My point is, you gotta find it on your fucking own. There's no way you're going to be convinced. No one has ever been convinced.
Listen, we're going to debate this in a minute.
They have to really find it within themselves and do some deep.
No, I understand.
Deep
what I'm telling you is
soul searching.
What if I finance a research ship, large ship, and make a documentary? I can't go away for 3 months. I will pay for you 3 months. I'm not BSing. Because to me, having money is not a big deal, except we can do cool things with it.
How much money can you raise? Because we're going to need to go to the South Pole. We're going to need.
Are you guys going to the moon or into orbit?
Yeah, I can tell you right now, you're going to cruise ship.
No, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do.
You can go.
Alex, this is what I'm going to do. Okay, you raise the money for a trip to South.
No, raise the money. I got the money.
Okay, you got the money.
I got the money.
Listen, this is the deal. This is the deal. This is the deal.
Go pee, man.
Are you gonna go pee? No,
you're gonna.
Don't hurt him.
Listen,
don't hurt him.
Shut up.
The plan.
You're going to the ice wall. Listen, he's the ambassador from Flat Earth. He's the ambassador. Forget astronauts. The guy that discovers the flat Earth, the big ice fields. Listen,
that guy's going to be
This is what we're going to do, Alex. This is what we're going to do.
Can you give me
20 seconds?
With an entire crew that you're in command of.
No.
You are going to the edge of the flat Earth.
Totally. But it's not going to be me. I'm gonna designate somebody because I'm too scared. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this.
We'll send Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna send someone else.
You're gonna find the edge of the world. Big ice caps, cats that are knocking things off.
I'm gonna film the drop off with my iPhone.
Yes.
Go pee, man. Go pee. Don't you have to go?
We're gonna send someone else, Alex. But we're gonna do this.
Hey,
you know what? We're gonna do this. I don't have to be the one that goes.
I don't
have to be the one that goes.
I gotta pee in a minute. Let me tell you something right now. I came here and I proved they're keeping babies alive and taking their organs.
How did you prove that?
They're admitting.
Jamie pulled some shit up on Google.
No, they admit it now.
That's
they're normalizing it. No, the governor. Listen to me.
Do you really think there's people out there campaigning for late-term abortions? You think that shit's real? You think that shit's real?
Voted Monday to keep it legal.
Who would do that? Who would do that? Who would campaign for? That's
they
the most.
Fucking did it,
that is the craziest shit ever.
You can't fucking admit they're fucking killing already born kids. So you're telling me it isn't real when they had a fucking vote in the goddamn fucking Senate?
That's a conspiracy theory.
I am ready to beat your
That's a conspiracy theory.
You think you're fucking tough? You're about to get it. Bullshit! They're killing already born babies. Stop fucking lying. God fucking damn it! I'm getting pissed now.
Don't get pissed. Go.
No, I mean you saw the dude. It's going.
I'm just fucking with you, Alex.
I've been right now.
Alex,
the fucking
I was
Senate,
fucking with you.
The fucking Senate voted to kill babies after they're fucking born.
I was just playing with you. Of course, I believe that, Alex.
Eddie, let me explain.
Of course, I believe.
Eddie,
it's all over the news.
Eddie,
I was just playing with you.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. We went into a long conversation about that.
I heard it.
We played.
I heard it.
Okay, you heard it.
I heard the whole podcast.
Oh, yours teaching
I'm
me.
playing with you.
Okay.
But imagine my psychosis is this. Reality is so crazy that I always thought I was so tough.
I can't believe he doesn't have to pee anymore.
That I gotta piss a little bit.
Alex,
the point is that, dude, I'm not. The reality's so crazy. Why are we debating whether the Earth is flat? Dude, they have human-animal hybrids. There's the frickin' I have been there when people that work for the Pentagon say that we go to the laboratory and we meet with the ambassador. We have to take higher and higher dosages to meet with them. They're giving us technology and the technology worked. I mean, this is going on, dude. Do you want to know this?
Listen. Relax.
You think about space isn't real. The freaking dimensions, man. The aliens are coming through the dimensions.
Alex, think about what I said. I said dude, do you think there's actually people out there that believe or that are campaigning?
I got a $20,000 digital telescope. I can look and freaking Saturn.
Listen to what I said.
Alex, he's fucking
Did you hear
with
what
you.
I
He was
said?
fucking with you.
I said, do you think there's actually people out there that are campaigning for late-term abortions? Of course there are, but I'm making it seem like I don't believe they are.
No, I get it now.
I'm being the ultimate skeptic.
Okay, I thought you were.
I'm being the ultimate skeptic.
Listen, Eddie does
to
that
the words
all,
I
he
said.
does that all the time. He's just fucking
like
around.
The
I
point
want
is-
him to be your
here's the thing,
enemy
here's the thing.
right there.
I'm threatened. I'm not Mr. Goody Two Shoes by them keeping babies alive and killing them, and that nobody cares. I fundamentally. That's what I'm saying, and I'm being honest here, is I'm not like certifiably crazy, but I deal with this all day long. I get why Joe tries to shy away and people go crazy dealing with it.
No, well, I never saw that clip of that guy saying that they would resuscitate the babies and then they would make a decision.
You haven't heard about that New York bill that they're trying to pass?
They passed it.
I mean,
Eddie.
it's some big
they
shit.
Fucking passed
It's like
They didn't fucking
worse
try to
than
pass it.
Gotham City. It's
Well,
worse than Gotham City.
They're giving a bunch of goddamn fucking organ harvesting doctors control outside of law. You heard that piece of shit fucking KKK guy, fucking governor, say we're gonna keep them alive after they're fucking born because they want to fucking take their organs.
It's incredible.
He's a KKK guy?
It's incredible.
Of course, fuck.
It's so incredible that
He's in a picture with a guy in a KKK outfit in blackface. They elected him because he's blackmailed. They had that shit. And when he messed up and said we keep them alive to get their fucking organs, they used that to deactivate him.
Jeez.
Why do you think fraternities have you screw sheep and all this and, give guys blowjobs? That's why I never joined them. Because they want to compromise.
Wait, go back. What? Say that again? Fraternities. Okay.
I'm so happy we decided to do this podcast. I'm so happy.
See how it turned out?
It's fucking amazing.
Did they piss on your rug?
It's fucking amazing.
You should get your job about 3 o'clock.
It was good. We
New
built
world
up
order,
pressure,
baby.
too.
I gotta piss.
We've
I
been
feel
going,
bad.
go ahead, piss.
New fucking world order.
Oh, my God.
Eddie?
I got you.
I like it.
Dude, you got so pissed off. I'm so glad I fucked with you. Because we got some... Dude, do you realize how many JRE clips they're going to make of that shit? Dude, they're gonna put you to music. They're going to put you to mariachis.
You pulled up MIT saying they got animal human pigs.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Let's just not forget.
We did. Listen, go take a leak. I'm with you. Listen, man, he just kind of freaked me out about several subjects. No bullshit.
Yeah.
He freaked me out about several subjects.
There's people out there
What's up, Jimmy?
campaigning.
For the record, that article says that there was no written data on that. That came from 3 interviews they had. So
This is the
people were-
human pig one?
Yeah, people were saying that to them in that article.
Man, of course they tried it. Why wouldn't they try it? If you were the leader of the free world, wasn't there some? God damn it! Was it the Nazis that were trying to theorize how to combine humans with animals to make a stronger human? Wasn't there some of that?
They were for sure into that.
Wasn't there something like that?
If there's a YouTube link, that's a
For sure, right? For sure,
Proof.
they definitely. I mean, I think all governments definitely give their soldiers steroids. They definitely give them amphetamines. They definitely give them chemicals to make them crazy.
shit. I would. Are you kidding?
That's where they started doing.
You're running
they
your
say
fucking
that
army.
the Nazis, or not the Nazis, rather the kamikazes. The kamikazes, they would meth them up. I mean, I'm
Brilliant.
pretty sure that's true. Read that.
100%.
Because
I read
think-
that
The Nazi
on
conspiracy.
YouTube.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, that was one of the ways they would get them, not just like nationalism and pride for their country. They would jack them up on crystal meth, and that's why they'd fly that plane right into that fucking boat. They knew, boom. I mean, that is a nutty thing to do, man. You got to be in a weird state of mind.
And you got to have such a horrible life that you're like, fuck it, let me just crash into this fucking boat, right?
For the general.
And they're like happy about it. They're like, I can't wait to escape this shit.
What an insane choice.
That's the only peace he has is when he's in that plane killing people.
What a fucking crazy choice that you're going to do that for your... Alex, welcome back. We're talking about kamikazes. We're saying that we think kamikazes were... they gave him crystal meth, right? Wasn't that a part of the program?
Yeah, no, I mean, warfare is always drugs. And
We're
the
saying that
Nazis
too.
and the Japanese, well, the Japanese learned about in World War I when they were actually on our side against Russia. Well, it went back and forth. In World War I, the Japanese learned about MSG because Japanese like good food. And they're like, the military wouldn't complain. They would just lose weight and starve to death. So they learned when they were fighting the Russians in World War I to just go ahead and give them MSG. which MSG eats holes in your brain, everything. It's super toxic. And so,
Monosodium glutamate, like the stuff from Chinese food? Is that what you're saying?
It's super freaking toxic. Yeah, but the
Is
point
it
is,
really?
But beyond that, yes, they would give them. Well, the Germans were big on steroids and methamphetamine.
We were just saying that.
Yeah, well, that's on record.
Saying.
I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is like in mainline history stuff. By the way, I said I'd give you the secrets of Hitler.
Oh, there's secrets?
Yep.
What are they?
But this is not the BS. This is the real thing.
Okay.
How do you know, though? Who's telling you this stuff?
It's beyond classified, Eddie.
Beyond classified, Eddie.
No, I mean,
Alex, seriously, do you ever think?
Okay,
because you have a lot of sources.
My grandfather was German in Dallas, and he worked for the inventor of indoor air conditioning. He was a billionaire in what's the rich area of Dallas where the Republicans all live? God, what's the name of that place?
Arlington?
No, it's not Arlington. It's the thing right there in the middle of Dallas. No,
That's Austin.
No, like you think that's Austin. You think Dallas is like all buildings. There's a huge park and like all these big mansions. Anyways, he lived up there. It wasn't just from him. You know, I'm not going to get into it. The point is that Hitler was on the cover of Time magazine, and he was.
That's true. Unless that's a Photoshop that I saw on the internet.
He won it twice.
Well, Trump was on the cover of Time magazine too.
But
exactly.
Look at
Not really.
Though.
See, the problem is, I'll give you guys the data.
Was that fake?
He made his own.
Or should I
cover.
just give it just stall, like a boil down? Here's the thing. It wasn't just my grandfather, it was these other people. My grandfather said it was really confusing for him because he worked for this guy that was in refrigeration and air conditioning when he was in high school, and his dad owned the car dealerships in Dallas and stuff, and they lived there, the rich area of Dallas.
And what did they tell you?
Well, through one reason he wanted by the time World War II started to drop out of UT and all that and go join the Army Air Corps. So he used to tell me all this stuff. My mom would go, "Your grandfather is a little eccentric." Now, like my grandfather knew Werner von Braun, but he came to Oslo events.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So, anyways,
Your grandpa knew Werner von Braun?
well, we went to some of those events, and he came to went to UT events, little private events.
Okay, that's incredible.
But the point is,
shit.
I'm getting to because they were like German.
No wonder you believe in the moon landing. I get it now. Didn't make
Well,
sense
let's just
before.
say,
Well, let's
say-
let him finish your story.
My family's was what they called High German. And so that's what that is. Ubermenschen. So they only would talk to people that were in the club.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. So anyways, my grandfather, the family was like an Ubermenschen. And so, high IQ, the whole 9 yards. So he was working with this German guy, and he would just go over there after school and work with him as an apprentice. And my grandfather watched him get more and more depressed and more crazy by the end of the 30s. And the guy confided in him. He said, Clyde was my grandfather's name. He said, "Yeah, the Nazis have my family in Germany. They're going to kill them all. But I'm having to give them everything I got, all my money, and I'm having to sell the patents and work like I was working like 20 hours a day, giving everything he had because they were going to kill his family in Nazi Germany." And he was German. And so my grandfather went and enlisted in the Army Air Corps to fight Hitler because he had that experience. And he was so mad when I was a kid. He was like, when I was a kid in Dallas, WBAP had Hitler speeches on because Germans are a big part of the U.S. And there was the boon. Everybody was supposed to join it. And Hitler was good. And we never really bought into it. And then I found out that this mentor of mine, and this guy would be like Bill Gates today, had everything he had sucked out of him by the Nazis. So that's what the Nazis would do, was extort and control. So I kind of heard about that. Then my grandfather would go, so they'd send me down there like a week during the summer. I was like 8 years old. I'm hearing this. And he's like, Von Braun has the plan for this orbital spacecraft. We'd land it, and we're going to have artificial gravity systems. And I'm hearing all this stuff. He's got like markers at the table, like talking about it. And I'm sitting there listening to this. And he would talk about, then I was a lease hound for, Texaco. And the only place you get a chicken fried steak out in New Mexico or West Texas was a military base. And all these goddamn Nazis. And, one time I didn't want to do it, but that guy smarted off about how they had more better at shooting our planes down. So I went ahead and just rammed his head right through the wall, and I never knew what happened after that. But son, you just got to kill Nazis. And those son of a bitches, our government brought in thousands of those assholes. And I'm like listening to this. So I'm like, I'm going to read about Nazis. So by the time about 10, I start buying books. When I was like 12, I walk into a bookstore and I want Mein Kampf. They go, "Are you a Nazi?" Like reading Hitler's My Struggle. No, I'm not a Nazi. Both my grandfathers told me how bad Nazis were, and both almost died fighting Nazis. So I wanted to know about Nazis because it was this whole ethos. And so that's just the whole story of understanding that and have my dad's angle and my grandfather's angle and all these other angles.
Operation Paperclip?
He didn't call it paperclip. He said our government brought those. The thing he would always say was,
Yeah, but I think there was several waves. There was
it's like 34,000 of them.
Yeah, there was a lot of fucking Nazi scientists brought over
On
here.
YouTube, it says Operation Paperclip was anywhere from like 1,200 to 1,500 scientists.
Search engine. The total number of admitted congressional hearings in the 1970s.
Operation Paperclip.
Frank Church Committee in the 70s released it. I believe the number's 34,200 and something. Look it up.
There's a
Just
lot.
like I told you, they gave people symbols. You pulled it up.
But it is fascinating that they brought those people over here, and that's where the space program came from.
That's why I wore this shirt, not as a sick joke. They already had the CIA that was OSS. Okay.
The CIA is OSS?
That's all on record.
Okay.
I'm glad you questioned me.
No,
Hey,
but I
type
don't
in
know what that
precursor
means.
CIA.
What is OSS again?
Office of Special Plans. Or Office
That was before the CIA. And then the CIA
OSS,
came
Office
up.
of Strategic
Sort of
Plans.
like
Office of Strategic Services.
what was before the SEALs? What Jesse Ventura was in?
No, the SS.
Frogman.
Jesse Ventura wasn't in that. He was an auxiliary of the Navy. He was never in combat. Anyways, let me expand on that. The OSS,
DT.
the Office of, what is it? See, my memory fails. The OSS was British intelligence, or the most powerful intelligence agency ever. They set up Pratt House in 22 after World War II to anglicize the U.S. with British intelligence. Not a British intelligence takeover, a marriage. This is like on PBS.
Okay.
This is stuff that's true, they admit. Same thing, only academics are watching it, so they'll tell the truth. The general pop culture is all crap. Meant to be dumbed down, meant to turn you off. But when you go to the real academic stuff, like the old days of Frontline and stuff, like I watched that, didn't know it was true. Later, I got the documents. It's all real. That's like those shows are like really accurate. Like Bobby Kennedy planned to blow up the embassy in Honduras and stuff like that. What was I getting to?
I don't know.
Nazis.
Well,
Warner von Braun.
Okay,
Isn't it
Operation
weird?
Paperclip.
Isn't it weird that the one man who directed all 6 moon missions was a Nazi, and he was brought
it's
in
not
over?
weird.
Isn't it weird that one
Isn't that crazy?
one guy didn't smoke
1935.
weed and one guy's having a problem with his memory? The two guys did, and
Hey, you want to defend Warner von Braun?
Hey, I'm not defending him. In
That's fine. I get it.
1935,
Nazis.
and I've seen
they were
documentaries
smart.
and read about it. He sketched for Hitler this plan to drop atomic bombs that they hadn't developed yet. So when you see Red Skull, Marvel comic, they've got a big bomber to blow up New York.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bomber, it was a space plane. And it was about half the size, but looked just like this. And the Germans, actually, some of their scientists went to the Russians. Remember when the Russians tried to build their space shuttle and it was half the size? Mm-hmm. That was actually the German plan. So you look it up. I'm not kidding.
because the Russians took a lot of Germans as well, correct?
About a third of them, yeah. So look, the reason I'm wearing this is to explain this is a gateway to all of it. So you have British intelligence that had won World War I, even though Germany had way more advanced technology. They then take over. British intelligence basically merges with the U.S., and then the Germans and others say we've got to go way ahead in technology. It was all theoretical in labs, but they couldn't mass deploy it. They didn't have enough machine shops and systems to build it. And U.S. Special Forces went on suicide missions and blew up the underground mountains.
How about the Nazis were the first to build flying saucers?
All of it.
How
Jet
crazy
airplanes,
is that?
everything. But let me tell you.
That's crazy.
So-
Isn't that a
amazing.
coincidence?
So
Amazing
British intelligence
Flying
sets up
saucers, dude.
the CIA in 47. So now the Nazis are over here and they go, listen, you don't want them running everything. And they go to Eisenhower and they say, we want to launch a off-base breakaway civilization where you compartmentalize things, forget empires, and you have a new ruling class of technological elites. And then the elites are all in charge. The public's watching TV, and we'll give them widgets and foundation series type things to divert. This is all in the documents. And let them try to run an empire. We'll build a whole new empire. And so Eisenhower gives a speech, he doesn't just say military industrial complex. He says the technological elite. Watch the full 21-minute speech, his farewell address in 62. He says, or 61, he says, you need to watch out about the scientists because he said no to the NASA plan when he found out what it was.
What is it?
It's a breakaway civilization where you don't try to run the whole planet. you siphon off resources and build a whole new advanced system, and then you play everybody off against each other and collapse it. So when I say, what is NASA? If we could take NASA back over, it's bigger than the CIA. It's the real government. The spaceships and the stuff, that's all PR.
NASA is the real government?
NASA, there were 2 breakaway governments, 2 shadow governments. I talked about shadow government 20 years ago. So it's in the documents. And so you had one that was British run, and the Germans came to our own U.S. elites and said, hey, you always need a couple plans. They said, we've got all this on the drawing board. The EU, a plan to poison the food and water to get rid of the dumb people, a plan for off-world bases. We've got, by the way, we're taking hardcore drugs and we're in contact with aliens.
How is
They're giving us technology. It was the Germans first got in touch.
Well, how'd they do it?
They were really
Drugs.
into the occult.
Drugs.
Yeah, really into the cult. That's what all the Indiana
He had like
Jones shit is
witches and
about.
shit around him at all times.
Yeah,
And-
human sacrifices.
Did you know that?
No,
And
they
that's
had like,
real shit.
Yeah.
The Vril Society,
But what I'm
VRIL.
telling you, Joe, this is not me. You go to the real deep PhD level history books.
Okay.
NASA is the German breakaway government. It's always the Germans and the Brits fighting for dominance. Okay.
So what you're saying is when Operation Paperclip acquired all those Nazi scientists, they essentially started running NASA. So NASA became like almost like an offshoot of the German government, this offshoot government.
Yeah, the Germans had piled all the wealth away. They had everything, so they made
Does that
deals.
really make sense, though, that in 2019 that's still going on?
No. The British intelligence doesn't run the CIA today. The British Empire was under attack and just bankrupted itself in World War I. It said, we'll give you the keys of the kingdom. Churchill wrote 3 books, this history of the English-speaking peoples. He was half American. And this is officially in books. We merged with the British Empire in like 1930, covertly. Okay, that's what the CFR is British intelligence and U.S. intelligence. So the U.S. runs the show. Okay, so you've got, but German intelligence came to Eisenhower and said, listen, you don't need to do all this. We haven't given them the real technology. We're in contact with aliens. And they've given us the whole plan.
Now, where are you getting this from that you're stating it so confidently?
It's in the literature, man. Hitler would go.
What literature?
Mainline historical books about
It's mainstream.
SS castles
Mainstream.
where they go, the aliens want blood, so they'd kill like 20 kids and everything. So the aliens would like come in.
What?
The
Aliens are eating blood?
They brings them in like sharks. And then they would
Blood
like give them
does?
technology. They go, this is how it works. You build the atomic weapons this way. You build it, and they would like show them bombers and like the aliens are like telepathic. I don't even believe this. This is what the Nazis believe. And the aliens would mind meld and give them the technology. They're bad aliens.
So
are you surprised the Nazis were influenced by demons?
No, if demons are real, I would definitely think they'd be on the side of the Nazis.
Yeah.
But Joe, what I'm telling you is
think aliens
there'll
are
be
demons?
no media is going to attack this. I'm giving
I
you.
want to know where I can read it. Where can I read those statements that they were in contact with the aliens?
Well, obviously your podcast
Look
is
up
showing. I get a huge-
Nazi Vril Society, VRIL
If you
Society.
let me put
You
a
had a
report-
group of chicks.
I tell you what,
witches,
aliens? That's
they were,
aliens?
Like, right up there with them, like doing
Hey, I'm going to come over
rituals.
for 3 hours. If I can fly here with a report the day
Okay.
before, I'll send it all to you with mainline books. I'll mail the books with tabs in them.
Okay.
And I'll mail documents.
Okay, cool. Yeah, listen. I think that they absolutely were obsessed with the occult. That's been pretty well documented.
They made flying saucers.
and I think
What?
many
Here's the
governments.
They developed a more advanced form of nuclear fuel, heavy water. And we had to send in special forces on suicide missions, back when it was really special forces, to blow it up. And I'm telling you, the Germans had all sorts of advanced shit. They just couldn't ever keep the plants from getting blown up because they were a few years behind.
Yeah.
And by the way, Churchill wrote about this in his memoirs and said the Germans were way ahead. It wasn't the Germans were bad. The Nazis were bad, but it wasn't the Germans that first bombed civilian targets. In 1941, the Brits were losing the war. Hitler was bombing their medical facilities and military facilities, and so they went and bombed German towns and German cities like what's the famous German city, Dresden, where it was designated a safe city for kids. 500,000 people died in one night to trick Hitler to turn his bombers on the general population, and they tricked him psychologically to do it. But Churchill. This has been declassified. It's in esoteric books. It's admitted.
So Hitler was set up?
Well, Hitler was bad, but here's what happened. Albert Speer was his chief armaments and architects minister and a British double agent. Rudolf Hess was the deputy Fuhrer, the guy Hitler totally loved, but you never hear about him since 1941 because they had a peace treaty with Edward VIII, who was the King of England, who was a Nazi and who was German. British family was German. And they had a deal to stage the attack. The French stood down. Vichy French didn't fight. They put Nazi occupiers in. The Dunkirk operation was allowed to evacuate. Edward VIII was supposed to then sue for peace through Neville Chamberlain. But it's come out that it was all set up by Churchill and others. Not that they ran Hitler. Not that they weren't bad. They were pretty good. But they master manipulated him and Neville Chamberlain and all of them and bet on the British people in America to come in. They had deals with Roosevelt to then bring us into the war. And that was the whole master plan. And you can actually go to the history and see all that. And that's what's so incredible, Joe, when you have all this info. And so Rudolf Hess, in 1941-42, he flies a one-man bomber. He was a World War I fighter ace, like the number 3 ace, like 100-something aircraft. Look it up, Rudolf Hess. He flies in, parachutes into the castle the king was in at the time, in like northern England, I forget the name of it. He parachutes in with the peace treaty signed by the King of England. They lock him up in the tower for the rest of his life in London. And Edward VIII had to advocate. Type in Edward VIII Hitler, and you'll see him in videos, films, and photos. He was in Spain when World War II started.
Where do you think the contact with the aliens came from? When did that start?
All right, this is the most important thing we're going to cover.
Not aliens, like
no, hold on, hold on.
Interdimensional aliens.
Alien means anything not of this world.
When did that happen?
That ice
Get that
was
motherfucking vodka loose.
No, I don't. Fake vodka looks like
It's fake. I need to hear about aliens.
I'm gonna take a pull of that cigar, but I don't smoke marijuana.
Yeah, that's
We don't
a
smoke
cigar.
marijuana. And we
You know what's
still
crazy
This is
about
just a
fly all
cigar.
over.
You know what's crazy about aliens is that YouTube made a big announcement that they're going to go after 9/11 videos. Anything? I don't know if this is true.
No, it's
I
true.
don't know, but is it true that they're demonetizing any videos that have truth or liberty in them?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes, but let me go
I don't
further.
know if that's true, but I heard that.
well,
That sounds crazy.
me and
but
Joe
the crazy
have had
thing, hold
some
on,
interesting
hold
off-record
on.
discussions, but
Hold
I-
on,
we-
let me finish real quick. It's crazy how they're going after 9/11 miracle cures.
I already know. I know 5 years
but
ago.
they're blowing up alien videos.
Let me tell you,
they're
my
blowing them the
wife is
fuck
wonderful
up.
and
Those
she's
are the
sweet.
strongest
Well, hold on.
monetized videos out there.
I don't know about that.
No,
Is
no,
that
that's
true?
it's true.
The
It's
strongest
true.
monetized
Dude.
video?
It is.
Well, there's a lot of videos out there.
they're
They're getting the
little-
best deals.
Little
They have
kids
the
with
best sponsors.
toys.
They have the top of the line sponsors.
Dude,
No, I'll tell you when Eddie's right. I actually know the numbers.
They're blowing up alien videos.
There's
right
a
now.
little kid who makes $22 million a year reviewing toys.
No.
That's like the number one. Isn't he like one of the number one guys on YouTube? He's like 8.
I'm saying
Little kid.
alien videos get monetized
They're
by
fun.
high level
You know why?
sponsors, the high level ones.
Because
That's what I
they're,
meant.
Okay,
they're
a lot of people understand
non-offensive.
something.
They're non-offensive. People get drawn into them.
But they're saying
Every
that the
one of us-
government's covering this up.
effective.
Why ain't they shutting that shit down?
'Cause
they're
it's-
talking about that the government is lying and
'Cause it's
covering
funny.
it up.
'Cause it's funny.
Dude, but it's
But
hysterical.
tell me,
It's right. It is.
how did the connection with aliens start? You said this is the most important thing you discuss on the podcast.
And Eddie, I love you to death, and you're awesome. That's why I asked for you to be here.
Hey, if you want to believe in aliens, I'm cool with that. I still love you. I don't care. I don't care about that.
Listen, this is not what I believe, okay?
I love you for who you
I
are.
love you too. I'm trying to tell you something. Listen, man, let me tell you something.
Okay.
I'm not making this stuff up.
I believe you believe it.
No, I mean, the stuff I told you earlier about my dad at the table being offered $500,000 in 1986
I believe
to
that.
build cyborgs in
believe that.
Maryland.
No, he wasn't here for that part.
Okay.
He came in later. But
Okay.
tell me how the connection with aliens got started.
With who? Connection, aliens, and
The
who?
Nazis,
Oh,
when people started becoming obsessed with contact with the aliens,
Yeah.
he was saying the Nazis
1947, Roswell.
developed some sort of a connection.
You know, Eddie's right. They flood YouTube and mainstream media. Like, they always thought it was safe. I talked about the private Federal Reserve, the New World Order, if I went on some big show, as long as they mixed aliens in with it. And I was
Right.
never the alien guy. Right? I've never been the big alien guy.
Never.
So I was on 2 years ago with you.
Right.
And you know what? That's right. I remember when I was balls deep in aliens, because I believed all that shit. I believe it used to be that you'd be a conspiracy theorist if you believed in aliens. But not anymore. Now, if you believe in aliens,
Eddie, this
you're
is
not
real.
a conspiracy.
This
You're
is real,
mainstream
okay?
now.
Okay, but let's tell me how the connection between aliens and the Nazis took place. When did all this start?
Let me begin. This is really, I'm telling you, Joe, this is a real deal.
I believe you.
This is, you ask, who are they? It's people who are psychically, genetically available to interface in this incredibly diverse universe with all these dimensions above and below and all around us with consciousnesses. And the truth is, no energy is ever destroyed. It all continues on. The truth is, our bodies, this is a fact, are a communal hive organism of all of our ancestors and all of their race memories, but not in just some compressed epigenetic system. It's beyond that. It's an electrochemical antenna, they've proven this, that connects to higher and lower dimensions. So our bodysuit, because our predecessors wouldn't put us in a position without giving us a bodysuit that is them. Our families are loving us. They're holding us. They're wrapped all around us. Their strength, their will, their bad, their good, their sins, the good things they did, the battles they won, the battles they lost, the woman they loved, the man they loved. It's all in us, all these people. It's why we're able to look into so many things and have so many different experiences. And so all the shaman, all the ancient religions, everybody says there are the good ones and there are the bad ones, and people are interfacing. So you say, where does it begin? From the Tibetans to the Mesoamericans to the Egyptians to the Druids to every ancient society describes the same thing. There are bad things that look like elves that have horns when they show you who they really are, and there are good things, but they don't contact you unless you contact them, and then they're almost not even concerned with what you're doing. I never bought into this, looked into it. But then I began to think about, what did I hear when I was a kid? What did I see? What was coming out in government documents? What was being admitted? When I read all these books about World War II and the Nazis and Hitler obsessed with the Dalai Lama and the Tibetans and what they were able to do without drugs to interface with this, and all the rituals they would do and how they would believe that beyond the ether, like at Skull and Bones, it's a German death cult, they do rituals and take drugs to talk to the goddesses. Well, they're just appearing as, sexy, beautiful women. It's whatever you want as these spirit guides, because lower entities will come in and violate your free will. God and his angels, which are below him, will not get involved in your everyday life. They will not manipulate your free will unless you ask them in. But then the devil masquerades as an angel of light. So we're on this planet, the third dimension, which is a launch pad to all the other dimensions below and above. The third dimension, all the mathematics shows, is the primal sea of where all this happens. And the Earth's like an egg, and we've got all this potentiality. And God will send out a transmission for a larger plan, but evil's willing to come in. And what does it say? Demoralize, get rid of children, don't have kids. Humans are bad. We'll be better once you're all gone. And it's because it's their operational mission for whatever reason that we'll understand later what's going on. So the Nazis, if you get into deep literature, they believed they were basically seancing and being possessed by entities that, it was before the Nazis. For whatever reason, it was the Germans that this happened to, and the Swiss. Like, they didn't discover LSD in the 30s. These people were running the psychology departments. They were interfacing with the occult. They were involved in all this crazy stuff. And it was all about their power and how great they were going to be. And the Germans were seduced. And they were seduced because they had high IQs, but more than that, they were psychically connected to each other and would work like robots. The Chinese and the EU want robots to replace us because they'll follow orders. And the Chinese are very conscious when they're conscious, but they're also very robotic. But the Germans are just as robotic. So this entity system picked Germans as its attempt, even in World War I, World War II, and it was manipulating the Brits as well, and offering them technologies, but two different paths. One was social control and all this other stuff with the Brits. The other was high-tech weapons, systems, interdimensional with the Germans. And so whoever these players are, and you can dial into it, but it's very dangerous. They're manipulating the British arm versus the German arm, and then they've got the Chinese arm that's almost seen as like their robot army. And so when you study it, the globalists go to these events, and they take bigger and bigger doses of drugs. They do electroshock. If you go back to owners of Time Life books, weren't just in the 20s and 30s into LSD and other hallucinogens. An apothecary, they were getting electroshock. They were having people turn their heart off to like try to communicate with these things to try to be dominant and get that. So you go back thousands of years, Merlin, the archetypal, or these magicians or these wizards are taking drugs in these temples and interfacing with these palantirs, these crystal balls, which aren't really crystal balls. It's their psychic focus of an interdimensional connection while they're on drugs looking into glass to then be able to see the future and understand what's happening to give them temporal power over this planet. But like the Bible tells you, any pharmakia or any of that always leads to destruction because only evil is going to come through that way. So we're basically have these light sockets. We can't jack into the higher unless it's our free will, and that takes time. We jack in to the evil. So you can jack into evil, you can't jack into good right away. So it's quicker, it's easier, like Yoda says about Darth Vader. Quicker, easier, more seductive. And so then I remember being a kid, and my parents, they don't really get mad about this, it's whatever. They didn't even know what they were hearing at the time. But they had friends that they knew at UT that were involved in research projects. And then they were, and 9 times out of 10, I read about research projects in San Francisco. UT has some, MIT has a lot, and stop me anytime you want. But this was in like the 60s. They had virtual reality gloves where you'd put them on and put goggles on, and you'd go into stuff that looked like the holodeck from Star Trek 20 years before it existed. And they were doing surgeries and all this, and they would do empathy loads where they'd say, we need the public because we're so weak because the West is so strong. People haven't had trauma, so they sold them low level. Oh, we're going to create trauma. Like when you go to Mars, you're not getting any gravity, so your heart's no good when you get there.
Who's organizing all this?
Well, they don't tell you. They go, oh, it's a special class you've been not to. So in the 60s, they had gloves.
So there's a special class of people that are organizing all this shit for
It's the
what?
highest scores.
But is it for what purpose?
Well, you don't know. That's what I'm
Financial
telling you.
gain, social
no, it's all
status?
spiritual.
Jack Parsons, was he?
Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Aleister Crowley, Devil Worship. Exactly.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you're saying
Aleister
Jack
Crowley over 100 years ago
Listen to this.
goes to
How
the Great
crazy is
Pyramid and the
this?
aliens give the plan.
The founder of JPL, Jack Parsons. Have you heard this before?
No, I just can't believe I didn't want to have Alex on the podcast.
No, but have you ever heard that?
Let me finish.
Have you
Let
ever
me
heard
finish.
that?
Just let me say this.
No.
I'm not trying to take over, but it's 2 years ago. But I'm not bullshitting you. Okay, I'm telling you this stuff. I don't believe in this. Okay,
There it is, right there.
This was patented in 1957. It's a VR machine.
Exactly. No, exactly.
That's crazy.
So I've talked
Amazing.
to people, not just family.
Holy shit.
And
Gives you wind, vibration, aroma, stereo sound, color, motion, wide vision, and 3D, three-dimensional.
But let me tell you, they wore a mask in the 60s and 70s that was already like you see like paper-thin TV screens. Mm-hmm. And it was already, I talked to people, they said, there's no way this was human technology.
So you've seen these foldable phones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the aliens have already taken over Samsung and Huawei.
Yeah,
See
they're
that
dialed
shit?
in.
Do you think
the point is-
Do you think the aliens are taking over Samsung? Do they have something to do with Samsung?
Well, obviously, that's what I'm telling you is the Pentagon isn't worried about
What is all this,
astronauts.
Jamie?
This is the patent.
And notice that's the we said the 60s.
I believe 1957.
So notice that's exactly what you're. That's what my dad told me.
That's what our HTC Vive looks
That's what
like
a
that
Vive
we
looks
have
like
in the
now.
today. So see, Joe, this is big. My dad didn't tell me this until he saw Endgame, and he said, "No, son, we had virtual reality goggles, and we had CD-ROM, and we had things, and then something else happened, and I'm not at liberty to get into it, but I was shown 3 years ago what the University of Washington was doing under Bill Gates, and this is in the 90s."
What were they doing?
What do you do? They don't even know what they're being given. It's intravenous.
So you think it's some sort of alien intervention type shit?
Dude, they to get even deeper, they turn your heart off for 5 minutes and they pump oxygen into your blood. And you're in the meetings. I've talked to people that are involved, I mean top scientists. And you're in the meetings with frickin' aliens. Elves is the main group. But they're like,
So by shutting your heart off, it makes you have that psychedelic experience by keeping blood in your oxygen. It keeps you alive?
well, let's explain.
Okay.
The heart goes out, the
Right.
body thinks it's dead.
Right.
So you can stay in longer. I don't
Right.
know all the science behind it.
I understand.
But let's explain this. when you've
I don't
taken
either.
DMT or ayahuasca 200 times, like most are astronauts and test pilots aren't flying planes. Those are robots now. It's all mind war. So these dudes are like, it stops working once you've taken it hundreds of times. So then they start taking their most psychic people who are able to do this, and they turn their heart off. And then they put them into these events, and it's like the things that aliens tell them, they come out and they tell scientists, and it works. So
Like what kind of shit?
they didn't tell, let me tell you, get killed for this stuff, Joe. This is not, why do you think they want me off the air? Because when I finally figured this out, because I never touched aliens, I kind of knew the whole thing already. Here's what I'm telling you about. When I was a kid, 8, 9, whatever it was, this lady would come over that had known my parents since UT and was involved, and she'd talk about, yeah, we call it the Psychedelic Research Institute or whatever the name was, but it's really a CIA deal, and, you know, we just can't find people that can handle it. They're going in, the elves want this, and the elves want us to basically reduce population and agree to these certain plans, and it's all obviously humanization. And they call them the elves. It's the clockwork elves. And they're like, yeah, and I'm listening to my parents, you're like 7, 8 years old, like, they don't think you're listening, talking about, well, this is what the elves want, and this is what they're going to do. And the thing is, it's not my parents aren't that special. You go out to San Francisco. That's all there is, dude. It's a cult, man. All these guys you know from San Francisco, dude. You look at the head of Google or YouTube or freaking Apple. He's on TV. Tim Cook and his eyes are this big under lights, man. These guys are on stuff that like nobody even knows.
What do you think they're on?
Stuff they've been given. I mean, I know people at UT. They won't tell me specifically, but I was telling
Like
you.
the dude who owns YouTube, who's that guy? What's his name? The guy
Maybe
who
it's a
owns YouTube.
girl, you sexist pig.
No,
Oh,
nobody
it's like
owns
he,
Google.
him.
It's
Maybe it's a he,
Alphabet.
him.
Alphabet's the parent company.
Maybe it's a Zur.
Take
It's that
Pachari.
one dude. There's not like a Jack Dorsey of YouTube.
Take Sundar Pichai. He goes in Congress. I'm there.
He's the CEO of YouTube?
He's the CEO of Google.
Google, sorry.
And he's literally on TV going, we never fix the result. We don't spy on anybody. There is no surveillance. And you've got all these old white men. And I'm not saying white men to be trendy. It's all a bunch of old dumbass white men and a couple of dumbass old Mexican and black ladies. They're all dumb, whatever color they are, going, so you don't spy on it or control it. Meanwhile, their own prospectus to their shareholders is how they control it all and how they're going to deliver maximum profit. And Sundar's like, yes, it is true. We have never controlled the search result. And it's just, I'm just listening to pure lies. Meanwhile, this guy's only the front guy of Eric Schmidt, and God knows what they're into.
Has it been proven that Google does something to alter search results? I'm asking because I don't know. I'm not asking to fuck with you.
Yeah, no.
What did they do?
Google itself is about if you pay them, they put your results at the top. Just like Facebook.
Okay, well that's definitely altering search results. So what he said was not true. If you can pay,
It's like saying water ain't wet, Joe. I know you know all this stuff.
No, I don't know that. I don't know that. No, listen, I'm honest about what I don't know. I know some things, but there's a lot of fucking holes in my knowledge base. That's a fact.
Well, you know that they try to block my name and direct it toward negative stuff.
I'm sure they do. If
'Cause
they
all
do
they-
manipulate
All
data.
they do is
that true?
the negative. You attack me, it's digital currency. You go to the top, and they pay you money.
Right.
So let me give everybody a little tip watching. Attack me, lie about me, you go to the top, but you lose your soul.
Your soul.
But I don't want to burn this out. There's important stuff to cover.
Aliens.
And I think this is a good podcast.
Fuck
But you need
yeah.
to drink some whiskey. Tell me about your sponsor.
Wasn't
Don't end this, Joe, because I'm already missing my flight. Look at this right here. What is the end game? I mean, here's an example earlier. We already talked about human-animal hybrids, mass farming of humanoid tissue, transhuman end game.
And we talked about aliens.
And you looked it up, and it's all right there.
Yes.
As for the aliens,
talking
creating a
about, like,
human-animal
Greys?
hybrid is an alien.
like Greys and stuff like that?
Do you think Greys are like a robot?
Yeah.
I think
I've heard that theory that it's not a real
No, there's no doubt.
living
They're
thing.
probe.
The idea is that at a certain point in time you can interface with that robot so that you could see it in real time through its eyes
Wait,
somewhere
so you
else.
believe in Greys are real?
No. This is what I'm saying. If one day in the
Greys
future,
are biological androids.
hold on a second. If one day in the future they figure out a way to take a thing that looks like a humanoid,
It's an avatar.
yeah, and transport it through a spaceship onto another planet, and you could look through its eyes because you're somehow or another connected to it the same way they're connected to
that's
these
an alien, though.
satellites.
That's still
No,
an alien.
you're all being prepared
That's
in
still
the video games where you're bow hunting and you're all that. You just saw the 1950s diagram of the VR goggles. Can we pull up a famous photo of...
You don't believe in any aliens, Eddie?
I don't believe they come from up there.
Pull up.
Think they're interdimensional?
I think they're from the same place we are. I think we're in this vast plane, and there's a lot of shit everywhere. They got us enclosed in this little thing.
Here's the deal. Eddie, here's the thing. You learn what the plan is by the attack. They don't want us having kids. They want us demoralized. They want to break us down. They don't want us to think we can expand. And they don't want us to believe that there's space. And I'm not trying to attack you, but they don't want third-dimensional resource expansion.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, they don't want us...
Third-dimensional resource expansion.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Whoa. I don't know if I
Look at all
want
these
that or
guys.
not.
Now, look, that's a 1950s diagram.
No.
And by the way, I never saw that. I'm glad he found the patent.
Yeah, that's
My
crazy.
dad told me, we had virtual reality. And then I talked to this scientist, and he put me in touch with somebody else, and then I found out other stuff. Let's just say this. I'm not in the CIA.
Me neither.
I'm not in the NSA.
Me neither.
But they've been tracking me my whole life.
Do you think they give you disinformation sometimes, your sources?
Absolutely.
For sure.
It was the
Sometimes,
CIA. It was the former deputy director, basically the CIA section chief, founder of Delta Force, who got me to, like 2 weeks ago, goes, Alex, you're not saying Sandy Hook stage. You need to go say Sandy Hook stage. He goes, we have the people. We're there. And just because he was famous MIT scientist and stuff, I went with that.
So do you think
So
there
imagine
are
they
people
already
that
had
are
AI
feeding you?
computers probably. I'm speculating, looking way out to set me. I mean, I don't know.
I'm sure there's people setting everybody up. If you think, I told you about this, I don't know if I told you, but I told people that have listened to this podcast, but this woman, Renee DiResta, and she had a podcast with Sam Harris where they went into detail about the operation that people had used to troll Facebook pages and Instagram pages and create these, where the Russians had created these troll bots and these meme pages where the hundreds of thousands of
By
hilarious
the way, the
memes.
Russians are all doing it. Everyone's doing it.
Everyone's doing
the
it.
idea that just Russians are.
Everyone's doing. But the thing that was fascinating was she was saying that they organized a Muslim event across the street from a pro-Texas event.
Yeah, they want explosions.
They would have Black Lives Matter next to Blue Lives Matter. They'd set everybody up with everybody.
There's a Blue Lives Matter?
There's a lot of...
What was
is that?
Jim Morrison at film school here in California trained on by the CIA?
What was he trained on?
He was
I gotta pee
trained
again.
on-
Can I hear this when I get
Let's
back?
hear a
'Cause
video.
Eddie has said this before, and I've said that's crazy.
don't end
I
the
gotta piss
podcast.
so
I wanna
bad.
keep going.
I gotta pee. I'm not going
I gotta
anywhere.
pee too.
You gotta pee again?
Let,
Let's
do
do it.
you
I'm
guys
only
take
having
turns?
one
Let me
orange
go
juice.
first.
All right,
Eddie,
Because me and Jamie, all we got is the Cleveland Browns. We'll go off about fucking Baker Mayfield for like 10 minutes.
Let me just say this.
Nick Chubb, they got that new guy
People
from Kansas
have to
City.
understand the only way they get what I'm actually saying is Infowars.com and Newswars.com. You have to, we had 26 million subscribers between my three shows on iTunes. All they were doing was linking to my feed. They delisted that and it killed us. And I was always like, oh God, I don't care about being deleted off YouTube or Facebook. God, don't figure out the iTunes. Don't do it. That was like devastating. Because people are like habitualized to listen to you. They don't anymore. But I want to be 100% clear. You have to go to Infowars.com. You have to go to Newswars.com if you want to actually hear what I have to say. In fact, I'm not telling you guys what to play. Joe, I'm not mad at Joe. But he heard me say that Jimmy Savile would go have sex with dead kids and also cut out their pituitaries that has adrenochrome in it and eat it. And I know that sounds completely insane. He was a famous child molester. It's admitted. And so Joe's like, oh, that's crap. That's crazy. Alex has gone schizophrenic. Well, yeah, I've probably gone crazy looking into all this and actually caring. Most people don't because they'll go crazy. But the adrenochrome thing is real. So if you go to, what's the exact name of that video? This is a 3-minute video that I really think people should see. And it doesn't defame anybody. It doesn't name names. It doesn't do any of that stuff. But if you go to Infowars.com and adrenochrome, let me see it right here.
What's adrenochrome?
Oh, man, dude. It's just, you've heard about all these rich startup companies that, like, well, the parents agree the kid has a right to waive 10-year-olds and below's blood.
What?
You've heard rich people taking kids' blood, right?
Yeah, it seems like teen blood is works well for people in their elderly years. Is this true?
Absolutely.
Or was that bullshit? Was that a conspiracy theory?
No, it's all true, and that's what I'm saying. It's vampirism. It doesn't mean vampires are real. It means that attitude. I don't know if we can find this. A 3-minute video one of my reporters did. Adrenochrome.
Oh, yeah. You sent it to me, right?
Okay, can you tell them the name? It's on your phone?
You got it? Okay. This is.
It's only 3 minutes, and they don't name it. I'm telling you, this is
we
real.
Can't play it. Here's the thing. Stop right here.
Yeah.
YouTube just released a bunch of total new guidelines where if you play anybody's content, you get a strike against you. You're pulled for 90 days. You can't stream. You can't do shit.
Yeah, now they're saying you can't have comments that are bad.
Yes.
So now you're
crazy.
Guilty for what your neighbor does.
Well, not
Joe,
just
you're
your
the king
neighbor.
of the YouTube. They're not going to do that to you.
Well, I don't know who the fuck's going to do it to who, but after this podcast, I think all bets
No,
could
but
be
I'm
off.
saying this is our own content.
Is
it's
it
totally
true?
fair use.
Is it true that YouTube is really demonetizing any videos that have truth and
Here's what happened.
liberty? Is that
they
true?
got
Or is
everybody
that
to get
fake
on
news?
Twitter,
Well,
Facebook,
fake
and
news?
YouTube.
That doesn't make sense.
We all advertise on
Is
our
that
businesses and our radio shows and our TV shows. This big diversified media worldwide said, hey, here's where you can get our material. It's a great system. So for 10 years, we built it up. So the web was 90% decentralized. Now it's 90% centralized. And so once the big tech got us all centralized, they went, oh, yeah. Just like when you're cashless, we'll take your bank account away if you don't support us. Boom, you're all gone. So now we have to fight back against that.
There's something to that, there's something to this idea that one giant corporation can decide, especially based on their own personal ideology, what gets put on and what doesn't get put on.
Because, Joe, they're control freaks.
Well,
You're not
everybody's a
That's why I'm
control
so
freak.
glad you're in the fight now.
Thank you.
Is there a?
What does that mean?
Japanese.
Hey, listen, it's my video.
Martial art.
It's totally legal. He just talks
Yeah,
about
but-
Google searches for adrenochrome. No, I authorize you to air my video.
Okay.
The only issue, I would just right at the beginning, I see it has a part of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
It has 10
Don't do
seconds
it.
of that.
They'll get us.
Okay,
We've got 10
skip past
seconds.
it. I know they
let's
do
just
fake
tell.
lives.
Let's tell people the link so they can go to
Yeah,
it themselves.
I can show it, but I
and
can't
this
play
is
the video.
this is essentially about people that are putting old people.
So fat I look.
Is it people are putting young people's blood into old people's bodies? Is that what it is?
It's that you were, and I know why you question because you're not a psychotic demon person.
Thanks.
You're like,
Cohen
I don't
Ambrosia.
believe that Alex says that some BBC broadcaster would go have sex with dead kids' bodies at the morgue and eat their brains.
That's not what I said. What I said, I didn't believe Bill Maher was a pedophile. That's all I said.
I said that his thing is named. I don't think he's a pedophile either. 'Cause everybody I know says he likes women, which is fine.
I think he likes women. Well, we were talking about him earlier, and I could say this from the perspective of a stand-up comedian. We say a lot of shit that we don't entirely mean because we think it's funny. Eddie and I do it all the time. That's why Eddie said that to you earlier. You really think that someone's they're gonna legislate to harvest babies? He's doing that to fuck with you.
No, this was Eddie Bravo. I thought he was
that's
being
his
serious.
style of comedy. But Eddie's been doing that style of comedy since I met him. He loves to do that. He loves to pretend and fuck with you and then get you upset. He's like, I'm joking.
Well, Joe, you're nursing that drink. Let's slam him.
Okay. Salute, my friend.
Hey, can I have one of them whiskeys over there?
Yeah, we got another beverage.
Bravo's about to turn loose.
Nah, just a little.
Hey, I get you're busy, but last time you were at a comedy show, were you gonna get steaks after this or no?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's get some steaks.
Shit.
You want Zevia in it?
Nah.
No.
Can you imagine if we announced we're gonna get steaks?
Cheers. No, we can't tell people.
It's a Joe. I understand.
Oh shit.
Hey, but Joe, let me get real
government
serious.
will
I
listen to our
appreciate all the time
conversation.
and everything. I appreciate you.
Listen, I
Let me
appreciate
ask you
you
something
too,
real
and I'm
quick.
glad. I'm
I know we're
really,
gonna keep going,
really
but
glad we did this.
I'm glad we're not
glad we
stopping
did
though,
this.
right?
No, no stopping.
I just want to say this. I want to be clear. I have literally been trying to find out what's going on, and as you get older, you figure out more stuff. I am not the one saying there's all these aliens. The entire government and all of these advanced groups, that's why they've given up on space, is they're all about interdimensional. So I didn't finish up about, and I want to get Eddie's take, then I'll get into your take.
Okay.
Is that I've got a pretty good understanding by interviewing a bunch of people involved about what the master plan is and exactly who we're dealing with, because it's not just one group of aliens.
What's the different groups? And what are you basing this on? When you say it, you're saying it you're really sure. What are you basing this on?
You know about General Stubblebine, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, he was a major general, was a 3-star general, and he was the head of all clandestine operations for the U.S. government for 15 years. And he said on my show before he died at 98 or whatever, but also in private discussions, and this is 6-7 years ago, and I was interviewing 15 years ago. I mean, this is the guy that ran the whole show. You know Men Who Stare at Goats?
Yes.
That's a joke about that. It kind of whitewashes it all. But they broke through and got contact. And they had volunteers, really serious people, who were taking huge doses of drugs to do this. Then I learned NASA was doing it, and that's why they got to the point of saying, well, why should we try to go to other places? The third dimension is just this empty wasteland. Above it and below it is all this incredibly complex stuff, but our brains tune all of it out because we can't handle it. Okay? That's why, like, young people before they hit puberty are known to be psychic, because for whatever reason, they're able to see through the veil. And all religions are based about seeing through the veil.
Well, that's what intense meditation does for you, right? That's holotropic breathing, a lot of that kundalini stuff. What they're doing is allowing your brain to relax its boundaries and interface with all the other dimensions that are around us all the time.
Exactly, but
you usually can only get through psychedelic drugs.
But dark forces generally are the ones that are willing. Good forces are not willing to get involved in free will.
So you think that there are actual entities that are in these dimensions that you're in contact with?
Okay, there are.
Have you experienced any of this personally?
Let me get to that in a minute. There are hundreds, and they're discovering new ones all the time, of parasites, bacteria, worms that control life forms to whatever they want.
Yes. Have you ever seen the zombie ants?
Yes.
Or is this zombie wasp? What is
zombie
it?
wasp?
Wasp. Yeah. There's so many of them. They keep finding us, particularly in the insect world, which is really interesting.
So the lowest level is able to infect you with something that controls your brain down to exact activities.
Yeah, exact activities. Have you personally had any experience with interdimensional beings?
Well, because it's all taboo and people.
Well, let me tell you, I have. 100%.
Tell us about it.
Doing DMT. I've 100% communicated with something. The question is whether that something was actually in my imagination or in my mind, or that something was something that takes place in another dimension. I don't know. I can't be sure. There's no way to put it on a scale. There's no way to run it through a test. But what I do know is that it's the same experience.
I can be sure.
Okay.
I mentioned Eric Muller, who you know, Mankel Muller, because he's the one guy willing to let me tell a story. I've literally talked to, I say 100 people. It's probably more than that, because I've known about this for a long time. He is a Christian, but he heard about all this, so he went down to a couple places in Central and South America and did it twice. Both times it was 30 to 40 people in the group. And he's like, well, Alex, I just don't believe in demons, but I did see basically aliens come up to the edge of the forest, and we were all seeing it, and we were all seeing the same thing, but I think it was a chemical reaction. You don't have everybody gets drunk, we all think about what happened to us in high school or college or what's good or what's bad. We all have different experiences. When you're taking a hallucinogen and suddenly you're all seeing the same thing, it just means it clicked off the part of your brain as a filter, so you go crazy.
Yeah.
Because a lot of schizophrenic people just see more. And then they see everything. It doesn't mean they're right. It just means that the filter is off.
Well, I always said, like, you ever run your hand over an insect that can't see? They have no idea you're there. They're like certain insects that just don't see anything, whether it's a centipede or whatever.
And how do we know what they see?
Well, we don't know. You're right.
Yeah.
We by dissecting dead ones, we have an understanding of what sensors they possess, and we think
a bee or a fly sees like in a bunch of little
Dude, I told you
hexagons or
Fractal,
whatever.
you know,
we know that they have a bunch
Composite eye.
of different. Yeah, we don't know what the exact experience was. I told you the whole story. that
Joe,
happened when
they've got computers hooked up to the damn bugs. They've got everything.
computers are hooked up to the bugs.
The difference is, let me tell you. Yeah, they've got 35 years ago, they had remote control rats with microchips. They could send 500 yards into a bombed out building with a camera on their top. They 30
did
years
that shit to dolphins too, right? Didn't
yes, they've got
missiles on
roaches
dolphins' heads?
in mainline Scientific American, roaches with a chip on their head that run around. The difference is, the reason it's dangerous is that once you open that gate, it's all bad.
Why is it all bad? Why can't you experience that interdimensional being and learn something from it and be a better person when you come out of it?
Because for whatever reason, at first it's all beautiful, and soon you're an Aztec base, kidnapping all the local tribes and killing whoever's the tallest or the smartest. Every time it gets control, it starts murdering everybody. And it always starts beautiful. It always starts great.
So you're talking about ancient civilizations where they ritualize psychedelic drugs and they wind up killing everybody?
In every case. In every case, the priest say we have to throw babies into fires, we have to cut their hearts out, we have to bite their genitals.
True or false? Supposedly, the mushrooms were used by the Aztecs so that they wouldn't resist. They'd get them all high on mushrooms.
It was beyond that.
Way
They had
when
a
cut their heart
cocktail.
out,
They had a cocktail
they don't resist.
of
Is this
dozens of hallucinogens and toxins that would give them an enema.
true or false, though? They didn't use the mushrooms
No,
just
they
to
did.
keep them sedated.
I'm telling you,
it
they were
makes
ground up.
sense. It makes sense if you get. They killed. Pull this up. I think the temple. I forget how you say it. Teotihuacan. But in this one temple, I think they killed some insane amount of people after it was constructed. After the
Tens of
construction,
thousands.
tens of thousands. They sacrificed tens of thousands of people. That the ones that were actually working to build the temple. Once they
But let me
died,
tell
they
you,
killed everybody.
I've been down
Just
there
the
with like
stench.
real university heads who I want to hear from them. These are the Mayans, and they said, "Yeah, no, we're opening an interdimensional gate. The gods want blood," and they didn't take it internally to the mouth. They would take enemas of dozens of hallucinogens and alcohol, and so the priest would take a couple of drugs, and then the priest wanted to communicate with the aliens. And the aliens wanted blood.
And they also
So
took,
it was more like, we're chopping hearts out. Yes, sir. Okay, we did 1,000. Okay, the gate's open. Gate's open.
Here it goes. Jamie says, look, it says they between 10,000 and 80,400 persons were sacrificed in the ceremony in 1487 when the Aztecs completed the temple. And how do you say the temple name? Pull up the top of the.
You're right.
Is it- how do you say it?
Memory's good.
It's
It's all over.
how do you say the temple name?
It didn't say it right there.
Oh, it didn't say.
That's
I think
Mexico
it's
City.
Teotihuacan.
Mexico City.
I think I'm saying it
Mexico
wrong.
City's where they think they killed about 5 million people.
Fucking-
This is one day.
Fucking insane. They killed 80,000 people in a couple of days. That's bananas, man.
And by the way, you go down there and you're walking around in the woods and the Mayan guide goes, the bones. And they pick up and you're like, it's not gravel. It's petrified bones are everywhere.
Oh my god.
But let me go further. The priesthood were meat sellers. This happened in Europe as well. They would hang people up, and the stores, the market is below the temples. And so you would eat the meat, and the most valuable meat was warriors. Like when you won the ball throwing game that went on for days,
They would kill you.
they killed you.
The ones who won were murdered. This is the thing. They used to think that they sacrificed the losing team. Now they realize they sacrificed the winning team. I had a bit about it for a while where I was like, that must have been the longest fucking game ever. Dude's just dropping the ball, fucking up.
No,
missing
but
shots.
they were all fighting because they wanted to fight.
That's
They
funny.
believed they were
They
food
wanted
for the
to
gods.
die. Yeah, they
Because
wanted
they
to
told them,
die.
they said, Quetzalcoatl, the flying serpent, Quetzalcoatl,
Yeah.
you're gonna interface and upload to its brain. And you look at their paintings, it's all like spaceships and dials, and they have perfect in the Spanish museum for 200 years, proving it's not a hoax because there's drawings of it in 200-year-old Spanish textbooks, but you can go see it. It's about like a half foot long. Looks like a jumbo jet with the windows and the engines.
true or false? The Mayans smoked penis blood.
They did.
They did. See?
Well, what they did was
You thought I made that shit
the
up?
high
I
priest
did.
didn't
I thought
kill
you were
them.
just being silly.
The high
No,
priest
no,
didn't
that's
kill
true.
themselves,
And
but
that's-
they took long lines of leather, jaguar leather, and it had nails on it, or it had like spiky things, glass, and they would put it in their genitals. But only the most skilled
Jesus
priest,
Christ.
the high priest, while they were sacrificing people for hours, taking hallucinogens. Would like not try to cut his testicles off, but only the most skilled would sit there and draw them through their
And they
testicles.
would smoke the blood so that they
no,
could
no.
see,
The
so that they
lower
could talk
priest-
to their ancestors.
The lower priest,
Seriously.
the lower priest would then put
talk
it,
to their ancestors.
They would put it on sacred leaves, and then they would smoke the genital blood
Yep.
of the high priest, and then
They would talk to their
Oh my
ancestors.
God, I believe it. It's just people are so goofy. Look, if you see those African ladies with the giant plates in their lips, if you believe that
now
people
the necks.
yeah, how about that? They stretch their necks out to the point where if they take those things
They
off,
die.
their head will fall off. People are willing to do all kinds of crazy things to their body. I'm not surprised they smoke
But Joe,
penis blood.
The Bible says, the Old Testament, New Testament, which is pretty powerful. I know people misinterpret it, all, but it's ancient text. The people that are there. Like you read Ezekiel, like 3 burning wheels land.
Yeah.
There's a blue firmament over its head. It gives me something to take. I take it, and I'm given the full data of the plan that the genetics has been infested, and God must destroy everyone.
Do you think that's an alien story?
Oh, it's 100%. But
That's what they always talk about. They always talk about that being an alien story. That's why one of the primary stories when they talk about the Bible, Ezekiel's vision, a wheel within a wheel. They always talk
But if you
about
read
that.
it, it says floating off the ground in the Hebrew.
Yeah.
And the King James is pretty clear too. Floating comes a thing with a crystal firmament over its head. And then the face is shifting different creatures. It's like a video screen.
Well, if you think about how long it would take for an alien to get here, it really only makes sense that unless they have a constant base,
They send a robot.
They visit, or if they came by themselves, they came by themselves a long fucking time ago. Like if they were able to make interstellar travel like 3,000 years ago, which is not that big of a leap. If you think about us 3,000 years from now, we probably can do something like that, right? So if they were doing that 3,000 years ago and they found human beings, and these are the stories that we have, these stories like Ezekiel and like there's a bunch of different ancient stories about contact with the skies. You know, the ancient Hindu
take
text.
Revelation.
Yes.
There's a world government. The beast is 50 feet tall. It shifts. Everyone can see it at the same time. It's a hologram. And you've got these digital systems. If you don't go along with it, you can't buy or sell.
Yeah.
People say, oh, well, that's not real, but it's manifesting.
And then go 2,000 years in the future, they have advanced technology. They don't send people anymore. Now they send aliens. If you go back to the old days, it was actually some sort of humanoid or a large thing, like all the Zechariah Sitchin shit that covers the Sumerian text.
Exactly. That's what...
it makes sense.
That's what all those guys are telling you, like Avatar. James Cameron's definitely dialed in. It's like, no, they're jacking in.
Well, it makes sense that if there was a visitor to this planet 5, 10, 15,000 years ago, if there was, maybe more, maybe if there was a visitor hundreds of thousands of years ago that actually did genetic experiments on lower hominids, if that was really the case, it makes sense that their technology would increase far more rapidly.
But let's go past that. Obviously, scientists like to plant things, gardeners like to plant things, but that's Joe. That's exactly what the globalists believe. Is that
maybe they're just aware of what the fuck's going on? They're as powerless as we are. If there really are
I agree.
aliens,
More and more, they only put soulless people in charge who are compartmentalized. Nobody else knows who will carry this out. But we're able, because we're advanced, to look at this. Because let's just get down to brass tacks.
Tax. I love tax.
No, Joe, you just said it. Instead of some weird, dumb preacher, in Alabama, not bashing Alabama, saying stuff, you get mad at this. Don't look at why it's so demonized. Look at why it's demonized. Think about that.
Right.
Think about how it says that there's no reality and God creates a whole new virtual reality, gives light, does all of it, and then his genetic experiment by rogue elements gets involved. It's all right there. And when you actually look at it and you expand on it, and you're like, oh my God, this is like beyond a science fiction book. And so it's the obvious thing. That's why they keep telling us, oh, look, Piltdown, man, all this fake stuff. No, Joe. They did an accelerated mutagenic, they're doing it to us now, something new. They did an accelerated mutagenic program on this planet. And humanity, what does the Bible start with? It says, we are made in the image of God. What does that mean? We don't have God's knowledge. We don't have God's advancement. We're the image. Well, what is an image? It's a scan. It's numbers. It's the genetics. It's the potential. So we are the aliens, Joe, and everybody already knows this. We are the aliens.
Do you think that we are a product of alien intervention? They took these lower hominids and they accelerated their evolution by applying their genetics? Do you think that?
Here's the deal. They say we're 97% chimpanzee, but then they actually get into the deeper genetics. We're closer to pigs or rats. So I think that this was an environment built for us. We're the master genetic program, and they're all subsets of us, just for a backstory. And that's what the globalists think. And
yeah, but do you think that the aliens created us? Like, this is like one of the primary...
Here's what the elite believes. The elves are biological androids, the Greys. And then there's other systems going on, and no one knows because it's all warfare, psychological stuff. No one knows the truth because it's virtual reality once you get to that level. So no one knows. We just know we're advanced. But we are, and I'm not just saying this to make everybody feel powerful. The globalists are obsessed. The elites are obsessed because reportedly, obviously, humans are pretty freaking cool. We've got some big, giant mission, and maybe that's a program. I don't know. That we're like pretty super advanced. But you can't put something out like the Spartans, where when their kids were 7, they throw them out for 2 years in the woods. You can't just put something out like liberals. You give everybody everything. They're little assholes. So this is like boot camp and training, and so they have to test us and do all this. And basically, this planet is what the people say. It's a big testing ground for other things that are going to come. And we are it. We are God. And I don't mean I'm God. I'm already God. I've achieved godhood. Because you can see that potential in yourself, and the lower level elves will tell you that because they already know you're badass. But if they can trick a tadpole that's going to grow into Godzilla to go kill itself, they're winning. So the elves are a test. The elves are a test on us to attack us and see the survival of the fittest. But they're nothing. They're like, by the time we've achieved consciousness, we're going to look back and go, we're not going to be looking at that. Because I think when you jump to the next level, there's an even bigger war going on.
What's the biggest war?
Consciousness in the universe is an interdimensional spacecraft beyond that looks like a comet from my research. And it has its head, it has its corona.
That's consciousness?
Consciousness. It carries evil in the tail end.
So consciousness has a location?
No, there is this giant consciousness that's God.
Okay.
Swimming in a giant system of survival of the fittest that God has created to test God's self.
Okay.
And it looks like a comet. So you got God's conscience and all the good things, the knowledge going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested. So the tail goes out, and at the end of the tail is basically evil. That's why Christ says, "Get behind me, Satan." And it's always trying to test God and infiltrate up into it to sabotage it.
Damn. If they do pull the plug in this podcast, this is a good way to end this motherfucker.
If your burnout one is finished,
no, I'm not. I'm just saying, if 1,300 and something, if the fucking governments come in.
But Joe, they love you because you're a smart guy.
No. You guys been talking about aliens so much, dude. Trust me, this is going to be one of the biggest YouTube videos of all time.
Is that the move, to talk about aliens as much as possible?
They love aliens. They love it. It's all over children's programming.
They want BS alien stuff where they come out of space. It's interdimensional, Eddie.
Well, when you say aliens, it sounds like you're talking about
the elite, Joe,
the Pleiadians.
Eddie,
That's what it sounds like you're talking about.
The elite literally believe they're in contact with these things.
Well, maybe they are.
Well, describe what you saw on DMT, and you tell us.
You have these experiences where thoughts become patterns. They become like geometric patterns that are moving through space, and they change and shift, but they're letting you know that they know all your bullshit. They see right through you.
And they're saying thought is creation.
They want you to relax. Yes, there is a lot of that. There's a lot of thought is creation. Yes.
Yeah, but the only...
relax, to see. Don't struggle.
I wouldn't call them aliens, though. What I saw, I never referred to them as aliens.
But that's the term everyone knows. Not of this world. Not of our average thing.
I would think it was aliens if it woke me up in the middle of the night and took me aboard a ship, and that's what I experienced. I would be 100% convinced that I went to an alien spaceship and I talked to these things. The difference is how it was like to smoke it and then lay back and then experience that is like I expected that progression of events. But if I woke up in the middle of the night, I was going to take a leak, and a light shone down through the bathroom, and they sucked me through the window, took me aboard a spaceship, and I saw the exact same thing that I saw while I was high on DMT, I'd be 100% convinced that I was in contact with aliens. The only difference is how I got there. Like, I got there through a drug. I got there through smoking something that's produced by the human brain that I knew was pretty safe. No one's ever died of it. I'm like, let's see what happens.
But I go back to everyone I've talked to. In mass groups taking, particularly ayahuasca, they have group events and see the same things and hear the same things.
Yes.
Which is the psychic connection, but it's beyond that. You could argue, well, one person's a psychic leader. They project it in everybody else's minds.
Yes.
But who's projecting that into them? So that's the only way it's out. This is why the Pentagon...
It might not be someone projecting anything into your mind. It might be your newfound ability to perceive things that you could... The way I look at it is like...
No, I agree, but why are they all 43 people, in Costa Rica all seeing aliens?
This is a bad example. But it's not a bad one. If you fart and you didn't have a nose, no one would know. If we didn't have a sense of smell, we could still get along in this life.
No, I agree.
If there was a way to visually see if food was
It's not
rotten,
an individual hallucination. They're all seeing it.
But what I'm saying is it's entirely possible that there's multiple dimensions or multiple things that we can't perceive, that we don't have the senses for, that are around us all the time.
No, I agree. So just briefly, and you jump in there, Eddie. Let me tell you what my deep research and basically vision is.
Okay.
And vision just means you're like things crystallize, epiphany. To talk about 12 dimensions, 11 known, 12 being omnipresent, so we don't say it actually exists. To say that is arrogant, so I won't say that. But I have had dreams my whole life that come true. And the weirdest thing, like a lady drops a thing of pickles at the store. For 5 years I have the dream, and then one day I'm there and it's the woman in the pickles break. Or I walk around a corner.
When was this?
Particularly when I was a kid, it was more intense.
That is fucking crazy. So for 5 years you had the same dream, and then one day it happened?
Yes.
Was it exactly how you dreamt it?
Yes.
Fuck.
For about 6 months, I had a dream of a guy in a purple and green striped shirt. And I'm like, why am I walking? Because it's not like normal dreams. It's like you've been taken over. You always get vomit after
lucid, like a lucid dream.
Lucid dream. And I'm walking around like, why am I behind a building? And all of a sudden, there's some dude in a purple and green striped shirt, and he attacks me. And 6 months later, it happens. And I mean, it happens exactly. So,
what do you think is going on? All thoughts of yourself aside, just look at it objectively. What do you think that is?
You could say that it's human programming and basic programming in the brain.
Do you think you're tapping into a timeline that maybe you can't access all the time?
Well, that's what I know.
One of the reasons why you can rant and rave, and when you spew out information the way you do, which is very impressive. The way you can talk about things
for 3 hours straight,
and get excited about things, you do the majority of your programs entirely by yourself.
No
teleprompter. But I agree with you. It's not like I'm telling you.
You're doing something unusual. Do you understand that?
I'm not even doing it. It's like a river's going by. There's a turtle. There's a fish. There's a log. That's why it's like random. Like, what is this? What is that exactly?
Right, but that's how you communicate. That's like in the beginning of the thing we were talking about Sandy Hook. I kept trying to slow you down. I was like, I'm not following you down this river. You just hit this one rock. I want to talk about this rock. I want to talk about the next rock. But you just keep going. The way you think about things is you're chaining one thing to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. And for people who are not thinking the way you're thinking, it can be exhausting. Like you're trying to follow what you're saying.
Well, sure, it doesn't even mean I'm right about it all. I'm only seeing the code.
But I'm wondering, because of the fact you're telling me that you had these dreams that came true exactly the way you dreamt them. I know you're not full of shit. You're not a liar. I've known you for a long time. If that really did happen to you, if this is your real life experience, I want to know what the fuck that is. Are you on the periphery? Do you have your finger on a membrane that maybe other people can't totally touch? Or occasionally, just occasionally, you get a little peek through and you get to see the other side. Even if it's only once or twice in your life. Who's to say that what you're experiencing by being able to see these things that manifest themselves realistically in the future, that this isn't what human beings will have 5 years from now or 100 years from now?
Well, sure, exactly.
Right?
We think of like a cell phone being magic on ours.
We think we're all the same. That's the thing. We think we're all the same, but we're not all the same. We're not all the same in our ability to talk. You can talk for a lot longer about a lot of different things than I do. Eddie Bravo can talk about jiu-jitsu better than both of us, and he's a musician. So you and I both suck at music, right? So there's certain things that people can do that you can't do.
Well, let me try to describe it. And they'll use this against me, but notice they don't touch it because it's their whole religion, and they can't stand up talking about it. By the time I was like 3 years old, I would have this dream that God has, because God knows everything, is this super intelligent, omnipresent, unlimited dimensions, but God doesn't know where God came from. So just like we're trying to find out where we came from, God is like a virtual reality simulation as well. And God is constantly running every program, every operation, turning evil loose, good loose, everything. So I would have these dreams. But the earliest memories, like 2-3 years old, where I would fly out to the edge of infinity, and it was a continual message. Find out where we came from, find out what it is, and it would just be this big, giant, spinning black vortex, like a black hole. And then I would have to go into that, trying to figure out what was going on, and it was the same thing. And so it's this incredible frustration. So then growing up and dealing with things and questioning politics and questioning all these other areas, and then having dreams that come true exactly, and like knowing what's going to happen before it happens, and then questioning it, and then it never being wrong, be like weird, not bright, like crazy stuff, man. Like just so much stuff where it becomes like you can't even deal with it. You like dial it out, and then you just reach that point where you don't even know what's real anymore because it's so crazy. But then you see like the mathematics of the whole system, and you know how it works. It's not like you're some schizophrenic. You talk about it, you deal with it, and it actually works. Like now when you fight the system, you automatically know what to do. Like when you talk about something the president word for word repeats, Trump, that's what freaks him out. Word for word, whole speeches, like whole things. And I'm not on a power trip. That's what they flipped out about at the CIA and everywhere else. And they're like, well, Jones is like connected to Trump, and I think Trump's like an idiot savant.
What does that have to do with this speech? Explain that. Trump's speech? I'm trying to follow you.
I don't even know.
That's the thing. It's hard to follow you sometimes.
Because
we were talking about God.
You were talking about Trump's speech abilities?
Well, even before that, he was talking about God.
So God. God knows everything except where God came from.
That's a good soundbite right there.
Do you think that God is just like every other system that we see? Like, think of this. There's no one.
God is the most advanced.
There's no one
AI.
bird. There's no one bird that's running all the birds. There's no one person that's running all the people. It's all chaos. Even if we elect someone, if half the fucking people hate them, everybody's in chaos. They're trying constant power struggle.
Are you still on?
Do you think that God is decentralized? Do you think that the idea of God is decentralized? That maybe God is a real thing, but God's not one person. God is literally all of the organisms. God is not just free will. God is consciousness. It's all the organisms. It's every fucking technological innovation.
No, I think God is intelligence.
All the things.
No, I agree with you. And that's not some New Age thing. New Age is a counterfeit, Joe. I agree with you.
Counterfeit?
No, I'm saying a counterfeit of what's real.
Oh.
Because they'll say, oh, God is everything. It's true. God is experiencing consciousness through all of us. There's
when Mike, where I have a hard time saying that I know this, I could say God might be decentralized. I could say God might just be just like every other organism on the planet. It's just something that's moving in a certain direction, trying to protect itself and trying to procreate and trying to advance and trying to innovate and trying to be better than it was yesterday. That's what everything is doing. Every fucking animal that started out as a single-celled organism is trying to survive.
Except they didn't create themselves.
Well, it's not necessarily that it didn't create itself, but something created it slowly but surely.
Well, let's say this.
Through the process of evolution and mutation.
This is we keep going. I want to keep going for hours. We should do an epic podcast, but the point is, we should not give up.
Don't give up.
The point is, there is a pro-human future and a pro-free will future, and the globalists are an anti-human, anti-free will future. So all I know is to swim towards the light. I'm for a pro-human future.
This is a point, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to discuss this with you, and this is one of the things that I talked about with Tim Pool recently, and one of the things that when we have a revised podcast, which is coming up very soon with Jack from Twitter, we all need to talk about open communication. That it's very bad for all people involved to shut people down from communicating as long as they're not doing anything to actively try to harm somebody.
Well, Kennedy said those that make peaceful action, or whatever he said, people that make peaceful action illegal make violence inevitable. And I'm butchering the quote.
You might have paraphrased it, but that's a perfect quote. People don't like being left on the outside, and that's what one of the things about you and I having this conversation and we had our blow up is coming to understand that you felt like you were left on the outside. And me, as a person who was constantly busy and wasn't paying attention to that, it was selfish of me to not pay attention to how you must have felt to be stuck on the outside.
Well, I just felt
regardless of what you did, what you wish you didn't do or didn't do. What I like about you is what we saw today. I mean, one of the best things about this podcast to me is I got to show people what I really love about Alex Jones. You're fucking fun. This is hilarious, and you say a lot of shit that turns out to be real and turns out to be of real concern, and you make some really good points about all the shit that has happened in the past.
I hear you. I don't want to be right about them killing babies after they're born.
I know you don't want to be right about it.
I don't want to be right about human.
You don't have to be. You don't. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you want to be right about it.
We're
Have
going
some
a lot
more.
longer.
Oh, Jesus.
What's your longest podcast? We're going.
No, don't do that. That was like 6 hours or something.
Well, who was
What
your
the
longest?
length? I think Kevin Smith was the longest. He was like 5.5.
Fuck that dude.
Oh, he's a great guy.
We're only doing 30 more minutes.
I'm just kidding.
I love him. Okay, 30 more
I
minutes.
see you
Let's
want to
do
give
it.
up. You're going to be
No,
steak, though.
dude, I'm fine, man.
I'll go
We're
for
gonna eat.
hours. Look, here's
We're
the
gonna be
thing.
fine. Listen,
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that... No.
That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music.
No.
I might have to use an Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint.
Well, I'll take a puff of tobacco, but no, seriously. When it comes to regular
I have some
life...
regular tobacco with no marijuana at all. Would you like some?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
No, but I don't...
no weed for Alex
But my
Jones.
gut's never wrong.
It'll
Now
fuck up the show. It'll fuck
I want
up
to get
the
into
show.
all your points, because here's the deal.
What points?
That's all
I got
tobacco.
points?
100%?
Yeah, 100%.
I ain't got no points.
Eddie's got some great points.
No.
No, Eddie.
Big
Eddie,
UFC this
you
weekend,
are the
brother.
ambassador of the Flat Earth Society.
No, he's not.
That flat Earth- listen.
Eddie barely Eddie doesn't believe more than he believes.
Listen,
so if someone,
not
if,
putting him down.
but if flat Earth became a universal truth, he would fucking start believing the Earth is round.
No, Flat Earth Society
He's contrarian.
the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition. Nobody that's in Flat Earth.
Okay, listen, I know there's a lot of bullshit, so I really...
Flat Earth Society
I
is
respect
not
you.
real.
I respect you. I do. I love you. The point is that I'm asking you a real question here. Okay. It'd be the biggest documentary in history. It only costs like $1 million.
Okay, let's do
to get a
it.
50,000 ton big ship and to have it circumnavigate the planet. And you will be there with GPS.
No.
and you-
I'm not going to be there. Fuck no. We're going to get someone to represent me there. Okay?
All right,
Okay, drone.
let's announce
No,
it.
we'll get-
we're
exactly.
launching.
I'm not doing
no,
it.
No. We're launching the Discovery of Flat Earth project.
Well, that Rocket Man dude's already shooting himself into space. Isn't he like...
Yeah, but that's
You know what?
fake
It's
video.
really easy. You know, you prove the Earth that we really live on a ball.
How?
When they supposedly make those missions to the ISS, when they shoot up, just have one of the astronauts that's going to go to the ISS, just have a GoPro camera on his helmet and just go uncut, no cuts. No cuts from the time you get in on that ship to the time you dock, and I want you to document
Hey, Eddie,
all
are
the
you
docking.
denying we
There's
have cell
nothing
phones
like that.
and friggin' technology?
Who's
and
said anything about cell phones? I got one.
Hey,
My
please,
cell phone is awesome.
Guys, let's not
What
be
is
Eddie,
that?
Eddie, let's not be combative here. But if that
We're not-
happened,
we're not being
but if
combative. This is
but
how we talk.
I know, but you're talking over each other. If that did happen, would you? You want some more of this tobacco, Alex Jones?
Dude,
Sure.
if that happened,
Well, secure
this
America
isn't the first
provider.
time I'm saying this. I've been saying, if that
But
happened,
if that happened, you let it go.
yeah, they don't.
Okay.
There's no footage of the construction of the International Space Station. There's no footage. It just appeared.
Because there's not a spacecraft.
There's no
Plus the
footage
plastic
of the
bunch of
construction
modules.
of the International Space
Are you
Station.
sure about that?
100%. There's no footage of the
Eddie,
construction.
I have
They would have
friends
filmed that shit.
I've
Eddie,
known
how-
people that worked
maybe-
on the space station. I've known astronauts. They're real people, man. They were there.
No, they are real people. I didn't say they weren't real people.
So you don't think it's really constructed, or you would like to see the footage first?
Well, listen. If there's a debate. Let me finish, dude. There's a debate out there whether you believe we went to the moon or not. Everyone needs to acknowledge it. There's a debate. There's people that
What
believe
about the laser?
Hold on. There's people that believe we went to the moon, and there's people who believe that we faked it. You have to understand both reasons.
People have a right to say it.
Exactly.
Yes.
So when you talk about the people that don't believe we went to the moon, when they also say they're faking other space shit too, you have to kind of understand where they're coming from.
Let me
That's
tell you the
6
story.
moon
He
missions
died
that they
about-
believe, whether we went or not. Maybe we went, maybe we didn't. I don't know. But there's people that don't believe it. So when they don't, you should understand it. They have no trust for any of that
Eddie,
other
I
shit.
love you.
How many times you got to fake going to the moon before you go? Okay, before that bullshit meter just fucking explodes.
No, I agree. Listen,
shit is explode.
I
Okay,
really got mad about Sandy Hook, which I think happened. I have a right to question on one. I was watching Minions 3 or 4 where they go to U.S. and they run through the Minions, run through Hollywood and they're staging the moon landing. People have a right to do that. The truth is, nobody wants to send people up because a bunch of them die. A bunch of test pilots die. We fly on jumbo jets around the country. Our cell phones work.
Do you think we definitely went to the moon?
Absolutely.
100%?
Absolutely.
Bet your life on it?
Bet my life on it. But the difference is that I say it didn't happen. The truth
says
is
that?
we have type of Alex Jones denies moon landing.
I've denied it a bunch of times.
They say Alex Jones says that there are human slaves on Mars. Never said it. But all I'm saying is I know the real NASA people, and
Wernher von Braun, the guy who directed all 6 moon missions, was a Nazi, correct?
yes.
He hung out with Walt Disney, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, who in the 50s just made up space. No one went to space.
How is space?
What?
Hey, listen, I'm not
Walt
disagreeing.
Disney had space.
Eddie, I was on the phone with you for 45 minutes this morning. I told you I have a 12-inch telescope, 12-inch diameter opening aperture.
Yes, we
I
talked
have
about
looked
this.
at the freaking moons and taken 35-millimeter
Yeah,
photos.
it's there. It's there. All the shit you see when you look up, it's there. You
told me
get a
to
telescope, you get closer
Listen,
to
we're
what's
not gonna
there.
we're not gonna have a space is fake conversation.
You told me the fucking lights are fake.
I can't do this.
I didn't say the lights are
Well,
fake.
what are they?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what they are.
the way I describe this is the same way I talk about jujitsu. You should never talk about how effective martial arts
You
are
could
to someone who
prove
hasn't trained
jujitsu.
at all.
You can't prove that shit.
You can
can't
prove all those things.
You can't prove
I
that the
think
sun's
it's- I think
93
it's
million
fair
miles
to
away.
question
There's no
everything.
proof
You
for
don't
that.
think
Like,
that
are
there's
we
some-
even
there's
conscious?
knowledge?
It's scientism. You gotta believe it.
Eddie,
You have
are
to
we
believe
even
it.
real people that have souls and free will? Because you could say, maybe we don't even exist. You don't exist. Joe doesn't exist. And nobody exists.
So because
Eddie, we can't
because,
have a space is fake
Okay,
talk.
yeah.
My fucking head will break.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Let's not do it.
No,
Yeah.
but the only my point of all that was I don't want to have a space discussion either. But my point is that if there's people out there that believe we faked going to the moon 6 times, you have to understand their skepticism. That's
Yes.
it.
No,
you
I
have to
totally
kind of
agree.
like
Well, this is hold on.
You know
Eddie,
what I mean?
This is
You have
what
to
we
understand
actually
that.
talked about before when
You
he
have
was
to
talking
understand
about
that. That's all.
This is what we talked about before when he was talking about the reason why he questions anything. It's because he's seen so many different things that
Yes,
turned out to be
exactly.
bullshit.
So
That's
you
exactly
have
what
to
Alex was
understand
saying
it.
earlier. And
Yeah.
he was actually saying that sometimes you can get fucking crazy with it and you think
Yeah.
that everything's fake. And you call bullshit on things that really aren't
But
bullshit.
human
Maybe.
exploration is
Maybe.
real.
Yes.
Well, is
Some of
that-
it's, but we can do some stuff.
Like what?
What we've done, man.
What? Like what? Like fight wars and shit? Like what?
Like electricity?
That's awesome. Tesla, right?
Yeah.
Right? Where's Tesla at now?
I'm
No,
not
it's
putting,
just how about all the technology that you enjoy and make your life run
Totally, I
correctly?
love it.
This
I
is
love
all
that.
from science.
That's of course,
Right.
Of course, I'm not talking.
It's the same science that allows people to understand the distance between Earth and Mars.
That's but
the
that,
same
that kind of
science
stuff. Then you get into
that sends
yes, it's still
rovers.
science. But
by the way,
if
I'm
you
not
have
trying to make
believe
points
it-
because, Eddie, you've taught me a lot and you're a really smart guy and an entrepreneur and a badass. So I think it's healthy to be where you're at, questioning everything versus buying everything. All I'm telling you is the stuff we have now 100 years ago would be considered magic. And we humans can go way beyond
yes, I
that.
agree with that. Fucking iPhones, are you
Dude,
kidding
I
me?
know people that I was there when they
iPhones
were
are the
dying at
best.
the hospital, and
That
I'm
has
like,
nothing to do
they were
with
like top
space,
NASA
though.
scientists on the main line in the videos running NASA, and I'm like, were we there? Yes, I ran the RCA cameras. We faked the photos because the radiation belt hit it. They dolled them up, but we wouldn't have done that. I freaking know what happened.
That makes way more sense to me. And it's one of the things that Jamie and I have actually discussed when we talked about the Gemini 15 photo, the famous photo of Michael Collins that turns out to be just a reverse of a photo of him on a training mission where he's in the harness.
Yeah, they
and the
wanted
whole thing.
PR.
They
And the
used
thing is,
PR. That's what I said.
listen,
Overzealous
I didn't go to
PR
one.
agents.
I didn't go to 2. I went to 3.
what?
Deathbeds of NASA engineers. One of them was Raymond Teague. They allowed me to talk about this. Raymond was there running this freaking. He ran the lasers on the moon. He ran the deals. He said what was weird is they had another group of ships, and I'm not.
You know what would be
Raymond
the most
told me not to say
ironic
this.
thing?
I just shouldn't do it.
Another group of ships?
Well, they had another group of ships, but basically he wouldn't say it. And this is not drama. I was going to meet with him. I met with him at the former NORAD command base. That's the Hilton outside Austin. And he wouldn't tell me. And then like a week later, his heart blew. But he was ready to tell me. He said, no, it's real, but there's more advanced. And I mean, he had like presidential letters in his house. You look at him, he's like the main guy, like running the cameras, like number 3 in NASA, like for engineers. Freaking, he was in Vietnam, ran Black Ops in Cambodia. And he said, well, we lost a lot of people, but those were clandestine operations. I wasn't part of them. It's all compartmentalized. But he said, you're right that there were a bunch of missions beforehand because the U.S. was willing to kill 50 people to do that.
just to see if they can get someone in.
So no one else
would
will
be
do
the
it, 'cause
most
they're like-
tragic thing.
Because people think the U.S. is that great, Joe. No, we were willing to. We had men that were ready to die.
Oh, yeah.
Over and over again for the one time it worked, and that's what pisses me off.
Well, Gus Grisham and the original
Blew up on the launch
Yeah, they
pad.
blew up on the launch pad. You know, will be incredibly tragic if they actually did go to the moon, but they faked the footage because of the radiation. So they released this bullshit
Yes,
footage
it was
and
film.
nobody
You
ever
can't get
believed.
film.
You know-
But do you know how horrific that would be if you were a guy like Neil Armstrong and you knew that the footage was bullshit, but you actually had gone to the moon? And you're like, fuck. And this whole thing was like people were starting to go, why does it look like they're on wires? Why does it look like they're on trampolines? Like,
Yeah, by the way, they all got radiated because it's true. Like he says, going through that's like 1,000 chest X-rays or something. You know, even flying at noon, is like 10 chest X-rays, right?
Yeah,
you know what?
flying is terrible for you.
Notice all the.
I thought it was only one.
Notice how it's more. Notice how the international flights are all now at night
Why is that?
because there's freaking no radiation, dude.
Because you go to sleep, it's a red eye.
No.
Solar radiation.
From 35,000 feet to sea level, on average, is 10 feet of water and about 6 inches of stone. There's dirt. Why is the sun so big on the on the?
Wait a minute. Explain that again. What are you saying?
Imagine the atmosphere as a lens.
Okay.
So why do you think the sun or the moon looks so much bigger on the horizon?
Why is that?
You ever thought about that?
Refraction.
I always thought it was just
It's not
in
refraction?
comparison to
Yeah,
the Earth because it's on the
bigger than that.
closer
Why
to the
is it
surface.
red?
Why is it red? The atmosphere.
You're looking
It's going
through all
through
that
more
dust,
air
and you're
of
looking
dust.
through 1,000 miles instead of 20 miles.
Okay.
So the moon gets smaller and turns totally white as it goes up.
Right.
So this is like astronomy. I'm not.
Right.
I did take
No, I see what
astronomy
you're
college.
saying because you're looking at it on the plane. And
Yeah. So
all
what was
this
the point of me
stuff
bringing that up?
between
I forget.
We were talking
Joe's
about
good at that.
Flights,
yeah.
radiation.
We were talking about
So here's the
radiation.
deal. Whatever it is, you get a bunch of chest X-rays
Right.
when you fly during the day
Because the sun, solar radiation.
because
right?
you're above. Like everybody knows, you're in the mountains, you get a worse sunburn. Why is that?
less oxygen.
Less dropping the UV.
Yeah.
So when you're at 35,000 feet, that's above the Himalayas.
Yeah.
You are up there, and there's on average at 35,000 feet. This is NASA statistics, so probably not true. 10 feet of water and 6 inches of stone. Because if you condensed 35,000 feet of dust, the filter.
Oh wow.
Why when you hit a filter on your iPhone does it turn another color? Put a filter over it.
Right.
So think about the atmosphere. When you're looking straight up, the moon's fucking white. Looking at this angle, it's yellow.
Right.
It's big and orange on the like. Damn, that's big. It's not just where it's coming up. That's part of it.
Right.
It's that it's bubbled. It's deformed. It's like looking through a pair of glasses on the edge.
So you're looking through all that atmosphere. You're looking through pollution. You're looking through dirt. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad told me all that.
That's fucking amazing. Yeah.
So that's why moons are red. They're red when they rise. They're white when they go to the top.
It's all the shit we're looking at it through. Yeah, we've got a weird situation, huh? A big ass 1/4 size planet just floating. Just floating above us. We stare at it. Well, it's a full moon tonight. That is fucking weird. There's a planet that's right there.
I fell asleep at like 10 o'clock last night and missed your call. And I woke up at like 3:30 and I had to get up and I looked out and it looked fake. It was so
fake
beautiful.
sometimes,
It was a
yeah.
half moon, and I was looking out the hotel like 500 yards from here, and I'm looking at how beautiful that is. It's just like, hey, it's okay to say it's made out of cheese. It probably isn't.
Did you ever see that movie Dark City?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I love it.
Great fucking movie. Kiefer Sutherland.
Yep.
Fucking great movie. Sometimes
That's a good movie. That's like a Twilight Zone.
It's like a Twilight Zone. It's a classic. I'll watch that motherfucker again. But it makes me feel sometimes like reality. Like that movie was so strange because it was like this weird scripted reality that these people were
Joe,
like, they'd have to
your
find their way
family-
through the surface
Joe,
and shit.
They're all
Your
Luciferian.
family's real.
Yes.
Your consciousness is real.
No, I'm not saying that.
I know
a
you
real
know
life
that. No,
is-
I agree. It's all
I'm
virtual.
saying it's fascinating
I agree.
sometimes to
I'm saying
think
you're
about
right.
that movie.
I'm saying you're right.
Yeah.
It is virtual.
Yes.
But you're real.
Yes, you're real too.
You've been all of us have been put into a simulation to basically test us. And that's the big thing I'm trying to get across to people.
Damn, Alex Jones. Let's wrap this motherfucker up.
Well, you're going to eat steak with us, or you're going to say, I can't go eat?
Let's eat, man.
All right, so let me ask this question.
Okay, go ahead.
You can helicopter in at South Africa or wherever I can. Can you imagine the film Searching Flat Earth?
Let's do
And,
it.
like, Eddie
But
Bravo,
I'm sending a representative.
We
Let's
should
do
have.
it.
No. Eddie,
yeah.
you should be on the show.
I'm not going.
Who would you send as a representative? Do you have a guy?
I'll have a contest.
Do you really believe
Trust
him?
me.
Oh, that's a good move.
No.
Have a contest.
Yeah, and then we'll just have a
Eddie, you're
cameraman
gonna
on the
say
whole
it's made
time.
up. No,
we'll have a
Eddie,
cameraman. You pay for the cameraman's flight.
Eddie, GPS
That's
is
hotel.
hundreds of these satellites.
Jamie can film.
64.
Wouldn't it be a
How many
good
satellites
move?
are the GPS? So there's this whole GPS, and you can like leave LA on a ship, and you can go all the way over to Japan and see everybody, and go down around India and around Africa, and you can go land in New York.
You could do it if it's a flat plane. That's like you're just not thinking right. You could go anywhere you want. If it's flat, you just go anywhere you want. People think like, how could you travel
you told
around?
me today-
How could you circumnavigate?
I can't-
if it's,
listen, we can't
unless it's a
talk-
ball?
Let's not do this. You told me this morning. Now, Joe, let's get off this. You told me this morning.
Not this morning. Yesterday.
No, we talked
this
this morning.
morning. Oh, it was this morning.
We did talk this morning. You said
My phone was dead.
you said basically that
Seemed
there
like
was no way to
yesterday.
prove any of this.
Approve any of what? What are you talking about? This. What's this?
Reality, space,
You're
This
saying
is
trees.
You're generalizing.
no. I'm not mad at you questioning. I think it's great. I'm not saying
what
go
is
to
this?
jail or be sued for
What-
questioning.
You just said that I said something, and I don't even know
Where
what
do you
mean.
think this whole space?
Problem is, I got Alzheimer's now.
What do
I
you,
can't-
what do
You
you
just
think
said-
all this shit with like people thinking the Earth is flat or people thinking space is fake? What do you think that's coming from?
I'll tell you. In my view, we'll get Eddie's view and your view.
Oh my God, we're gonna have to sit
Hold
through
on,
this
let me
shit.
hear
You've
his.
got a spectrum. So you've got people that don't even know if they're human or if life exists. Is this all hallucination because they've been lied to so much for so long they don't know it's true. And then over here you've got people that just believe whatever they see on CNN. And me, I'm just trying to look at everything going, well, they've lied a lot, but sometimes it's not that. A lot of times it's incompetence, what's real. And so I don't blame an Eddie that's like way over here or other people that are like way over here because they're trying to find some solace and believe there's order in the universe. The truth is there's not order in the universe. There's people trying to bring order to the universe, and that's why they stage events so they can try to bring order within that event. That's all I'm trying to say.
What event are you talking about?
No, Northwoods or Gulf of Tonkin
okay.
or
False flag.
whatever the thing is, or taking a real event and making it big. But it's not bad to question that. And so how do we get convinced to say, well, I ask questions and I need to be shut down. As long as I'm legitimately asking questions and who's going to judge that, I have that right. So that's where we're all going. Just what does the system want to get rid of? Free speech, right to self-defense, the family. Defend those things and ask yourselves, what are we about to discover? as
fucking
humans?
man. I believe in that. You could say that shit again. What was it? Right to bear arms, free speech, and what was the third one?
Family.
Family? No. What were those were the
Sneezing.
big three?
Sneezing. Joe, let me ask you a
Sneeze.
question.
What were
Please
the
do.
big three? Say that again.
I think mystery is what's key. I think mystery is what's key.
Mystery is what's key.
But
I'm
here's the
hungry.
thing. Now you get why, and I appreciate you having me on, guys. Why I
pleasure.
don't want to be like, my life is not Sandy Hook. I'm sad their kids died.
yeah. Tell me what you were telling me earlier that you were actually even before all this happened, you were planning your exit strategy. Like you get weary of this.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm afraid of the fight, but I'm 45, and I've had a long, adventurous life, so I'm probably like 60. And I was already, like, I wasn't sure about Trump or whatever. I had this really bad feeling when he got elected. Not that he was bad, just like, oh, the war's about to start. And then I was already planning to kind of face things out just because I don't want to, like, die when I'm 55 of a heart attack. And the fact they attacked me so much makes me have to battle and fight and never give up. And so it's not like they even wore me down before they kept me in the game. I don't want to explain it. They kept me in the game, attacking me and lying about me because now I've now become what I was worried about. Now I dream about this stuff.
That was what you were worried about initially?
Yeah, because I realized about 4 or 5 years ago
It's obsessive.
that I was already totally obsessed.
You were telling me that it fucks with your head. That the certain amount of it after a while, it just fucks with your head.
Yeah, the negativity.
Yeah.
And I like to have dreams. I have like dreams that are like 20 years long, like you talk about DMT, where I'm a farmer and like it's like 500 years ago, and I'm just like planning things and eating food and like putting my kids to sleep and like cutting trees down and like walking around. I have dreams where I'm just like normal and just being a normal person. And so I didn't like the globals think like they have like all these shows, Homeland, all these shows around this big demon. I didn't like calculate what I was going to do. And then I was already not ready to give up. I was ready to move on and innovate. And now it's almost like it's God doing it. God's like, no, it's not that easy. You're going to be pinned against the wall by your enemies and you're going to fight to the death. And then I don't believe God's a sadist, but I realize it's God's plan. I'm not going to be turned loose. I wasn't just going to do a couple tours in this fight and be turned loose. And so it's been freeing to realize that this is all a big stage and God wants to see some people dance. But I tell you, the globalists think they're like running me out or they think they've got me. It's the difference. It's like it's the opposite. Now they've turned me into this maniac.
Well, there's definitely some sort of a struggle going on right now. And seems to be like a universal struggle for figuring out what people are and how we should behave and who gets to decide that. And there's certain universal truths that are ignored, and there's certain ones that are overemphasized, and there's certain ones that are, that are in the Goldilocks spot. And we're working it out. I think that's part of what's going on with human beings. But what we have to be really, really careful of is that by silencing some people and never giving them any path to retribution, we create eternal enemies. And this is what easily could be happening right now when someone doesn't have ability to express themselves.
Because an evil force wants conflict, and what you say is totally...
I don't even know if it's an evil force, but it's a...
archetypal force.
They're listening to all those around them, and there's a hive mind sort of thinking to a lot of this. There's not a lot of debate about certain...
By the way, let's just say this, Joe, and to 10th Planet and everybody else. You didn't give in to the pressuring of the threat. It was more of the nagging like a siren, like a bitching woman, not against women. But I mean, I get it. That's why I am.
Yes.
And so that's why you didn't have me on. But then you realize I was just a symbol of you just trying to live the life and put out good ideas and talk to people. But folks are going to make you choose a side. And that's what's happening in this quickening is I don't want to choose a side.
That's why Ryan Seacrest has got it nailed. Nobody's coming to Ryan Seacrest for like political advice. He's got it nailed. He hosts a bunch of shows. He's a real nice guy. He's got a great smile. He's figured it out.
But you understand, Joe,
sticking that sweet spot, man.
He's probably looking at you going, dummy. Look at that guy. Look at him talking about
Keep
anything
your
and
opinions
everything.
to yourself.
Oh, my God.
But, Joe,
he's just leaving himself
I
wide
know
open.
Entropy that's stagnant water. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's still, nothing's going on. It's all clear.
Yes.
It's dead and rotting. What's a live ocean? Big crashing waves.
Yes.
I mean, seriously, I've seen beyond. Everybody has, but I've seen way beyond. Guys, you want to be in the conflict. You want to be in the fight. You want to take all you're not successful, Joe, because you played along with the system. You're successful because you did it organically and real. Doesn't mean it's perfect. Doesn't mean it's bad. It was real. That's why you're a success. And then they come in and you think, oh, I'm not saying you're bad. I'm the same way. Oh, all these people are telling me how great I am. I play ball with them because I've got, this thing, but they want you because they're soulless. And so all I'm saying is you've made the right decision. And I'm not just saying having me on because I'm not perfect, is deciding, no, America's still America, the world's still the world. We're allowed to talk about real things and hear real things because they want to shut other voices down so they can lie about those voices. And any idea that fears exposure or fears debate is a failed idea.
Well, I have a unique perspective. My perspective is less and less inclined to pursue it in the idea that it's a fight and more to be able to pursue reason. And to have everybody communicate with each other. Because I think part of what the fuck is wrong with all of us today is that people are so willing to take sides, and so willing to join teams, and so willing to fight about shit that they really don't have to fight about.
And I wanted to say this, I'm going to say it because this is so powerful. I don't dislike Donald Trump. And I think he's done some good things on trying to do peace and trying to get jobs back to America. But I hate Donald Trump. Because I got behind him because I knew Hillary was bad, and then he became my identity. He's not a bad guy, but the truth is I hate him more than Hillary Clinton. because he's who I am now, and whatever he does is who I am.
Right,
I'm
you're
not with
connected
Donald
to
Trump.
him.
I'm
Right.
with America and freedom and everything else, and I'm not throwing him under the bus to get George Soros on my back. Though they already asked me for the reasons I'm not with him. I'm not against even Trump, but I get in a fight like this that's so dumbed down that then no matter what I do, they take my radicalness, my weirdness to hurt Trump. But then all it does is like radioactively attack me. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like Trump is breaking my legs every day. And it's not like I'm not willing to go through the pain, except a lot of what he says I don't agree with, and he's not my identity. Sandy Hook's not my identity.
Well, this is
Donald
just
Trump's
you're
not my
talking from your own personal perspective, and I appreciate that he's not your. I don't know how many people actually think that he's your identity. But I think that what we're getting at that's important is that we don't.
No,
have
when
to
they're
fight.
shooting at me, they're going at Trump.
I'm sure there's a lot.
And
of
I don't
that.
mind the shooting at Joe. It's that I'm not Donald Trump.
I understand that from you, but what I'm talking about is just the human race in general. If we could just do one thing, be reasonable. Just be reasonable. And understand that emotions cloud judgment, and that when people start screaming and yelling at each other, and you take one side and you're the left, and this guy takes another side and he's the right, and you're going back and forth.
It defaults to mindlessness.
It's nonsense, and you don't ever get anything solved, and you never get to understand how that other person thinks and feels. And we're constantly trying to mock people. And what you were talking about the Bill Maher thing, about him cracking a joke, and I dismissed it as a joke because it was a joke. We was talking about how the red states wish they were the blue states and all that shit. That's exactly the type of thing we're talking about, though. That us versus them. That me versus, like, you're generalizing for entire swaths of the country as if they're one united
I feel bad
way
every
of
time I
thinking.
say California's lost. This is a beautiful state, a lot of great people.
There's
But
just
they
a
put us-
lot of people here. A lot of them are fucking lost. That's a fact. You know, there's like, who knows how many, there's like 30-something million people.
38 million?
It's crazy. That's a giant country. in a
What's
lot
the
of places.
population of California?
It's fucking giant. That's too many people to. There's no way you can say Californians do this. There's fucking Californians that are ranchers.
40 million
Can't
now.
we fit the whole population of
Is
the
your
world
mic
in
on?
Texas, though? So when you look at, isn't
Yeah, you got
that
2
true?
feet to
Right,
move.
but where's
Isn't
the
that
other
true?
We are
food?
overpopulated in some ways, though, with our technology. But let me just make this point. Now we got to end this.
I gotta pee so bad.
Well, go pee pee. Come back. We'll finish 5 more minutes because I want to get into the. I gotta pee pee.
Talk to Eddie. Talk some sense into
I got to
it.
piss
Oh
too.
my God, here we go. Tell me about Buzz Aldrin. Tell me about your boy Buzz Aldrin.
You know, I'll tell you about Buzz Aldrin. He told me.
Jesus Christ.
I got to piss too.
I know where you going, man? Okay, it's going to be Browns.
Infowars.com.
ClevelandBrowns.com. I'm here
No one's supposed to
live.
go to
with
Infowars.com.
No, they can't both leave.
Jamie.
Eddie, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. So, what do you think about the wide receiver of the Browns?
I don't think we can turn the talk to Browns talk right now.
No?
Unfortunately.
Is there any conspiracy theory that you kind of are suspicious of? There's got to be at least one.
Yeah, there's definitely. I'm
Like
not,
which one? Like 9/11. 9/11. You think? Are you familiar with Tower 7?
Yeah, I would say from almost every story, even the stuff we've talked about before in the past, I don't believe the official, in quotes.
Okay. So
story.
so you know that Tower 7 was the third tower that went down. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, I look more when that comes up. All of the surrounding information about what was in the buildings, not the actual event. I know the event happened. I'm not so curious about that.
But did you see the video of Tower 7 just going falls
sure.
at free fall
Yeah.
speed? That's got to be a little suspicious. Right,
Yeah, I
a
don't
red
know.
flag got to come up, at least, right?
It's-
if you're really trying to get to the truth, you're like, wait a minute.
I would say it's
This
more
motherf-
suspicious that a third building fell that wasn't.
It wasn't even hit.
touched, but,
Exactly.
yeah.
That's what the whole story is with Tower 7. And not only was it not touched by a plane, it went down at free fall speed, and it's caught on video, like 5 different angles, right? There's 5 different angles. No one's saying that it's fake footage. That's Tower 7, a 47-story skyscraper, fucking falling at free fall speed. Some people are saying it got hit with a direct energy weapon. Some people are saying that it was brought down like a control demo in Vegas, like one of those buildings, but regardless of how it was brought down, you got to look at that video footage and go, wait a minute.
And why is YouTube taking down Building 7 footage?
Yeah.
I mean, here's my
And
thing
flat
about Building
Earth
7.
footage. Why are they going after flat
I was
Earth?
on syndicated radio on like 50 stations in 2001. And I'm sitting there. That's actually I was on 120 stations. So I lost like 70% of them for saying it was an inside job. I didn't mean the fireman blew it up. I'm watching Fox News, CNN at my studio. And then I go get a pizza at 4 o'clock with CBS Radio back then. And they go, Solomon Brothers, Building 7 is going to be brought down to controlled demolition to save other buildings. So I go back on air and announce Building 7 is being brought down to save other buildings. And for like 5 years, everyone goes, I'm crazy. Then CNN and all of them archive it on the internet. And everyone's watching Building 7 going, BBC, ABC.
Let me ask you,
CNN.
what do you think happened with Tower 7?
CNN, ABC, and CBS told me the government blew it up.
The government blew
you
it
can
up.
play the clips. They go, the cops are like, get back, we're blowing it up. And the media goes, oh, you mean the cops blew it up? No, the cops are told, get back on the countdown. I've interviewed the cops like 10, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Explain it to me. Do you think that they had detonations set up already in the building?
See, that's where this goes next, Joe, which I used to always like try to follow down what it means. I don't know. I've learned to go, hey, I've got 5 different newscasts when it happened and before saying they blew it up. I don't know what happened.
Is it possible that it collapsed because of those gigantic diesel fires, right? And then
that was Tower 1 and 2. 7's its own building.
7 had a diesel,
had diesel
tanks in the basement, and they
bunker.
caught fire. They said it was an inferno. And they said it cooked through the internal.
See how he knows all this?
Hold on a second.
It's always.
But I want to ask you this because I don't know.
Oh, yeah, right.
But they said that what happened was this is whoever the fuck explained it that was making these YouTube videos, that the fire had burnt through the internal structure of the building at such a high temperature that all of these floors collapsed. They pancaked. And then it came down.
But it never happened before or since.
Right. Never hasn't happened before or since. That's a fact.
Joe,
here's the thing about
the
this.
Alex Jones 18 years ago would argue every point and say I knew what happened.
Okay.
The Alex Jones of 2019 is honest.
Well, I'm glad you're
and I'm going to say, I've seen them say they blew it up and nobody can describe it. I don't know, Joe, what happened?
Right. Well, when you look at it, the way it falls exactly like a controlled demolition. Exactly.
So
it falls from the top down. But if you actually
watch free fall speed,
right? But if you watch the full video, the center of it collapses. Like there's a full video where you're looking at the top of the building, and the center of it collapses far before the outside does.
That's how they take out the elevator shafts.
They take out
first.
the central thing first,
and then they light up the rest of the beam.
Do they do this with? Do they have it all set in advance? So they knew that 9/11 was going to come in 2 weeks?
You just answered my question. I don't know.
Right.
And what they do is they take like some clip of me from 20 years ago or 18 years ago going, here's CBS News, and they don't show it. I mean, I've got CBS, I've got BBC.
Is it possible that even though Operation Northwoods happened and Gulf of Tonkin was a conspiracy, is it possible that the internal fires in that building were so unbelievably hot that it fucked up every floor and they really did pancake on top of each other and then the exterior structure just collapsed? Is that possible? Because I'm not an engineer.
I've had the engineers say it's not.
It's not possible at all?
And here's the problem, Joe. They announced it fell in its own footprint 27 minutes before it did on 5 channels.
Damn.
BBC World.
That's true.
BBC, CNN, and CBS. Joe, I like to eat food.
I do too.
It was 4 o'clock. I've been on air since the morning on syndicated radio. I drove down to the local pizza place at 4 o'clock, got my pizza, was eating it in the car, and I heard CBS radio driving home. And they said, the decision has been made to save other buildings to control demolition. The Solomon Brothers building, Building 7. By the way, we have these clips now. But no one archives stuff then. So I go on air and I go, yeah, they just blew up a building. Everybody started freaking out.
But here's the thing.
And then they blew it up.
How long does it take to set up explosives to the point where you can pancake
It normally takes a week. And that was the next story. But then I interviewed the head of emergency management for New York.
Yeah.
And the loose change people got him on. And he says, no, I was there. They had bombs. The CIA. You know it was based in Building 7, right?
What?
The CIA, the FBI, all of it.
Wasn't it NSA as well?
Everything. See, he always says, "Oh, I don't know." He goes, "I'm not just kissing Joe's ass." Like he's beyond
Joe
Alex
knows
Jones.
what's up.
No, it's bullshit, man.
No,
I mean,
I
you know
forget
every
things.
fucking thing, dude. Just fucking say it yourself. No.
Why don't you explain it to everybody?
Oh yeah, you're right.
do a
Wasn't the
better
NSA in
job.
there too? It's like,
You do a
yeah,
better
it's
job than me.
40 fucking stories of fucking government.
Right.
So there's 40.
With a diesel tank and pre-rigged explosives in case shit hits the
Dude,
fan.
I didn't believe. I wasn't
Imagine
sure
that.
then, even though I heard CBS say they blew it up, and even though. And like the news would go, Jones says firefighters blew it up because the government. Same thing. Point you made is a good point. Like I'm saying, the government. No, I don't mean my grandpa was in the army.
If it really did pancake from the fire, what a shit design.
Yeah.
What a terrible design. I'd be so mad at that
Well,
architect.
those were the debates from underwriting laboratories.
Because
everyone went and looked at the blueprints.
Yeah.
And it is New York. And I'm not defending what you're saying because 7 was built well. It was looked at by lawsuits. They were sued. Tower 1 and 2, though, they were built with like bubble gum and like Band-Aids.
Really?
Oh, those buildings were already leaning.
Oh, no.
It was a big mob scam. Yeah, they
Oh,
were.
no.
They already
were
had
fucking leaning?
They already had buckling in the wind.
Oh,
And they had
no.
mathematicians guess that within like 5 years, one building would collapse.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my God.
So there goes your argument. It's New York. These buildings are built for shit. And that's when, as you get older, you go,
Some of them are built for shit, right? For sure, right?
I don't, I mean,
especially back then. When the
What is
fuck
inside
did
your
they-
bag? You have more tobacco?
No, I do have more tobacco, but I'm just.
Can I have a little bit more tobacco?
Yes, for sure, 100%.
Not to save you on.
You know who Dr. Judy Wood is?
Oh, I do know.
She's got Dr. Judy Wood wrote a book called "Where Did the Towers Go?"
Yeah, particle
And her
based stuff.
theory is this is just some lady, scientist lady.
No, I know. She said it was a federal agent for unbelieving her.
based on the
I've
fact
heard it.
that there was. This is what she claims based on the video
Her and Fetzer?
and the pictures that she has of where the towers collapsed.
By the way, I'm
She's
tired
saying
of Fetzer speaking for me. Sorry.
she's saying that there was no rubble. The name of the book is called "Where Did the Towers Go?" She said that direct energy weapons, some kind of direct energy weapons, dustified the buildings, turned the buildings to dust because there was no rubble.
A dude gave me a book on that.
Have you
He's
seen
like,
that?
You
It's
got to
crazy.
read this. He's like,
In
yeah, they
Australia?
use-
In Australia?
No, he's in America. He was in L.A. He told me they use Tesla technology. I was like, what? He gave me
Eddie,
this
I'm
book.
not saying you're wrong to ask that question.
You know what? For me, it doesn't matter if it was justified or they
But
blew
I
them
have
up
been
Las
accused-
Vegas style.
I have
It
been
doesn't matter.
accused- here's the
Those
thing.
buildings, in my opinion,
In
got
Sandy
blown
Hook
up.
and in the World Trade Centers, I've been accused of covering up. And I don't like that.
You be what?
He's been accused of covering things up, of being a bullshitter.
Not like I'm covering up.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Well,
Jones
you
says
know-
that-
you know
man,
that
Jones says 9/11.
A lot of people think. A lot of
Like,
people
I
think
don't
you're a
think those were
Zionist.
hologram planes.
A lot of people think you're a Zionist shill. You know that. That's the biggest one. That's the biggest one about Alex Jones.
You know, I'll be honest with you.
That's the biggest one. People always, and you know what? I always have your back. Always, always. I said, you know what? If I didn't know him, I would probably think that too.
since this is
But
so
I
epic.
know you. You are honestly making it a mission in your life to search for the truth. You're all about liberty. You're for real. You want the best for people. You're looking out for the people's best
Well, let me
interests.
tell you where I really
so
stand.
whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you're wrong. But when
Joe, you wanna say something?
you
No,
are.
sure.
Oh, so it's hard for me when I'm saying, I always have your back. It's hard for me to think you're like some Zionist shit. I'm like, I know
Well,
this
listen,
motherfucker.
man. People make up
Yeah.
rumors about all kinds of people. They come up with ideas that they want to push. They decide to, accuse someone of doing something really stupid, like being a part of something that they're not.
Here's the best way to describe it.
I
You
always
see
have your
it.
back, Alex. You know
When you
that.
see
I
it,
take,
no,
I
it's a good
take a
question
lot
to
of
ask.
heat for it.
when you
People
see-
think I'm a shill. They think I'm a Zionist now
don't think you're a
because
shill.
You gotta
I'm
stop
friends
talking
with
to
you.
those people. But when you
Yeah, they're just going to
see
intimidate you more.
conspiracies, when you see conspiracies against you that you know aren't true, doesn't that make you distrust conspiracies?
Well, I told you that's
Part of it. That's the evolution of you between you now and you.
yeah.
18
Like there's a
years
lot
ago.
of stuff is lies, but then people that just say everything's BS, you got to check it.
There's a
It's
lot of that going on, right?
Exactly. So let me try to answer Eddie's question because your question is excellent as well, and the two go together. I mean, I grew up in Dallas, Texas in the 80s and 90s when it was like the murder capital of the country. And I lived in a middle class area, but it was still like. And I got in fight with rednecks. I got in fight with racist Mexicans. There were racist white people attacking Mexicans. But I had big black guys attacking me who like flunked 3 grades in school, and my black friends would say, "Man, you're so cool. You're not racist, even though, my cousin who's 18 or if you're like 14 just attacked you." And that was all just part of a development. People do things. It doesn't care what color their skin is or where they came from. There's good black people. There's bad black people. There's good white people. There's bad white people. There's good Mexicans, there's bad Mexicans. There's good Asians, there's bad Asians. There's good North Koreans, there's bad North Koreans. And I'm stating really simple stuff here everybody knows. But I'll go to a restaurant if they've got good food. I don't care if it's Ethiopian or if it's Mexican or if it's German. If the food's good and the people are nice, I love it. Like I love black women, I love white women, I love Hispanic women. I love them all. Like, if the woman's cool, like I know a bunch of black women that are bitches, black women that are cool.
What about Swedish bitches?
I love them all. The point is, let's just say I'm super gay. But the point is, what I'm getting at here, though, is...
No, I don't like Swedish girls.
What did I just get at all this?
I don't know. Let's wrap this up.
No, we need to wrap it up, but I got to make this point.
I don't know what it is.
How was I getting into that? Oh, the racism thing.
Oh.
It's not about... I know I'm saying something so simple. Everybody's like, yeah, you told me grass is green. Martin Luther King, it doesn't matter what color someone is. It matters what they stand for, what they do. I go to restaurants that can be owned by Koreans or black people or white people or whatever. If the food's good, like music, I love Jimi Hendrix. He's a black guy.
What if the food sucks?
Then I hate it. But it's not because they're white or because they're Hispanic.
Of course.
So I don't, Joe, I know
Dude, you've been sitting next to a Mexican for 3 hours. 100% believe you.
You totally love Mexicans.
I do too. Mexican food.
Fuck
too.
yeah.
Fuck
All
yeah.
right, Joe, we've had a big epic interview.
It's been pretty goddamn good.
And people at the end, this is not your record 6 hour, though.
No, but it's pretty damn good. We're at like 4 hours or something like that.
All right.
You think this? I think you guys talked enough aliens to fucking really boost your search engine results on YouTube.
No, we'll be eliminated from all search engine results. But I really
there's no
wonder
doubt
about
you'll
that.
be penalized for this. And Joe, you should say something about that. Like, you're an American, you're allowed to talk to me. Because they're going to say, Joe Rogan had Jones on to say no one died at Sandy Hook. BS.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anyone's going to say that. But people probably will say some things. But I think also, the idea that, like, anybody should be able to tell you that you can't talk anymore ever. If you said one thing that people don't like, or if you do talk, it has to be only on your side, and you have to be trapped out of all of the different platforms for social media. It's a slippery slope, And I'm not promoting hate, but here's the thing. You're not a hateful person. I know you're not a hateful person. You might have said things that are angry in the past about certain people or been angry about a certain event in the news, but you're not a hurtful, angry person. If there's things that you say that they can say, hey, this violates some sort of a pattern of behavior, you're attacking someone, you're giving out someone's address, that kind of shit, they should be able to take it down.
Yeah, I agree. They should show. That's not speech that's fire theater. I'm not doing that.
That's what I was going to get to. There should be a clear set of rules, and you could look at these rules the way a lawyer would look at them and say, is this in violation? Is my client arrested? Well, no, your client didn't have anything illegal on him, and we did a search and we found no drugs and we found no illegal weapons. But we suspected that he was up to something.
And that's
we don't
what I'm
like
getting
the way
at.
he was talking.
Just in closing to say this, I don't want to make myself the center of this. At the end of the day, InfoWars went from really successful and huge to like zeitgeist insane.
But do you take any responsibility for any of that? Do you think
I'm a human. I'm not perfect.
Right. Do you think that maybe it made it easy for some of the people that were going to attack you, and I've been guilty of this myself, by providing fuel?
No, yeah.
By saying stupid shit.
And they take it out of context.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying is.
Exactly.
They say it. It's globalist funded, big corporation. This is what I'm going to say in closing. It's come out. We're going to release this soon.
Well, the thing is, it's all left wing. That's where it's weird.
But it's a problem.
It's a problem because you have one ideology that's overwhelmingly in control of tech. And I agree with them on a lot of things, on social programs, and a lot of it on welfare and universal basic income and civil rights and women's rights. I agree with them on a lot of stuff. But it's an ideology, like any ideology.
But Joe, I want to agree with you.
You have to jump
I want to agree with you, but you're wrong.
But it doesn't have free speech in it. There's a lot of
Joe,
issues.
I just learned all this 2 weeks ago.
What?
I got documents. I'll come back if you want.
What you just learned?
You're
what?
right. I've been attacking the left for doing it, and they're the instrumental group that's carrying it out. Who you would think would defend. If you're right-wing fascist, who do you get to go after free speech?
Who do you get?
The left.
Uh-huh.
And you
trick them.
You trick them. And I'm not
So
trying
you
to
think
worship
the right wing is tricking the left wing into shutting down free speech?
No, I've confirmed.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I have confirmed
It's a goddamn conundrum
that the
wrapped in a
Republican
riddle.
Party, not the average, Tea Party people, the Republican Party is blue blood. It thinks it runs the Democrats. And it learned what was happening. And I can come back for a whole show if you want on this. Or come on my show about it. No, seriously.
I'll come on your show. I'm going to be
and that's why the
in
Republicans.
March. I'm going to be at Cap City Comedy Club in Austin.
Promise you're coming on.
I'm coming on.
All right, good.
I'm coming on. Set
So,
up Friday.
Joe, I'm not just saying this. I swear to God, dude, I'll tell
bring
you bad stuff
tobacco.
about me. I'll tell you bad stuff about me. I'm telling you the truth here.
I believe you.
The tobacco was amazing, by the way.
It's pretty good stuff.
I swear to listen
You
to
could
me.
be a
Listen to
stand-up
me.
comedian.
Listen to me.
Could be, right?
You could transition.
My problem is,
You want to do stand-up?
sure.
You could crush Alex.
Joe, I'm not
You'd be
trying to
very
lie
funny,
to you.
man.
Dude, he would
Joe,
crush.
I'm telling you the
You'd be
truth,
very
man.
good.
I'm not trying to bullshit like everybody else. I'm telling you, man. The problem is it's so real. Like every time I forget what I was going to say. What was I talking about?
You being a comic?
Yeah, man.
No,
You said
no,
you
no.
wanted to transition
Turn you
out of
into
this. What
goddamn
else?
stand-up
What else you got
comic.
planned? What was the other plan?
We were just talking about social media and YouTube and people being able to silence people and push their leftist ideology or,
Good, let me give you the answer.
right-wing ideology.
Don't
You were
believe
saying
me.
that the
If you-
Republicans were manipulating the Democrats.
Because I know your secret. You are an empathetic, real guy. That's why I love you. And you were kind of like, couldn't handle it anymore, which I actually want to be like that. So then you kind of dulled out. So I was aggressive to get you to look at it. I have looked at all this stuff and I have seen what their own prospectus and their own plans are. And they go to Congress and they lie about all of it. They're not liberal. They're not conservative. It's big corporations lining up with China, as you said earlier, to unify the propaganda to, quote, influence China. No, dude, they get all the technology. They've used our open society to totally take over. And so that's what I'm trying to get through to you is that they're coming after everybody. Like you said earlier, when I first met you today, you walk in the office, I was here 10 minutes before you, and you go, I want to talk about the thing you said about, the censorship and how once they get us to submit, we're broken.
No, what you said was that it was a slippery slope, that if you give in 1%, you go, oh, it's 1%, I still have this other 99%, and then you start moving the boundaries. They start moving it closer and closer. And it 100% makes sense. People exist in these control patterns. It's really common.
And they keep asking me,
Yeah.
like, oh, when are you going to give up? Everything's okay as soon as you do. Like, when are you going to
Everything's
give
going
up?
to be okay. What does that mean? What does give up mean? You stop talking? So if people enjoy watching, this is where it gets weird. If people enjoy watching you talk and other people don't, why can't the people who don't just not watch you talk? What is going on here?
He's promoting truth.
He is promoting truth. But I think what they've done is they've found these little pockets of things that you've
Complainers.
said. Well, that too, but things
No,
you've
they've
said
got
that maybe you
organized
shouldn't have
bitchers
said.
that threaten everybody. Like I don't want to put down the truth is I make Jack Dorsey this villain. No, like we had Pool on. It's true. They had millions of people harassing the stock and attacking and lying, going, he's currently attacking children. He's trying to attack children at their houses. And so it wasn't the fact that I got in a CNN guy's face. And I get as a shareholder and a company owner, I'm not defending Jack Dorsey or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
What's the guy?
The other guy. I don't know who the other guy. Jack Dorsey's the Twitter guy.
Yeah,
the CEO
and
guy. There's another
Oliver
guy.
Darcy.
Yeah.
And it's all admitted is what I'm saying is I'm not even that guy's enemy. I understand like he had millions of people attacking the shareholders.
Yes.
Did you hear about there's a chef that makes pastries. She's worked there 10 years at Trump's hotel in Florida. And BuzzFeed found out who she was and doxed her and said, she's a cult member, fire her. And you're like, what does that even mean? Like, why would anybody harass a pastry chef?
That's a very good question. People feel like they're at war. That's part of the problem with all this shit. That's why I was saying be reasonable. People feel like they're at war, the right versus the left, instead of just being a bunch of people talking about ideas and trying to figure it out.
But at least take on Hillary or Alex Jones or Bill Clinton or Donald Trump. Well, since when is it
fucking pastry chef? Yeah, that's crazy.
By the way, you think I'm bull?
No, I don't think you're bullshit at all.
Type in BuzzFeed targets Trump pastry chef.
I don't think you're bullshit at all.
Let me ask you this, because I've been talking way too much. In closing here at the end of this transmission, we should talk about a lot of things along notes I have here. But the point is that tobacco was amazing.
Let me just tell you, this was a fun fucking podcast. It was fun. This is what I wanted people to see.
Well, then there's nothing to worry about.
What I wanted people to see is why I like Alex Jones, like why I enjoy hanging out with you. I wanted people to be able to see it. Because I have had to defend that because of this narrative that
but
you're
Joe,
this totally
you can
evil
say
guy.
I disagree with Alex and whatever.
Yeah.
You don't need to let the leftists make you bad. If I was Charlie Manson, I should be able to come on your show. I want you to come on my show.
All right. We don't have to do this Charlie Manson type thing, though.
But I would interview here's the thing I'm saying. I would interview if the devil, a big plume of smoke.
You would interview him? Would you want to stay a certain distance away from the devil?
The devil's very sexually seductive. The devil appears.
Why are you going to do stand-up? Will you just please just go to an open
Have you
mic?
ever seen the devil?
Yes, I have.
Hotter than hell.
Yeah?
Hot in a good
Okay.
way. No, but I've debunked the
Just
devil.
open mic night.
The devil is pure sexual seduction.
You know the ovation
Joe,
you
I
would
think
get when you went on stage?
Joe, how sexy is the devil?
I wouldn't say sexy. I don't think I could get it up in front of a demon.
No, not a demon. This is Lucifer.
Oh, the big one.
The
You said
big
you couldn't-
daddy.
You know, you never know until he's kissing you, I guess.
You could be the next Sam Kinison.
No, but it's the thing,
You know what I mean? Remember Sam Kinison was like a preacher?
Yeah, well, when he
You
was
know what I mean?
screaming and yelling about the babies,
Preaching.
Jesus Christ, he was
Yes.
over the top.
Yeah.
He'd do
and
it.
then
But
he
you
just
know,
said, fuck it.
we
timing.
make jokes about this. When I was like a little kid, and I was having one of these visions when I was asleep, I hadn't seen Conan the Destroyer yet, or Conan the Barbarian was the first one. Conan the Destroyer. Remember how the demon's laying on its side, it's like
Yes.
this good-looking guy, and turns into this big fucking goblin, attacks everybody.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, that was the thing. I would try to, in these dreams, I'd go way out to the edge of the universe. He'd be I was like, it's a gay dude, sitting there on his side like this. And then a few years later, I saw Conan the Destroyer, and I'm like, that's the thing from the dream. So what I'm saying is, let me tell you another story.
Okay.
You've seen the Hobbit remake,
Yeah.
where Gandalf goes to the castle and Sauron's not made his body yet.
Right.
And he looks like that. He's like that fire. I've seen exactly that. So you want to talk about what the real controllers of the Greys are? It looks like Sauron.
Have you ever had a significant head injury? You have? What happened to you? What happened to you?
You know, they're got an NPR piece coming out next week that I pile drive some guy. I never did that.
What happened? What happened to your head?
I've been pile drived.
Somebody pile drived you?
Mm-hmm.
And what happened? How old were you?
I was about 13.
13.
14.
Somebody pile drived you in your head. Did it change your personality?
I got up and punched him in the throat, and they had a tracheotomy. I almost died.
Wow. So was it a
It was
friend of yours?
it was like the state wrestling champion middleweight, and his cousin or something in Dallas was like this, got me down. I was never starting fights, man. These people. Here's the thing: I'm not a victim of racial attacks. I'm not like Jeffrey or Jesse Smollett. Because I fought rednecks and I got my leg broken, by.
So this guy pile drived you on your head when you were 13.
Yeah. And then
What did it do to your personality?
And then I had to fight his whole family. Well, fight most of his family. It was a game changer.
Did it change? But do you have any significant change from that head injury? Sometimes when people have head injuries, especially, it seems like young people.
Stuff just got better after that.
Really?
Oh, a lot of.
That's pretty good timing.
He's all Joe's all serious. Dude, we got to get to the root of this.
That's good timing.
No.
That's happened to a lot of folks.
There's no doubt.
My friend Dave Foley was just on here, and he was talking about how he got drunk and he fell down and cracked his head. It's crazy, but it cured his depression.
Yeah, let's explain this. Any given time, if somebody's a regular guy and I would never start a fight, they kick my ass. Like the average 150-pound guy, you're probably kicking my ass. But when a bunch of people are coming after me, it's like Darth Vader. And when I was a kid, I learned right away. The first time I bashed somebody's head into the concrete when they attacked me, I got higher than hell.
But when the kid dropped you on your head, what effect did it have on you physically?
It was by the field house because his cousin had attacked me and I beat him up. And so the state wrestling champ, who's like a senior, comes and goes, "Oh yeah," and he slammed around and he got up when my head was bleeding like he'd won, and I punched him in the neck and broke his. They had a tracheotomy. He almost died. I was like, yeah, he almost killed me. He was like, he could, like, he slammed me in the ground. My head's bleeding, all these stitches right here. And then he couldn't believe when I got up and said, well, you die. He couldn't understand, like, the energetic equivalence.
He couldn't understand being the nail. You could only understand being the hammer.
He didn't understand that. And then they took me to jail, but they let me go. I'm not some tough guy. The point is, I'm getting killed. I'm going to fight back. And so Dallas was like.
So what happened to your head after that?
I mean, I never even got knocked out in that one. They slammed my head in the ground. And I remember, like, everybody made the joke because the concrete cracked.
Oh, Jesus
It was like
Christ.
on the edge of the concrete. He pile drive me right into the concrete and like split my head way open. This is her story. And I remember just getting up. It was like slow motion, pushing right in the neck. And the ambulances, the police came. There was that story.
Did you go to the hospital?
No, they took me to jail for that, but then they let me go.
They didn't check your head? Did you tell them you got pile drive?
No, they sewed it up.
They sewed it up in the
I was
jail?
fine.
But they didn't like check to see if you had a severe concussion or anything?
Subdermal hematoma, no.
Wow.
Go ahead, Joe. Admit it.
Admit what?
You think that he's a conspiracy theorist because he got dropped on his head?
I think there's something to people that have had head trauma that become brilliant at speaking things.
It's true. The black
Sam
dude only
Kinison.
lost
I don't
the
think he
fight.
got dumped
the
that
black
hard.
dude.
It doesn't
his name
sound
was,
like he
his name
really
was Corey
got
Strange.
dumped.
His name was Corey Strange. The only reason he won was he was better and more powerful than me. He had like fucking. He had 6 packs. Look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, black dude. He waited and gloated while blood was coming out of my head.
Oh shit!
The only reason he lost was he gloated.
Yeah, and
he was
then you
way
came up
more
from
of a
behind
man.
him. But you broke the concrete with your head. That's big.
No, you didn't. The concrete didn't actually break, did it?
Maybe it didn't, but they made the joke.
Okay, so either it did or it
You got
didn't.
knocked out.
He still got spiked on his
Were you
head on
knocked
the
out
concrete.
cold?
No.
Dude, getting spiked on your
Nobody's-
head on the concrete.
Other than me choking myself with other people
Fuck.
for fun, I've never been knocked out.
Okay, so I don't think
One time a guy hit me
I don't
in the
think he
head
got
with
dropped
postal
on,
daggers.
on his head that hard.
Incorrect. You're incorrect. You
I don't think
absolutely.
so. I think he barely tapped his head. He would have been knocked out.
Maybe not. It doesn't matter. Like sometimes people get knocked out through severe head injury. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes their head
No, but
cracks.
what
they
you
get
say is true.
fractured
My
bones.
dad-
They
oh,
never,
there
but
was-
hold on. Sometimes they never lose consciousness. You can't think that they always lose consciousness. Sometimes
When
their head
I would
gets
get
cracked.
knocked out, I would see like numbers like I was a robot. Like red. I would see like, everybody sees red? It's
Yeah.
Like, it was like no, I'm not kidding. No, that's a true story. That's your story.
Dude, man, when you get dinged, there's something about getting dinged with a punch and you see that flash and you realize that like your central nervous system is like 30% functional. You're like, whoa. Very, very
that's
weird
when
feeling.
See, Joe's done it. That's what the people say, see stars. Yeah. That's why the Luciferians said, oh, Hollywood stars, because they'd seen the stars. Like each star is like a whole data bank. And I remember like some dude choking me, and like guys are like, some dude's like pulling a knife out, and you see that knife pulling out, you're like, and like, and at that point, I see everything. For only those minutes when everything's clear, it's like,
Survival motions.
but then you see like the wars and the attacks and the submarines and the spacecraft, and like it's like when you dial into that, it's like total war. It's like,
Didn't you say that when your friends would choke you out, you'd have like these long dreams?
oh yeah, no.
only be out for a
I
couple
remember being in
seconds?
junior high, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, because I got choked out a couple other times, and I finally stopped. And there'd always be like guys like, it's incredible. We do this during lunch, and we go back and like someone would press on their arteries, and like bad times when you hit your head. But it'd be like one time, like I remember this one time. They choked me out, and also it was like a black knight with a sword. It goes, "Rrr," and like attacks me on this horse. And then like it went, "Shoo," and then I was like in England thousands of years ago, and I had this wife and these kids, and it was a whole lifetime like taking care of them and like growing food, and like a kid starved to death and died. And it was like just those moments were like whole lives, dead kids, everything. That's what I'm saying. Like you dial into all those ancestors, and it was like my kids and kids starving to death, and like people attacking us. And
So you think all that information from your ancestors somehow or another encoded somewhere
it's
in your
definitely
body?
encoded, Joe.
That makes sense if you think about what reincarnation must feel like. You know, when people have that feeling, they have this feeling that they lived before.
Our whole bodies are everybody before us.
Right. Well,
it's not quite exactly. So people, they underestimate. They go, oh, I lived before. No, they all lived before.
That would also explain certain fears that people just have as children. Like children have a fear of animals. Like you see an animal with big teeth. Children have a natural fear.
They've never been attacked by a cave, but their ancestors got killed by them.
Yeah, they probably got attacked by some bear somewhere, and and somehow or another they got through and they survived,
and that left a psychic impression on the whole tribe.
Yep. It makes sense how animals learn things. I mean, animals just know things. My dog.
You know about epigenetics? They have studies where they can take 10-generation chickens in closed. UT did a study on this like 20 years ago, and fly a hawk over. They all ran scared.
Yep.
They fly a triangle. Nobody cares. The exact shape of a hawk makes all the chickens run because it's programming.
Exactly. It's why if you have a puppy and you take it for walks, even when it's like 6 weeks old, it'll never be around another dog again. It knows exactly what to do. It knows how to sniff things and piss on trees. It knows to check for other dogs' piss. It knows what to do. They know what to do. They know what animals to chase. They see a squirrel, they want to go after it.
Exactly. So what I've lined up is, with them, is it looks like our species is super old.
How old?
I don't know, because I can't even interpret the stuff I've seen. I mean, I saw you've seen what was that stupid Tom Cruise movie where?
Stupid Tom Cruise movie. How dare you? How dare you?
No, but
Jack Reacher?
As of tomorrow.
Jack Reacher 2?
Oblivion? They've got these giant landers selling up.
Oh, yeah.
They're sucking the ocean up.
That was a dope movie.
And,
The Outsiders?
And he doesn't even know he's working for the system. And so that's what I'm telling you is that literally whatever it is like a joke. Like whatever created us is like super badass.
But is it possible that there's not a thing that created us, but that we are just like every other organism and every other system on this planet? We're this constantly evolving thing that doesn't really have a leader, and it's trying to get better constantly at everything it does.
I agree with you, but this is where this stops. 360, Joe, you're right, but there wasn't a worm learned how to crawl up the ass of a grasshopper to program
Something
and do
did that.
There was some prime essence that was put into things that did that said free will, and we're the top of the food chain.
Or was it thousands and thousands of generations of failures? Thousands of generations of bugs that got into this grasshopper just killed it, and then wind up suffocating to death inside of it. Even though they were a parasite, they never figured out a way to get
and
it to
finally
do anything.
one figured out.
And finally one of them, through some sort of weird mutation, figured out a way to interact with the brain of the grasshopper and actually guide it to the lake, get it to jump into the water and drown, and so it would burst from its body and then swim away. It's
I hear that hypothesis, but I think it's one of the most unlikely.
But if you're talking about things learning from things, if things learn from things and they keep getting better over thousands and thousands of generations, but these same things keep procreating, wouldn't it eventually get to some state where it figures out how to do something? If it is still a parasite and it gets inside the body, what if it figures out, if I just grow these things off the top of my head and connect it to the brain of this dumb little motherfucker, I can get him to drown to
They're
death.
saying
So
the one thing mutated right.
Yeah, they just
to make the connection, and all the snails go up, eaten by birds, shit down. More animals eat it, and that's the thing.
I think we're dealing with an unfathomable number of creatures that are being born and dying, and new ones are being born and dying. I think our puny little brains can't really calculate the exact amount of cycles that it takes.
Okay, well,
to
let's
get
say
from
you're
a
right.
single-celled organism
Let's say you're right.
to a
we
human
deserve
being.
free speech, then.
Yes,
because that's this big open
thing. 100%.
So isn't the whole modern leftist thing a denial of the leftist ethos that we're going to let things be free?
Well, the problem is the leftist ethos is also the idea of inclusiveness and kindness and caring. Like the idea is that they're promoting all the kindness.
No, I get it. And so if a pedophile wants to date my 5-year-old, it's okay.
But what I'm saying is kindness unless you're a right-wing person. Now, if you think on the right, then they want to attack you. Then they want to demonize you, and if they could shut you down and silence you and find some sort of a bullshit excuse to do so, in a lot of cases it seems like some folks lean in that direction. And this is where it gets dangerous, because you can't – it's like if someone says, hey, if I knew how to fight, I'd run in front of Peach. I'd just fuck everybody up. Well, you'd be dead in a year, because eventually people are going to kick your ass and kill you. You can't just beat people up.
Well, yeah, exactly. If you can one-on-one beat somebody, but it's that, everyone gangs up against you.
It's that childish mentality. I'll just knock this person out and nothing else will happen. Like, that's not, you're setting a whole thing in motion. When you silence someone, you're setting a whole thing in motion. And this is something that we're all learning. This is what we have to come to grips with. Social media has only been around for a really short amount of time. It's only been around in this kind of form for 10 plus years, and we're figuring it out. And these people that think that they can just silence people and shut people down without it having a bad effect on all of us, it's not right. It's not right.
Well, I appreciate
there should be a path to
pointing out
redemption.
free speech is good. Eddie, what do you think should be done about the denial of the reign of terror of censorship that's admittedly going on?
I don't know shit. You know, all I know is that it seems that the right is being censored a lot. And when you look at the left and how they've been acting, I mean, they're acting like psychopaths. Like putting signs up for late-term abortions and all that shit. They're pushing that. There's people pushing that.
AOC says don't have kids.
It's like someone who's trying to get fired. You know, when you have a job and you want to get fired.
I was talking to a Delta Force major who runs whole CIA squads, and he said, "What do you think, Alex? It's like they want to lose. What's the psyop?" And I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to lose. It's so bad. It's so bad.
How much of that is influenced by people that are trying to fuck with the whole system? Imagine if this is like stage 5 Russian influence. Just get people to support late-term, like figure out a way to get people to support super late-term abortions. Figure out a way to get people to support trans women competing as women with no hormone replacement.
Yeah, like I'm watching
a
newscast where like some 25-year-old dudes, like 18-year-old girls, he takes all the titles, like now guys have it.
You know,
yeah, it's hilarious.
It is.
It's hilarious. Imagine if your daughter was up for a scholarship and she had to compete against some 6'5" man who identified as a woman and wanted to play basketball.
Yeah. I feel, hey, if you've committed a crime, if you're a felon, you can't chop your dick off. You know what I mean?
I like the Japanese model. They said, hey, because I don't care if you're a trans or you're a dude that wants to be a woman. I'm a libertarian. Don't act like I'm trying to suppress you. But the Japanese said, hey, you don't get the trans designation unless you chop the Johnson and the Huevos off. And it's like, hey, taxpayers will pay for it. You get that vagina built, and you sit there and do it.
I think there's a lot of people that are legitimately trans. That's not the problem. The problem is them wanting to compete as women. And Martina Navratilova just caught a rash of shit because she was talking about it. You know, she's the famous tennis star. She was talking about it that women are breaking all these records. And right after she said that, these kids, number 1 and 2, were transgender that won the girls' high school track meet. And it's just, you know, at a certain point in time, you got to stop doing this.
Here's the deal. I'm not mad at somebody because they think they're another sex.
Exactly.
But like at the same time, like I watch like bike races and running races and soccer and high jumping. And it's a dude, like, it's not just like, dudes are bigger than me. They're like these 6'4" guys with huge shoulders that would kick my ass. I'm a lady and I won. And the girl, they're like, I mean, that's mental illness, man.
Yeah, there's some nonsense going on. There's some people that are legit, and then there's some people that are just legitimately crazy. I mean, there's like with everything in life. There's people that are legitimately trans, and there's people that have real mental issues.
If a man wants to see himself as a woman, a lot of genetics shows the Kimbals that happens. That's their issue, whatever, or vice versa. But like, I'm going to watch NFL, and like we're supposed to like they had a women's NFL, and like it's all guys, and they say they're women. It was like that thing in England last year where the guy comes in with tattoos, a big beard, and it was in the police report. The guy had like a foot-long cock. And he goes, do a cervix exam.
What kind of police report is this?
And the nurse said, sir, I don't see a vagina. And it was in the report. The man had a foot-long dick. So she's supposed to mentally go, okay, well, let me check all this and decide that you've got all this. I mean, it's just like, it's mental illness, man. It's not that I hate somebody that feels like they're a woman or a man or whatever. That's the lie. They're like, oh, you need to accept this or you hate everybody.
Imagine if all this ridiculous propaganda really was like the very, very highest level Russian meme farm propaganda, and this is why the people that
it could totally be a psyop.
The most preposterously leftist, like even things like these babies being resuscitated and then killed, like that people wouldn't freak out when they heard a guy talk about that kind of shit. Imagine if this is all just designed to make everybody go fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, I wish it was.
Seems.
It's the governor saying it, and it's them doing it. And there's just one point, we're in this transmission. What is the end game?
What is the end game, Alex Jones?
Everything we're told is humanity's bad, humanity's wrecking things, but the very environmentalist groups that are doing this are all like weird transhumanist, anti-human. I'm all transhumanist if I really get life extension. But it's all like, oh, you die, you're uploaded to a machine. I'm just saying anything you see the big corporate media promoting, they don't know what they're doing. I've been around them. I've talked to them. They don't know. I don't think I know. I don't think Joe knows. I don't think Eddie knows. But I think in the spectrum of like 1 to 100, we're in the 95th percentile of really being woke. And we care about, look, I don't like to sing. Well, I mean, I'll never forget like 3-4 years ago. I remember that black woman was driving around the Capitol. They had military drill going. And she saw him and ran and they shot her.
Oh, yeah.
And it was during Black Lives Matter like 4 years ago. And I had like this outpouring of black listeners. And I don't judge things about money, but like $1 million came in like a week. And it was all black people saying, we thought you were against black people. But when you cared about that woman being shot by the police at a checkpoint in D.C., we knew you were good. No one knew who she was till a day later. Wasn't thinking, is it a black woman? Is it a white woman? Is it a Hispanic woman? I was thinking, they report she went through a checkpoint and got scared, and then the police shot her. I'm not against the police either.
Yeah,
the
it's
average
like
cop's not who's bad.
shooting a woman running away. It's like, there's got to be a better way. You can't catch her, bro.
No, I agree. That cop was bad. I think he got in. That's what I'm saying is that
terrible.
I'm not some goody two-shoes.
What was she doing?
Just running away.
She was just running?
They had a military drill, 4 or 5, whatever it was. They had a military drill in D.C. where most of the roads were shut down.
What was the story, Jamie? Can you find it? The woman gets shot.
Black
running
woman
away.
shot in front of the White House.
So many people.
Capitol.
How many people get shot in this country every year because someone just can't handle pressure?
Right in front of the White House.
It's about 40,000.
Itchy trigger finger, doesn't know what to do, just makes the wrong decision.
And again,
shoots
it's
somebody.
mental illness. We don't blame guns because you use a car.
Yeah.
But it is true that about half of them are suicides, but the rest half is like people can't handle it. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago.
Here it is right here. Capitol Hill, United States. Miriam Carey, a dental hygienist from Stamford, Connecticut, attempted to drive through the White House security checkpoint in her black Infiniti G37 coupe. She struck a U.S. Secret Service officer.
Over. But that's a lie. Did they had the main roads? And I'm not trying to like anti-cop, Black Lives Matter. It's not true. They had all the roads shut down.
But she was trying to drive through a security checkpoint. That could be still possible that they had all the roads shut down and they had a security checkpoint.
She went to one that was Army.
Right.
And then she went to another that was Army. And then they just shot her. And I'm not against the cops.
They shot her and she had her daughter in the car. Huh. That's a horrible story. I don't want to end with that.
But my point was, I don't judge things by money. Black people, because that was really a big story at the time. When I came out, because I'd seen the footage, I was watching live and saw him taking her dead body out. It was a black lady. I said, it's a black lady. And what the hell? This woman was like, they were like, oh my God, he cares about black people. Yeah, man, I care about whatever the color they are. I mean, I'm not saying it was that moment. They like all just bought product, and it was like this outpouring and letters and flowers. Like, you stood up for a black woman. I'm like, dude, half of the black people incepted in this country are aborted, Joe. The Planned Parenthood groups.
Is that a real number?
Yeah, it's like 60% in some cities. They were hired. It was all set up. Margaret Sanger said, we're targeting black people. And you know what, at the end of the day, I see big populations. I see dumb white people, dumb black people, all these people. I get like there's too many people. In some areas there are. I can get but the point is that you're going to like target black people and then tell them that you care about them when you're the KKK Democrats and you've got Margaret Sanger set up and you're doing all this. And I walk out of a mall. I walked out of a mall 2 years ago in Houston. The same black Israelite group that was yelling at the Covington Catholic kids saying you're all Nazis when they attacked them, or the same one they covered. They're like, black people are God and white people are the devil. And we're going to kill the white people. And so I'm sitting there walking out of this mall right after Trump got elected in Houston. I remember because I was there with my wife. She wore like a Burberry coat or something. And I was down visiting family, and these black guys go, we're going to kill you. And I didn't hate them because they were black guys. They were literally Nazis. And I remember sitting there in that parking lot, walking across, and I said, well, if you're such big men, kill me now. And it wasn't. And my wife's like,
He's like, slow down. We're not going to kill you. We're just going to
I'm
beat
trying
you
to
up.
act tough.
Okay.
They're saying, hey, you white hooker whore.
Okay.
We're going to kill your ass.
I want to end this show on a positive note.
No, I'm not against black people.
I know you know. No one's saying you
1%
are.
of black people are like that. 1% of
It's
white
not
people are
even
like
one.
that. But 10% of 1%. The point is that I've literally, you go to a black Israelite group.
Yes, I've
They're
been
like-
around. I wrote a story about it on my website way back in the day.
So tell me
where I
what
was
happened.
hanging out with them.
We're not ending yet.
They
We have a
were,
regular
they were saying
podcast.
George Washington was a black man. They had all this crazy interpretation of the Bible. One guy would read, and the other guy would like repeat what he
George
said.
Washington was
Isaiah said Isaiah.
They were saying
so
everything
exactly.
was
How
black.
do you back
They
down to
dress
somebody
up like-
saying I'm going to kill you?
They dress up like superheroes. It's a very unusual organization.
Whoa.
Yeah.
They're
But
saying
I wasn't
everybody
putting
was
you
black.
down. I wasn't putting down black
No,
people.
I know you weren't. I know you weren't. He, you know, his take on it. I mean, I don't think it's a unified front. I don't think all black Israelites across the country have the exact same ideas. I think
breathing. Keep breathing.
we got to end this. It's almost 5 o'clock.
Oh, my God.
We're getting still
We almost
getting
hit 5 hours. Yes, we're gonna get
5
some food.
hours.
We're gonna get
One
some
punch in the
food.
ribs, I get one too.
Don't hit anybody. Let's be friends. Eddie
sure.
Bravo, thanks for coming in, man.
Thank you, man.
Keeping this thing light.
And the
Alex
only
Jones,
place
we
to
did
find
it.
it
Mama.
is Infowars.com
Yes.
and Newswars.com. They blocked us everywhere else. It is the verboten
And you have
transmission.
an Instagram page though. You do have an Instagram page.
Well, don't plug it or they'll ban it. I didn't know I had that. Hey, they're taking everybody's free speech. We got to, whether I agree with the white supremacists or the black supremacists, I don't. Whether I agree with the Scientologists or agree with the Muslims, the point is we should agree with free speech and say no to this and not have some sellout to China where because to go to China, you got to waive all your rights.
Here. Alex Jones, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys soon.
David Lee